We're back! You guys asked and we shall deliver. The annual servant tier lists, and if you have been missing these, and also if you want to make sure these happen next year as well, smash that freaking like button, okay? Also check the description if you really want to help out in other ways. So first of all, I just want to say I am taking a very casual approach this time around. I really want to treat these just as a fun podcast type of show for FGO enthusiasts, and I have to emphasize people to not treat these as any kind of objective opinion, okay? We're here to just blabber about our beloved game, basically. And by now, it shouldn't be a surprise, because I just said we a bunch. But yes, indeed, I brought back some fellow FGO friends and content creators, starting with Mr. Plushie, to argue about the Zervids, because you guys made it clear you wanted us to keep doing this together like last year. But also, we have a new friend in Otto, who also has some good gameplay knowledge to share. So I'll let them say hello now.
Hey everybody, Plushie here, and once again, here to fight him on his opinions, there you go. I'm gonna be a little bit meaner this year, but hope you guys enjoy.
Well, hello, I'm Otto, or Otto Bean on YouTube/Twitch. Me and Plushie, we run like this little podcast, one of two podcasts on Twitch, and FGO in general, that is. And it's nice to know that Mist is planning on trying to take out the competition.
Yes, indeed. And also, in case you didn't notice, they have their avatars on the bottom right of the screen as well, which also, respond when they're talking, which is cool. So
I'm a little buzzy beetle here.
If you're watching this later on YouTube, do be honest in the comments how you guys feel about a three-way discussion like this. I always want to provide, of course, the best kind of experience. So yeah, we'll see. Obviously, if you guys like it, we'll just absolutely keep doing it. So yeah, do let me know. Now, I'm not going to go through any big list of criteria for my placements. I'm sure people are already familiar with how I play stuff from, me doing these so many years in a row now. And also, before we begin, because I already know this will be a very long session, I highly recommend grabbing something to, snack on and drink if you are a certified gamer and plan on watching or listening this whole thing through. But if you're a sane person and don't want to spend hours listening to me talk nonstop, I understand. For you, rather, I have lovingly prepared timestamps of every single servant covered in this video, so feel free to open the description of the video and jump around with those. And be sure to check the final placements at the end as well before posting any angry comments, just in case. And finally, I'm gonna give some shoutouts to everyone that pitched in. Shout out to Copy for making this lovely template that you're witnessing right here for the tier list. Beautiful work as always. Shout out to Jord and MCH for the AoE looping sheet that I'll be referring to again, and Trevor for a bunch of other lists that I might also look into. We got, first of all, we got crit damage as a new addition. We got some single target damage and also even a refund on single target. So we'll get all kinds of data available. And of course, shout out to my co-hosts Plushie and Otto. And with that, I think we can begin. So servants are once again placed in order of lowest to highest rarity first, and then release date second. And also apologies in advance because my voice will definitely die later on this because I'm just going to be talking so much. But yeah, here we go. We got 52 sabers to cover today. Of 5 are new that did not exist in the tier list of last year. So yeah, we're gonna start by talking about the one and only 1-star saber in the game. Granted, I can find him. There he is. So let me make sure the capture looks better. Okay, there it is. So we got Mr. Yason, as I like to call him, but you can say Jason, I don't care. But in Japanese it's Yason, so that's how I've kind of grown used to saying his name, because, Greek, I don't know, stuff like that. So what are we dealing with here? We got AoE arts. I want to say a farmer. Definitely wouldn't really bring him as a DPS personally, but yeah, AoE arts farmer. Now, stat-wise, what are we dealing with here? For a 1-star, he has 5.4k attack, which is, basically the same as every other 1-star. There's not that much variety between them. Some other rarities obviously have a bigger range, but yeah, pretty much average looking there.
Fun fact, actually, he has the highest attack stat out of all 1-star sabers. I feel like that's worth pointing out.
Okay.
True.
I see what you did there. Okay. Wow, the 3 points, I guess, by default. Okay. Anyway.
He wins a participation prize, if not much else.
Yeah, you gotta look on the bright sides of life. Okay, so he has a double buster, double arts deck, which, makes sense to me. Obviously, they're probably not going to give him a triple arts deck, so, pretty good, I would say. It's also my favorite deck, as a lot of people might know. Now, skill-wise, what are we working with here? His first skill is an interesting one. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, which is low. It is a targeted heal of up to 2,000. And then also removes 1 latest debuff from them. It's not a full cleanse, sadly, but it is a single cleanse, or removes the latest debuff that have been applied that can be removed. Kind of whatever. Honestly, kind of also misplaced in my opinion, because I don't believe in him being a great support. So on a DPS or a farmer even doesn't really do much for the most time, but it could be worse. It's not a terrible skill, but I feel like a bit misplaced. Second skill, another targeted one, but this one on a 6-turn cooldown. One ally gets an evasion for 1 hit, 1 turn. Also gets up to 1k absorb for 1 turn, but also comes with the demerit of reducing their defense by 20% for 1 turn, which you hope that the evade covers fully, so you don't have to worry about it. But again, it is only a 1-hit evade, so you can still get hit, and also they can have invul pierce, sure hit, you name it. So yeah, sometimes it can be a bit of an annoying demerit, but overall, what do I think about the skill? Kind of a mixed bag again. I just don't really see it being all that useful in him, because I would personally never really use him as a support. Now, third skill, also at a 6-turn cooldown, we got like his version of Charisma. So you get an AoE attack buff of 20% or up to 20% for 3 turns on all allies. Then is where it gets fun. So the attack buff is applied to everyone no matter what, including himself. And then all Argo-related allies, which is a trait, gets 20% battery, 30% crit damage, and 30% star generation for 3 turns on the last 2. Now, pretty sure he himself does not have that, right? Or rather, he does, but yeah, it's still accepting himself. So sadly, he himself won't get the battery, the crit damage, or the star generation. So
the only time I've ever seen someone use this skill, there's this low star guy, Mace of Hearts. He does like 1 and 2 star stuff. The only time I ever saw it used was to support a second Jason that was grailed.
Oh, that doesn't
it's funny. So yeah, they kind of tried to build him as like this Argo support, but there's not even that many Argo servants to begin with, and I would bring like so many other supports over him anyway. So unless you're just a big fan of the lore and the guy himself, I don't really see him being used as a support, sadly.
Yeah, but it's if you got a ban on Castoria though, like hey, I'll take Jason and Jason's.
Yeah, true.
Very, very strange, but makes sense.
So I have to say, skill-wise, for his own main purpose, which is AoE arts looping, not very great. Only the attack buff is really the one that he kind of benefits from. Now passives, we got some magic res for 17.5% debuff res, which, for a farmer, doesn't really do that much, not really. But I guess you can use him as a DPS, but yeah. Also, about the audio. Sometimes you might hear like voices get distorted and whatnot. It's just my PC, it's not their problem, sadly. So it usually fixes itself pretty soon, but sometimes that will happen. So unfortunately, it's not Discord, Gar. It's basically the audio I'm sending to my stream that's getting glitched out. So yeah, I apologize, but you're just gonna have to power through it. Anyway, Riding Bee for 8% quick up. Doesn't really do much for him with a Soul Quick card on his normal deck. Third Append.
It's a really bad card too. It's not even 1%.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Barely.
His third Append is against casters, which, a neutral case. So, not much to say about it. I would probably not use him for neutral farming. Now, also I noticed the fandom uses the buffed version of the MP on the first tab now. Makes my life a bit easier, I guess. So his MP has been buffed, which is interesting. So it's AoE arts, 5-hitter. Overcharge is very solid. It is a 20% base arts up for himself for 3 turns. So it's a ramp up one, and it is a good number, and it's before damage. So the overcharge is really, really good. And then with the buff, he also now gets 20 stars per turn every turn for 3 turns, I guess it's before damage, not that it matters, but yeah, that is effects wise, even though it's basic, man, those are a couple of real strong effects. Like the MP that's now being able to generate that many stars almost makes me wanna, bring him as some kind of a support, but even then, I don't know. But man, that art sup is really good for the ramp up on farming. Now, I guess we could take a look at the looping numbers as well, because it's pretty funny. A lot of people know this buy from last year as well, that, if we do a similar type of setup on him versus Muramasa, the numbers are not that far off, actually, which is the funny part. But yeah, honestly, he's not the worst, but I feel like if you have a lot of options, you probably won't bring him much anymore, even if he's a free MP5, but... yeah, I feel like last year I may have given him a bit too many points.
Too much credit.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like, he works, but let's be real, how many people actually use him anymore for farming? If you have some options.
Yeah.
So
I think this is really the issue with like 1-star units, right? Like I feel like 1-star units in general serve better as supports that like die after they serve their purpose. I know it's really mean to say something like that, but like honestly, taking advantage of their low stats, right? Like, because like low stats usually people see as a negative. There are certain cases when it's a positive because they actually leave the field easier. So I think people should take advantage of like their low stats. But I mean, I guess the MP upgrade is nice. It is a great service for people that are fans of him. So like if they hyper grail him to like 120, for example, he'd actually be pretty nice of a looper. But yeah, as you said, I think his skills are pretty lackluster. Even for Argo, it's not like he buffs Argo really that well either. Like it's pretty well for 1-star, but like compared to like, even like some 3-star supports, this is like almost the same amount of numbers. But this is obviously trait restricted. So I don't really see him as a really great unit. Like as a star generating support, I might even take someone like obviously Hans is a great one for low star. Shufu is another great one for low star. Yeah, Shufu is another great one.
That's a tough one.
Basically everything that he does supportively is Jufu does way better. Even if I had an Argos servant that I wanted to support, and I feel like they had some sort of synergy there, like the stars per turn, she has the same stars per turn on her NP. His targetable heal and 1 debuff clear, she has that for the whole team, plus the NP gain buff. Like
bigger battery slightly.
It's
buffable res, like debuff class.
the
Like
one
I don't
thing
know.
he has is the 1 evade, but then like I mean, just Mystic Code or bring Fuma. Fuma's going to get you more bang for your buck, even though they're very much not that comparable.
Yeah, like
still would rather.
Like the problem with the 1 evade is you want to use it before an MP because it's only 1 hit. So like you have to use it before an MP, and like if you're using him as a support, he's gonna die. It's very hard to protect him.
Very true.
So yeah,
so I feel like we can't even really place him as a support at all. We are just mostly just gonna place him as a sub kind of a arts looping option. But yeah. So where should we put good old Yasun?
I'll be honest, if I was to do AoE arts looping for a Saber, I unironically would take Nero instead. I'm pretty sure she can go with very similar setups, and she needs a plug, of course, but she has higher refund than you'd expect. She isn't who we're talking about, no. I'm sorry, I'm good at doing tangents for no reason.
Yeah.
But like yeah, in terms of rating, I wouldn't rate him too high because like maybe like because my thoughts are more like one-dimensional, but I don't think he is a great low star. Like once again, I think great low stars are supports that do one thing very well, and then after they serve their purpose, they kind of just leave. So and he's not for that. So I'll put him at, I don't know, D+ to C. D+ might be a little bit mean.
I can kind of see where you're coming from though, but I probably won't be placing him that low personally.
I'd say like C, maybe C+. It's just like there's this big problem with like low stars that want to DPS. Since we're not considering grails, it's just they always suffer because like that lowest stats, that means your cards do absolutely nothing. So like, I mean, I do like that the stars help the team get NP gain, but does nothing for his crit damage. And yeah, that's just a 1 to 3 star issue in general. But
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with C
it's
plus
just rough.
personally. Again, we might move stuff towards the end again, but yeah. I
I don't
mean,
know. There's not a lot to compare him to right now.
yeah,
So
true. Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
think he is the best 1-star Saber, though.
True.
Again, same joke, huh?
Undoubtedly. Yeah.
All right. But yeah, with that, we conclude the 1-star Sabers. Yay. And even faster, we
Nice.
conclude the 2-star Sabers. Yay. Wow, this is going so fast.
Amazing.
Surely this
20%
won't
of
be
the
a
way
5-6
through
hour video.
already.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, we're done with the bronzes. Wow, amazing. Probably the fastest class for bronze, unless some extra was faster. I forgot. But anyway, there you go. Cool. Now, next we're going to talk about the 3-stars, and there's not even that many of them either. Although we do have a new entry this year, but we're still going from release order. So next up, we're going to talk about the Mr. Caesar. So we got a single target quick DPS. And stat-wise, 7.5k-ish is actually pretty good. That is not bad at all for a 3-star. In fact, it is definitely above average. So that's not bad. Deck-wise, he's got the double buster, double quick, which is pretty nice for Summer Scotty synergies. You like to see it. Even though he might not necessarily have the biggest crit focus ever on his own kit, you know, it's always nice when your deck at least synergizes with some, you know, supports that you kind of want to match up with. Now, skills, you hate to see it, but he still has a base tactic somehow in 2024. On a 5-turn cooldown, your full party gets a 18% MP damage up for 1 turn. Just absolute dog water skill. Not good at all. Is only going to make one of your MPs a little bit damaging, but yeah, just absolutely terrible skill with hardly any redeeming qualities. Second skill, we have a 5-turn cooldown on his base charisma as well. This is 16% attack for 3 turns. A little bit better because it's 3 turns, but then again, could also definitely be better. Hopefully they buff both of these someday, but oh well. And then on his third skill, which actually has been buffed. Oh yeah, they even do these on the first tab now. So yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. The target gets 40% crit damage for 3 turns and 100% star generation for 3 turns. But also, much like Yasud, reduces their defense by 20%. But this time for 3 turns. So that's a meaty demerit there, depending on the matchup. But the skill itself, I definitely wish it was absorb over star generation. But you know what? Early buffs are kind of wacky like this. It would have been a much nicer pairing with the crit damage. Honestly, if they buffed this nowadays, they probably would have changed it to absorb and maybe even add a star bomb there, which would have been a way nicer skill. But it's just okay. It's not a terrible skill, but it's not great either. It's like all overall his skills are just, they're lackluster. They're just so weak in this day and age, and we will see so many better modern ones later in this very list. So yeah, not much to say there.
Yeah, with the skill, I do really want to draw the comparison of Matahari. Matahari's first skill is this skill, but better, and then also no demerit. It's team-wide 100% star gen.
And it's AoE, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and especially with Stargen, like team-wide Stargen buffs are pretty nice because like everyone's gonna get to make use of that. So even if you're running out these arts cards, they're actually gonna make at least a couple stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you ever use him as a support. Like,
no. So it's kind of weird that this is targeted anyway.
point.
They should have just made it self only with like way better effects or something.
Yeah, I mean they clearly wanted the theme of, you know, Caesar being like a tactician, so he can help his people, but you know, like that's just, you gotta sacrifice efficacy for flavor sometimes, I guess.
Yeah.
I will say, like the one really good use case I see for him is if you're pairing him with another DPS, but he doesn't really offer much even then.
Yeah.
Because like if his third skill was like team wide, minus the defense down, of course, then that would be one thing, and I think he'd actually be a decent like I think you guys call them sub DPSs.
Sure. Yeah.
But I mean, the 1 turn damage buff, and then like he has 5 effects on his skills, and one of them is a debuff. So
yeah, it's pretty bare bones, needless to say.
then we got Bakken, who literally has 8 effects on 1 skill, and not a single one of them is a debuff. Fun fact.
Yeah. All right.
I'm full of this.
Passives. He has 50% debuff for us, which, you know, for a DPS definitely is handy to have. And Riding B for 8% quick up as well actually does something for him. Although his normal quick cards in his deck, the 2 that he has are min hits. So there's the absolute minimum hit count for quick. For the MP, it helps a little bit better, mostly for the damage. But yeah, it's still a decent passive to have on him for sure. Divinity D, again, as usual, Divinity, you guys know how I feel. It doesn't really do much. It's just there, and arguably it's sometimes making you more susceptible to anti-divine mechanics as well. So it might even be a demerit, funnily enough. Now, third append, anti-assassin, so again, a neutral case. And as much as I kind of like him, I don't think I would ever bring him to a neutral DPS fight, really, no.
I'm gonna be honest, if he had anti-berserker, I wouldn't use him against berserkers because he dies so easy.
Yeah, but then, yeah, you might be right.
There's no winning there.
Anyway, the MP though is very cool post buff. It's kind of a headache to understand how it works sometimes. But yeah, first of all, the overcharge, it is a star bomb, but it's like the bare minimum star bomb, because on base OC you only get 5 stars, up to 25 on max OC. So maybe not the greatest OC. I like star bombs, but man, you can't really be lower than that, sadly. Now, it is a 10-hitter single target MP, and then it has a really high potential to do a lot of damage. So this is really what basically keeps him still relevant, in my opinion, to any degree. His really hard-hitting MP, right? So first of all, like, he can get a bunch of attack buffs from this, right? So it's an 80% chance to get attack up by 10% for 1 turn. Now, it is RNG, yes, but if you happen to be lower on HP, right, you get some buff success rate up, which can actually make it so that you guarantee 5 of these to land, which is the maximum you can get to land. So that's if you do land them all, it's a plus 50% attack up for 1 turn, again, before damage, which definitely adds significantly to the damage of the MP. And of course, you know, quick MPs have the highest damage ceiling, so it's a pretty cool combo. And he's a permanent 3-star, so free MP5s galore. He's actually, from what I remember, fairly high on the MP damage. It's for single target here as well. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, am I blind?
I think his MP damage is decently okay.
For some reason I can't find him. Oh, there he is. I'm stupid.
He's there.
Yeah, he's pretty high. Yeah. So most of these top ones are with niches anyway. So yeah, he's definitely one of the, you know, better hard hitters out there. But again, also the, you know, non-welfare golds are also MP1s on this list. But I digress. He still has some very nice potential. And his refund on single target is not bad either. With just a couple of Scotties, your minimum refund is basically 25%, which is, you know, very quick. It's actually the best one on the whole list, funnily enough, with a maximum potential of 35%. So, considering he literally lives and dies by his MP, it's pretty good.
Medusa should be higher.
Yeah. Is it better than Medusa? Yeah, that's my question as well.
I think it was a little bit higher here, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, she has a 50% battery, so he's not going to get much use out of it.
So yeah, obviously this doesn't tell the full story ever. This is just, you know, trying to, you know, use some data here to, you know, build a case. But anyway, what do you guys think about Caesar?
All right. Well, I did say I'm gonna be a little bit mean, so I think he's a bit overrated. Like here's the thing with like big damage MPs like this, right? So because of how lackluster his skill set is, I think he's a bit difficult to use for farming because he doesn't have like any form of battery. He doesn't have he has a team wide buff, but like compared to someone like
I don't
Bedivere,
think I
for
would place him
example,
on farming at all. I would purely place him as a DPS.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I understand that as like why do you want why people usually don't want to use him as a support, but like his lackluster skill set kind of it starts showing when you're using him as a DPS. And it's just like, yeah, he does really good MP damage, but that's about all he has. And especially considering, there are a couple of really great welfare sabers. Like welfare's dominate over the quote unquote free to play group very, very, very much. Like when you're comparing an MP5 welfare to an MP5 3-star, the MP5 3-star with upgrade MP could definitely do more damage with their MP. But if you're considering challenging quests, the card damage, they're not going to be able to catch up. And the survival is also not going to be able to catch up unless they have something special in their kit. So I generally think, a servant like this is just going to get completely outcompeted by just a MP5 welfare beat stick. Even like they don't even need
so
to have
like in
that great
my
of a skill.
criteria as well, always like usability is a big thing, and especially when there's a lot of like free options. Like especially, I mean, we have a big contender for a very solid single target saber this year as well, who we'll talk about much later, but who happens to be one of these free options. In fact, we have 2 new ones that are very solid. But it's just there's so much competition. So even though, his MP hits hard and even refunds a decent chunk, everything else about him, 3-star stats and the very lackluster skills definitely, put him behind some of the other, like, even free options, not even just the, gacha options, but a lot of the free options are absolutely just looking so much more, appealing than he is in this day and age.
Yeah, I hate to say it, this is going to be a running theme throughout this list. I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of these servants move down from last year because we have the evocation shop.
Yeah,
and
it's adding a lot of options to everyone.
Yeah, having Caesar, someone who's got pretty good single target quick damage, it is not going to look good when like one of the less desirable options, like no offense, like she's not that great, but Hokusai is so much better than him, and she's arts, so she's going to synergize with supports that make more sense. And she doesn't have to almost die to unleash her full potential. So I
feel like
I
this might be brutal, but I think I might looking at like a C honestly for him.
C for Caesar.
Yeah, I mean, I think last year I had him like some kind of a B or something, but as again, we're just getting more and more options, and again, the evocation shop is a good like argument because there's just so many nice ones available, and will be even more in the future. So,
it's not
like he's not bad. You can use him, but you have access to these better ones, so why not just use the better ones?
Yeah,
unless you're a big fan, of course.
I feel like
he doesn't have enough to distinct him. Oh, sorry.
I feel like it's going to be a bit more rough for 4 stars though than 1 through 3 stars because they at least have free NP5s. We're going to be looking at NP1s here, and NP1 4-star versus NP5 4-star. It's
just the reality of the criteria, so we'll just deal with it. It
became very apparent, like how unfair the comparison is as soon as we got Iori. Ways ahead.
Okay, but yeah, we'll talk about it later.
All right, we'll keep the show running. So let's talk about Mr. Cool Saber, aka Gilles de Rais. After all these years, he is still sad. I don't even know what to call him, honestly. Some kind of a buster card DPS. He's sad, very sad.
He's a fun
still tier. Yeah. We'll still do a rundown here. So 6.6k attack on a supposed DPS for a 3-star is on the lower side, which doesn't help his case. Double Buster, double Arch deck is fine, but he should definitely have a full Buster deck because, that's all he has is Buster cards for damage. So, also missing potential there. Much like Caesar, he still has a base tactics, so 16% AoE MP damage for 1 turn and a 5-turn cooldown. And then you remember, oh wait, he doesn't even have a damaging MP. And why would you ever bring this guy as a support? You wouldn't. It's just a lore skill. It's so bad. It's day 1 game design. It's atrocious. It's nothing about it makes sense. All right, Golden Rule B for 45% MP gain on self for 3 turns. Helps a little bit, but also sometimes you don't even want to use his MP because it's kind of a suicide. So, yeah, it's something. It's not great, though. And then the third skill, which is the only actually decent skill despite being basic, on a 5-turn cooldown, you get 40% Buster Up for 5 turns. Like, even though it's just one effect, because of the high uptime and because of the high amount, it is actually a very good skill. Now, this would be so good on someone else, but on him is the only saving grace, but even then, yikers.
He has 3 buffs on his skills.
Yeah.
He has an NP damage
Look at
buff,
the
which
amount
does
of
nothing.
effects, though. It's crazy.
He has an NP gain buff that only helps so much, and then he has a damage buff. Like, he has one decent skill that has one effect on it.
Yeah.
Well, like here's the thing, right? Self-buffing MPs are already meme tier enough, especially for a 3-star, because they're card damage, because like that's what they need, right? They need their card damage, and their stats are, it's just a huge hit to that. And also, you want to spam them as much as possible, and he kind of ends himself by doing that. So I don't know, it's just meme tier. I don't think this character is actually usable.
Anyway, passives, he got 70.5% debuff res, which, for a DPS, it's a good amount. It's higher than average. Riding B is kind of useless on him. He has a 1-hit or 2-hit quick card, and one of them, which is the minimum, and then 12% Buster Up. Very good, but again, he needs 3 busters, and even that wouldn't solve his issues. But yeah, good passive though. Anti-caster would just sweep it under the rug on him, especially, and then the MP. So much like Caesar, there's a lot of similarities, including the OC. He gets the bare minimum stars on the OC Star Bomb, 5 on base, 25 max. And then what does the MP do besides that? On free MP5, he gets plus 100% attack for 2 turns. Not 3, but 2. And then, wow, that's a demerit and a half. 50% defense down for 3 turns on self. Oh my. Now, it's so awkward that the MP is also 2 turns on that attack, because also it counts for the turn you use it on. So, and because the MP is arts, it also cuts down on his damage potential, because you probably start with it. What is this game design? I never understood. And again, because he already has low HP as a 3-star to begin with, and then you give him a minus 50% defense down for 3 turns for every use. Yeah, he's not going to be alive for long. Not to mention, he doesn't have any defensive stuff on his skills either.
Yeah, to be fair, command codes have made it a little bit more manageable. I have actually used them a decent amount, because there's one guy in chat right now, Fred. He has forced me on numerous occasions to use his. And hot take, he's hard to make work, but you can make him work. Like, granted, the ones that I use are grailed, so they have higher stats. So it's not piss damage.
Yeah, okay, I understand you're trying to make a case for him, but I'm just gonna plop him down here, and then that's about it.
Here's my argument. He is not E tier. He might be E plus tier.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it, because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I gave him E plus. But I'll respect your opinion. Sure.
I mean,
it's the thought that
I
counts.
will admit, the defense down. I forgot about the command code. Command codes does kind of
true. It does help a little bit there. Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to solo with him, I feel. But you
can't solo with a normal copy anyway. So that's only for the Grail ones.
Yeah, and there's some goofy stuff you can do with like cooldown reduction, I guess, for the third skill. It's only for the third skill as well. It sucks. Anyways, no, this is not usable. I'm sorry.
All right.
I will say though, he got a little bit of a buff with Mighty Chains. That made it so his NP is, even though it is,
but then it's also a waste of the third skill. I don't know. Yeah,
even though it's insanely awkward, still he can use his NP and a Buster card without sacrificing that 50% bonus from the Buster starting bonus. I know. I'm sorry, chat. I am.
Well, you try it. Okay, I'll give you points for trying.
Nice as possible. You know what's incredible though? Yeah. On launch, he didn't even have his third skill.
Yeah, a lot of servants didn't.
A skill that did nothing, and he had a skill that got his NP, which already sucked. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about Fergus next. Mr. Giga
Man,
Chat
I got
over
this
here.
at 120 on an alt. He's based.
All right, so AoE Buster DPS, he definitely doesn't farm, but as a DPS, we get some interesting stuff going on. First of all, 7.4k attack, basically the same as Caesar from earlier, right? Very solid number for a 3-star on the good side. Now, he actually does have a triple Buster deck, which after all his buffs, I kind of like actually. I quite think it's a good thing, especially it also makes his mighty chains better on that topic, I suppose, which is interesting. They're not amazing by any means, but you know, it's a thing. And then skill-wise, what do we got? 5-turn cooldown first skill, 3 turns of attack up for self, 30%, and then 40% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. Pretty okay, especially for a 3-star. It's nothing to scoff at. It's a basic skill, yeah, but you know, it's not bad. And then the second skill, though, is where things get real interesting. It's a buffed skill, of course. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 20% buster up for 3 turns, 50% buster crit damage for 3 turns, and 25% defense up for 3 turns. That is a good skill. That is really, really good. Like, you could absolutely give this to a higher rarity servant as well, and they would be happy too. It is very good skill.
Dude, as a person who was trying to make him work before this, I tell you what, like this, I love the Buster and the Buster crit on it, but the removal of that debuff is
the one that makes your offensive buffs with.
It just makes team play so much smoother.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't have to use everything, then use that survival skill. Because like sometimes it was just a dead weight skill, because if you use that, you're gambling 50-50s with all your offensive buffs. But now you can just pop it whenever and you're fine.
Yeah, it's really good. And on third skill, we have his defensive skill. We're on a 6-turn cooldown. It's the good old 1-turn evade and 20% defense up for 3 turns. So funnily enough, with this and the second skill active, he gets 45% defense up for 3 turns. And it's up at least half the time on the 5 and 6 cooldowns. 5 and 6-turn cooldowns respectively. Very interesting. That even with 3-star stats, he can actually take a lot of hits with that. That's a lot of defense up. 17.5% magic res. Pretty solid for a DPS again. Riding B. Well, besides the mighty change, you're never really going to make too much use out of this. And his append is against riders, which again, even if I kind of like him, I would not bring him on neutral, so, you know, whatever. The MP has been buffed, but effects-wise, I'm still not a big fan. So on OC, we had 20% AoE debuff rest down for 3 turns on base and 60% on max. It can have some cute applications, but for himself, it doesn't really do much. The only thing it helps with is the other effect, which is the 20% defense down for 3 turns. But sadly, it is after damage, so considering his MP is far from spammable, his MP gain is kind of dog water. So, you know, not the most exciting MP out there. Even the damage after the buff is not like the greatest. So if anything, you kind of want him to like bust your crits for more DPSing out there.
For sure.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think of Fergus?
So like the one thing that first and foremost, without even getting into Fergus himself, what's good for him is that there aren't a lot of free AoE Saber option. Well, I lied because we just got a ticket.
Yeah, true. That funny ticket.
So yeah, Artoria is technically free now, so I guess that does dock points from him. But
she is not permanently free though. But yeah, fair.
Assuming.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Assuming not the Artoria Saber. Let's just pretend she's not free. I think I might for farming. Usually I wouldn't take either of the free ones. I wouldn't take Saber Lily. I wouldn't take. I might just go with a Berserker, for example, because like they don't really have batteries and whatnot. So, but for challenge quests, I might even take Fergus over Lily because.
Oh yeah, I would definitely take him over her. Yeah, he has way better DPS.
Like more offensive deck, obviously with triple Buster. Very strong cards, even though his stats does hit him quite a bit in this but like his kits are pretty strong for that. And like once again, Buster Brave Chain or whatever, a lot of Buster cards helps. And upgraded MP, even though it's not that spammable, 20% defense down as potentially an effect that can be stacked. But I mean, even if it's just 20% defense down for 3 turns, for the following 2 turns, you can do more damage with your card. So honestly, I like him quite a bit. 20% defense on enemies, like if you're running like low star comps, usually you're not running just 1 DPS, unlike more elite or like more premium comps where you have like 1 DPS, 2 supports. Like I feel like if you're like specifically running low star stuff, you might be bringing multiple DPS, and the defense down becomes almost like a charisma effect, right? Because your entire team can benefit from it. So like overall, I like him quite a bit. Because a combination of lack of AoE free competition as well as his very offensive deck and solid skill set and upgraded MP, I think he's definitely a 3-star DPS that can stand on his own.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Last year I had him on a B+, and I'm kind of feeling it again, honestly. I feel like I don't really have to move him. Do you have something to add, Otto?
Yeah. Quite a bit, as a matter of fact. I love this guy.
Oh, yeah.
So I was actually talking to Plushie about this earlier before stream. So something I value a lot with Buster Servants. So there is like a Buster archetype these days. Most supports in the Buster archetype, with the sole exception of Merlin, basically all of them are like try to like do a lot of damage really fast, but don't focus on survival at all.
Oh yeah, because he has a lot of survivability.
So one of the things I love about Buster Servants, like the Buster Servants that I love, are the ones that are really, you don't need much babysitting. Like
it's the same with Quick, honestly, as well. I would say.
Yeah.
Arts is easy. Arts is easy to stay alive, but the other two can be a bit finicky.
Yeah, Arts has so much defensive support, but with it's also really nice because he has a Buster deck, and Buster decks are like great these days because Vich can just like make all of them crit so consistently. And on top of that, even though like I know a lot of the time people focus on the cooldown reduction of other batteries, but the cooldown reduction of his buffs it's still pretty notable because with a single one of her battery casts, you have 6 turn duration on his skills.
Yeah.
So you don't have his damage falling off for a bit. And then also you can double stack them if you use 2 of them because they're both 5 turn duration, 5 turn cooldown skills. Oh my god, duration. Yeah,
they're not as good as Gilles. Okay, calm down with the duration. Okay.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, if only he could be that amazing. But he's just someone I've found really fun over the years. I like that he also functions pretty well as a last man standing. Like what I
like an anchor,
with a lot of what I do with a lot of challenge quests on my alt, because my alt isn't very developed. I mean, it is now because I've gotten a lot of stronger supports. I got Castoria recently, so yeah. But I would have him in the very back because he can just pop in and like, oh, enemy's about to NP. Well, he can just evade and he can pop all his buffs and like, oh, everyone dies except him. Now he could just Buster Chain until the enemy's dead. He's got a lot of HP. He doesn't take much damage. We're just good to go and we're fine. He's good for cleanup.
I'm feeling the B+, honestly. Same as last year.
He's good. Feeling an A, but if you feel a B+, that's completely fine.
I can understand the arguments though, but I feel like again there's still the competition thingy and whatnot. But he's for a 3-star. He's good. He's good.
Personally, I feel like he actually doesn't suffer as much from competition because I know there's like a lot of more battery centric AoE Buster Sabers.
Honestly, this could be a hot take, but. I mean, you might think of AoE Sabers as competition. I think it would be better if he was single target. So I would mostly compare him to single target Sabers, honestly. I think it would be way better if he was single target.
Yeah, I understand.
So while you might be thinking of AoE as competition, I would think of single target.
So, at least until more recent times, you could count the number of AoE Sabers with hard survival on one hand. Because like there was Nero who has guts, so like that's only so much. There was Lakshmi. There was there's Jason with his one hit evade. But it was hard survival was extremely rare for AoE sabers for a while. Now we've gotten Charlie with his janky
the
invuln, and
gimmicky one.
then Okita with her not janky invuln. So we've gotten some more options, but he's still one of the most durable AoE sabers we have, even comparing to the 5 stars, because there's a lot of homogeny with the 5 stars, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, skill set wise though, like he still suffers from stats, but
yeah.
I know what you mean. But like okay, here's the thing. I know he does better, like AoE single target damage maybe, because of his cards, but like still, like sometimes you just need, like you just need to do damage to multiple targets. It's not something that a single target can really do for you. Like for example, like what if like if you're 2 targets with the break, for example, then being able to consistently even we don't say immediately break bar, we can say like chip away damage, 2 at once. There's still like times when the MP being AoE does matter, and I do think it legitimately helps him that he is AoE, because like if he's single target he would be great like standalone, but obviously the problem with competition comes in really heavy.
Yeah, I get that.
When
he's like
even then, like he's got Buster Chains. Buster Chains are great for like for a last man standing. Like Herc loves it, Q-Alter loves it, and like even he loves it, even if he's not like the same kind of beasts they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll cross that bridge maybe later. We'll see. I think I'm liking V+ though, same as last year. All right.
Yeah, he is basically the first one of that variety, so like he might feel a little more softened up to you later,
We'll see. All right, let's talk about the Bedivere next. Single target, the Buster DPS. 7.6k attack is very, very high. It might even be highest of the low star sabers, actually. Very solid number right there. He does have a double Buster, double quick deck, which I'm not sure how I really feel about. I would have preferred double Buster, double arts. Or maybe even triple Buster, but yeah, this may be a little bit awkward. Yeah. So not optimal.
I think 2 arts would have been better.
Yeah.
I mean,
his MP is strong though. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Same hit counts. I would have taken arts.
Oh yeah, I should mention he is story locked in this case, which I guess it does make a bit of a difference. So he's not an obviously free MP5. So there's that, I suppose.
Yeah, we're still considering him MP5 though, right?
I mean, yeah, we've got plenty of chances, and I feel like
I guess
he's not as exclusive as people like Izo, because like he, as strong as he is, if you're making him like not MP5, he might be facing trouble.
Yeah, dude,
because his MP damage is a huge part of it.
Yeah, his MP damage is like one of the best parts of him, and if you take that from him, geez, man, like it's a sad scenario.
All right, skills though, he actually has a better tactics because he has a buffed one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Very solid, actually. It's basic, but it works, and it's especially good for a low star. Helps your supports with the MP gain and helps himself with both, so that's nice. And it's a good uptime as well. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a self 30% battery and also self 50% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. Again, it's okay. It's nothing crazy good. In fact, for some other rarities it would be quite bad, but for a 3-star, it's fine. And again, it helps him spam his MP a bit more, which you definitely want to do, because unlike Fergus, his face card presence is kind of weak in comparison. Also, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 30% defense for 1 turn and also 50% debuff rest for 1 turn. I do like that both of the effects are defensive, so it's never really too awkward to use it. But is it that great of a defensive skill? For the most part, no, unless you maybe specifically try to build around your comp so you can maybe even tank some MPs with high enough defense. Granted, they don't have ignore defense or other finicky stuff. So it's just an okay defensive skill in my eyes. But overall, after the buff to the first skill, I think his skills are fine for a 3-star. They're nothing crazy good, but they're fine, honestly. Yeah. Now, 17.5% debuff res on that first passive is pretty cool for DPS. Now, honestly, riding A, that's 10% quick up. Again, it's like minimum hits on his quicks again, but there are 2 of them, so it does a little bit. Helps with the gains, maybe not so much for damage. And his anti-appen is against Berserkers, which is a very useful one, especially if you're a big fan, so that's nice. And then the MP has also been buffed, so before damage on your base also you get 30% buster up for 1 turn, scaling up to 90% if you max that OC, and there's no other effects, and it's a 2-hitter. But it does hit hard. Granted, you have the MP levels, because again, some people don't. But yeah, if you do, it hits pretty hard. Voice crack. It hit so hard, my voice cracked.
Yeah, okay. It's also worth noting he has abnormally high scaling. It's 30 to 90% instead of like 30 to 50 or 30.
True.
Yeah. So like it's actually worth the overcharge.
Yeah, it is only 1 turn, but it is before damage, and the scaling is high. So it's basically a mana burst after a certain while. For sure.
And I'd also like to note that he has the high damage he does, and the only thing he doesn't have with 100% uptime in his own kit is a 20% NP damage buff. So he's consistently doing pretty high damage, I would say. At least depending on your perspective, maybe it's not enough for you.
I mean, the thing with Bedivere is like he's proven time and time again to be very convenient in farming. Like, you know, people like to say he's like the greatest thing ever. I don't think objectively he's the greatest thing ever. But like it's completely not relevant to this list, but one of the very relevant things is like his MP animation is actually very quick. So
true. Yeah, he was MP1, he was counted as MP1 on the damage list because he's story locked.
Oh.
Like the Bedivere is like I don't think he is like the best, you know, free single target DPS obviously, because of once again welfares. But like for farming, he's very convenient. The 3-turn MP damage up for teams is actually really good. Like for example, the most recent Christmas event, I think I did 4 of the 90+ nodes with double Oberon Bedivere. Like obviously Oberon is doing quite a bit of heavy lifting here because he has event damage, but still, like having Bedivere as a strong single target just is very convenient to have. Like the I think in CQs he's just fine. Like in CQs he's just okay, but like in farming he obviously has very big presence. So I do quite like him a bunch. But
one issue objectively also might not is that he would like to have his second append max, right? But as a story locked, we didn't get the retroactive summoning coins for him.
Oh yeah,
which is annoying.
It is a little bit expensive. Yeah, for sure.
And you definitely want that with the 30% battery.
Yeah, ideally you definitely want it. Obviously, if you want to loop with him, you need it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even when I don't loop with him. Like a lot of times, I'm relying on the fact that he can immediately pop up with like a 50 MP star C or like some other guy's 50 charge. So for sure, sorry. So for sure, that is a that could pose an issue for sure. But yeah,
it's a tough placement.
I like him. I like him more than Caesar, because
I think he's more versatile for sure.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't have to have the K-scope glued to his ass to get him to NP at all. The 30% battery is like the biggest sell for me. I mean, personally, I wouldn't use him. And like, I mean, we gotta. I hate it. But we gotta look at evocation and the welfares we are being provided with. And
I mean, I think it's I kind of see why you're saying you hate it, but it is legit. It's a legitimate argument though, because they're free as well, especially when they're in the evocation shop.
Yeah, and arguably they are more free because they're not even story locked, you know?
True. Like honestly, MP5 Bedivere is not a given by any means, but someone like MP5 Iori is free. So there's that.
So you just have to do the event, you know.
Story locks, man.
And then we also have one more 3-star to talk about, who's also an interesting little thing.
Yeah, and he is permanent. So like, I mean, people might not have an MP5 if they haven't rolled since he came out, but you know.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe a B for Bedivere.
Ooh.
Personally, I want to go with A, but I understand like a B. Just like especially with the context.
Maybe I could maybe go B plus.
Who has all of the positives of him plus.
I'm more towards a B plus because
Yeah.
of how good he is as a farmer. Like he is the kind of farming unit that you would still bring as a whale, which like in my opinion that speaks something. Like obviously one of the big factors is once again shouldn't be relevant to this list, which is his very fast MP animation. I think like people genuinely.
I'm not really gonna put too much points into that, but yeah, sure, fair enough.
Yeah. So like that's what I mean. Like he seems to have like higher presence than he should be in some farming comps, other than the team-wide MP damage up. I'm sure a lot of people like him because of that. But like as a servant objectively, he's not like S tier, for example, even though he's pretty great.
Yeah.
I will say though, he got a lot of use in the recent Christmas lotto. There were 2 separate nodes that were were Lancer nodes, and they were like double Oberon Bedivere setups that work for both of them very cleanly. Maybe not entirely free to play, but nice options.
That's what I did. I think most comps only require one MP, one high MP Oberon. So if you got a friend.
True.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the final low star and the final 3-star as well, and also the first new addition to the list since last year. We got Mr. Theseus, a very interesting case. I definitely hyped this guy up when I first went through his kit, but let's see how he holds up. So what are we dealing with here? We got a single target arts DPS, very interesting one at that. His attack might not be as high as like Caesar or Bedivere, or even Fergus, etc. But still over 7k is a nice number for a 3-star. He has a double Buster, double Arch deck, which I think very much complements his playstyle, being both, it's like pretty crit heavy. So I do like that he has 2 Buster cards, very nice. Now, on his skills, here's where we actually get to see some interesting stuff, because, a lot of the previous ones had like dog water for skills, but hey, let's look at a modern 3-star now. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, 20% battery, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. That's already that's better than Jill's entire kit right there when you think about it. So yeah, it's a pretty good start. And especially when we see some of the synergy lineup as well. Like this for a 3-star is pretty nuts. Now, 6-turn cooldown, second skill, self 500% arts absorb for 3 turns, and then 50% arts crit damage for 3 turns, and a 15-star bomb. Because, he already gets a bunch of stars. Now he gets instant stars as well. And the absorb and the crit damage. It's just such a beautiful marriage of 2 skills. Like the skills themselves on their own are solid enough as well, especially for a 3-star. But when you think of them as together, it's even better, okay? And then the third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack up as well for 3 turns, reduces one enemy's attack by 20% for 3 turns, and also another 15-star bomb. Wow, like this is a sexy skill set. This could easily be on a higher rarity servant too. Like 4-star easily would still love this. Like, wow. I remember when I was doing my first impression, I immediately fell in love with these skills. It makes so much sense. And him being an art servant, you might be saying like, oh, where's the defense? But he's an art servant. That's his defense. He is an arts freaking servant. Exactly. So it's amazing that he's basically full offense. Well, you get a bit of utility here with the minus attack, but yeah. Wow, that is a beautiful skill set. Absolutely clears everyone so far out the water with the skills alone, okay? Now, passives, 20% debuff res, very, very lovely for a DPS, and 8% quick up is like whatever, but at least he has 4 hits because he's a bit more modern. Anti-Berserker append as well makes him even more appealing for, anti-Berserker stuffs too. And then the MP, what do we got? First of all, overcharge before damage, 50% crit damage on base for 3 turns for self. Yay. And then a bunch of normal effects. We got 50% anti-demonic beast servant damage for 1 turn before damage. I think I said that twice. Anyway, also a 150% damage mod against giant enemies, and then a 20-star bomb flat. And also, did I mention he is permitted as a 3-star? So, oof. Wow. What a kid, dude. What a freaking kid. What do you guys think about him?
Yep.
Okay, so I got my helmet on. I've got a fresh change of clothes for the tomatoes. I think he is, although I do like his kit, I like a lot of things about it. I think he's very overrated.
Oh.
So
Yeah, okay.
So the reason why, so with crit servants, with art servants in particular, so we all know, of course, arts isn't quite the right card type for critting.
But I feel like it's
now,
mostly
well, that
because of you not being able to get enough stars. I don't think he really has that problem.
oh yeah, yes. So the thing is with arts servants, they hate buster cards, and buster cards are just generally where you gravitate for crit damage. Arts cards are kind of on that, but the only reason you would want to crit with arts cards
Is for gain.
is for gain.
Mm.
And although he does make a bunch of stars and all, this is a lot more minor of a gripe, but he would be taking those stars from the team, I guess. But another thing to consider is crits. Like, I know those numbers look great and all, but I say this as a person who has tried to make a Hosoin Inshin, who has significantly larger numbers. I've tried to make him work. Those numbers are misleading. On a 5-star, they would be great numbers. I'm not meaning to downplay that at all. But with his lower attack stat, it just doesn't end up being that great. Now, I will.
This is a very. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, this is a funny thing I wanted to bring up when Miss said, even a 4-star would love this kit. I think a 4-star would love this kit even more because of their superior stats.
Yeah,
like,
true.
If this
Yeah,
was put on a
of course, yes.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just pointing out something interesting. Because I don't.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of overlapping opinions with him, so I'm just gonna try to squeeze in a couple lines before it ends. But yeah.
Yeah. So I am not trying to say he's like C tier or something. I am trying to say that he is not EX. He is not.
Oh, I don't think I would place him in EX either.
Yeah. I think A, but I want to say he's. Here come the tomatoes. I think he's on par with Bedivere.
I can kind of see why, honestly, because I feel like Bedivere is a bit more versatile, even though I think on himself I like him more.
Yeah, because if we're talking NP1 versus NP5, okay, he's definitely better than Bedivere, but I'm not sure if that was fully established.
Yeah, like the thing is, I feel like in a challenge quest or against the boss, he's better because like arts is like the superior card type if you want to be safe and play brain dead because Castor is stupid. So being arts itself is a luxury, but in farming he might not have that much presence compared to Bedivere. I was only able to sub out. I mean, it is quite a feat because he can't be buffed by Oberon's Buster, but I was only able to sub out Bedivere for him for one comp during my Christmas. He is more free to play friendly, so I wanted to do something like that. But yeah, he has definitely less of a presence in farming. So I think it sort of balances out. I think putting them on the same rank is really fair, at least in my opinion.
I kind of want to put him on A though. I think he's an exceptional 3-star though. Like I think Bedivere will have options, but he's just an exceptional 3-star though.
Oh yeah.
Look at his kids. It's so stupidly good for a 3-star. It's so good, and even his stats are not bad for a 3-star. Like I would feel dirty if I didn't put him in A, honestly.
Yeah, in comparison to everything we just saw, yeah, he definitely is pretty stellar. But
like he's such a good 3-star.
I just feel like even though there's like a lot of, I do agree that there's a lot of synergies there. He has an easy time spamming because he has the arts absorb and all sorts of stuff. But
his kid, it makes so much sense. He's like Lancelot, but has even more tools.
Yeah, if we just look at kit, wise, like like kit wise, he is very much superior than a lot of 4-stars, especially ones that haven't gotten buffs. Like if we just look at the skills, we don't look at any stats. So I think pushing him to A is fine. Like
Yeah, I understand that.
Like like a good grail target at least. Let's go with that. All right, I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll see later again. But yeah, we're gonna wrap up the 3 stars right there. So yay! Now the long part begins.
Wow, what a
buckle up,
saber
boys.
to start with.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the 4 stars next, and yes, indeed, what a one to start with. A fairly, this will be a fairly different placement compared to last year. Let's just say that. Quite night and day. But yeah, the first 4-star we're gonna talk about is none other than Saber Alter. So 4-star AoE farmer. I guess you can honestly use her as a DPS too nowadays, but yeah, I would still say mostly a farmer. But yeah, she is very interesting now. So 10.2k attack on a 4-star is very good. That is high. That is a very nice start to begin with. Deck is a double buster, double arts, which I think, works totally fine. Don't see any problems. Hit counts are obviously low because, day 1, but the card types are good. All right, let's talk about the skills. Oh my god, I guess this is the first one, is the first skill. All right, so on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% buster up for 3 times 3 turns. She gets a buff for 3 times 3 turns. That makes it so whenever you hit an enemy with a buster card, you get 10% MP battery per enemy hit. So yes, indeed, the MP. You can get a lot of charge out of it, which I thought was a bug at first, but no, it's intended. Hallelujah. And then also, because that's not enough, she also gets Invul Pierce for 3 turns. Like, can we just talk about this skill? How ridiculous is this skill? How ridiculously stupid is this skill right now? It completely changed her.
Yeah, this skill obviously enables the farming thing, which I guess we'll get into.
And not just
later,
any Black Grail farming. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And the Invul, like, I think this actually is like what allows her to, sometimes to escape the farming only.
Yeah, sure.
Sort of, placement because of the Invul Pierce. Like Invul Pierce for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown is very high uptime. Like for a lot of, for some comps, like it's when you have to sacrifice and you have to either sacrifice your permanent uptime for Invul Pierce, or you have to bring a Invul Pierce CE, for example. With Salter, you don't have to do something like that. So for certain cases, especially for like challenge quests, I really want Invul Pierce, but also like the event has an event damage CE, for example. I know that's kind of a specific example, but like in that kind of cases, you can't really sub that damage C out for an Invul Pierce CE because you'll be losing like 200% power mod for example.
Bottom line is it's always a great utility to have on a DPS.
Yeah,
it's nice, especially on a good uptime like this, for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, it is so funny, just like how steep of a drop it is, like as far as quality of skills go after this.
Yeah. Look at the skill before the buff, and then look at the skill after the buff. This is top 3 biggest buffs of all time. It is. It absolutely is.
For sure.
It's not even like it changes her completely with one buff. It's so stupid. Anyway, let's cover the rest before we can go too crazy on her. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 20% battery and a 20 star bomb. Very basic, but it helps. It works. So, but for both farming and DPS, it does stuff. But the skill itself is like, especially for a 4-star, even after the buff. But, it's fine for her purpose. And then the third skill is a Charisma E, which is 12% AoE attack up for 3 turns for the full party on a 5-turn cooldown. Weak, but, at least you like to have some attack up on a Buster Servant, I guess. Alright, 17.5% debuff rest can be useful if you use her as a DPS, but mostly she will be used on farming. Third skill is Anti-Rider, which honestly, considering how good of a farming setup you can make for her, you can even do neutral farming to an extent, so it's not even that bad. And then the MP has never been buffed, but luckily for her, she always had irregular numbers in a good way, not like media way to begin with, so she hits hard anyway. It's a very basic MP though. It's a 3-hitter AoE, and then the OC has refund, which also helps with the farming. 10% on base, scaling up to 30%. I mean, we might as well look at the numbers as well then. So yeah, it's pretty dumb. She can now do full-on Black Grail looping, which is yeah, you guessed it. The numbers are pretty good. Oh my. Just yeah.
Went from 0 to hero.
Yeah.
There's one thing to be careful though. Like this is not discrediting her, obviously, but this is more so for, if people wanting to pick her in the 4-star ticket. There are certain, because like her looping is dependent on enemy count.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not Black Grill for everything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So there are certain stuff that would need her append to, and when you only have MP1, you would need to bond 10 her. So it's kind of like Herc. You got to get that bond 10 for that bond C, but that bond C is, in this case, a 20% pen 2 maxed. But that's just something to be careful. Like obviously, I'm just saying, for people who want to pick
it's
her
worth
for the first
mentioning.
time for a ticket. Yeah.
And yeah, Rising Mud Rain is obviously a great substitute as well to help with, lesser enemy waves, like one guy is saying. Obviously, it's not like a free C like Black Rail is, where you can pick a free copy on that 1 anniversary, but regardless, it does make it easier to do some.
To give you some perspective,
enemies.
I wail a bunch, especially on JP.
Let me guess, you don't have an MLB.
I do not have an MLB.
I don't have an MLB either. I mean, you probably wail more on JP than I do, but I don't have an MLB either.
Yeah, I do not have Rising Mud Rain MLB on it. So like you cannot like
but even on base, it's not bad, honestly. It can help.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
Yeah. But like
Black Grill though.
Y'all gotta be careful with expecting Rising Mud Rain, just as a heads up. I mean, obviously you can get it, but like it's the same case for like I've heard some of my friends been playing for so long, like they're Dolphins and they've been playing for years. They don't have MLB Black Grill, right? Like so it's kind of wild, some stuff. Unfortunate. Yeah.
So do we just slide her at the top?
I mean, Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like I have been debating, like, do I want to be a contrarian and not put her in S, but like, especially as a 4, like, there are a couple of reasons. Once again, like as a 4-star, and also like there's not a lot of competition.
It's just, I mean, I would feel too dirty, not because considering all the stuff she can do now.
Yeah.
Like,
if not her, then who, right? Like, you don't got.
I hope the audio isn't broken on the Discord side. It's broken on the, like, hopefully on the songs. Otherwise, awkward.
Like a slight bit of
it's fixed again. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's the bug that happens. It like makes it crackly. Okay, it's fine now again. Okay, good. Apologies.
I don't hear it anymore.
But yeah, I'm just gonna plop her there. I mean, it's just like there's a lot of arguments to be made on both ways, but the potential is nuts. It's just crazy. It's crazy on a 4-star.
Like the fact that it's not even a pure farming buff, like it does benefit CQs and anti-gimmicks and stuff.
Yeah,
like it's
this will probably be the most drastic change in all of these tier lists this year. By the way, every single one included. I think last year had her on like a C or something. So it's such a crazy change.
Great.
All right. Damn, we should keep this train rolling. So let's talk about Saber Lily next. Quite a drastic change, but yeah. So AoE Buster, let's say DPS, because I would not farm with her. 7.7k attack with a 4-star should be criminal activity, but sadly she is a victim of early game design and also being like the first actual freebie of the game. For those that don't know, she was given out on a login campaign when the game released and later was made possible to MP5 from Saber Wars. But anyway, I feel like she got gimped super hard because she was a free golden servant, golden rarity. Anyway, double Buster, double Arts. Again, the deck is fine, but everything else about her, numbers, maybe not so much. Now, skills, first of all, 5-turn cooldown on the first one, 15 Star Bomb, 20% battery for self, and then 50% healing up for self for 3 turns. It's an interesting skill. Like, it's okay. On a 5-turn cooldown, I think it's an okay skill, especially because your MP also heals. So even the healing always, gets some value out of it, basically. It's not a bad skill, but it doesn't really make her suddenly like really good with this buff. So it's a cutesy skill. It's fine. Second skill is her 50% mana burst. Man, imagine if she had the Salter treatment. I mean, she wouldn't be still as good, but, you know, she would be way better. But alas, she has a base mana burst of 50% for 1 turn, 5 turn cooldown. So, very awkward. Not good. And then the third skill, 20% AoE MP gain for 3 turns for the full party and a 5 turn cooldown. Again, just weak. It needs more. Either the number needs to be way higher or it needs to do other stuff too. Just doesn't cut it at all anymore. I don't know if it ever did, honestly. Maybe not. So overall, her skills are a very mixed bag. Barely like better than an old 3-star, I would say. There's nothing really too pretty to look at, unfortunately. 17.5% debuff res helps for sure, because, you know, she's basically just a DPS, not really a farmer. 6% to quick up is very awkward on her. Well, obviously it's only a bonus, you know, it's better than not having it, but it doesn't really do much. Anti-caster append, I would not mess with too much. Well, I guess you get the coins for free anyway for welfare, but you should not really invest on it too much, probably. And debuffed MP, no normal effects besides damage on that AoE 8 hitter, and then the OC is a self-heal from between 2k to 6k based on your OC level. Now, on base, with the first skill active, it would heal you for 3k, and on max rank, it would heal you for 9k. Maths. But yeah, man, it's... There, I don't think... what a tragic servant.
It is definitely worth noting that... I don't know if it was incompetence or if they just felt bad and like, oops, just messed up the number a little bit. She does have abnormally high NP scaling.
Oh yeah, I guess she does have that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it skews the same way as with
yeah, it shouldn't be 700% on MP5. It's a bit higher than normal.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 400 to 600%, but it's 400 to 700.
Yeah.
Whereas Salter is like plus... whatever percent, I don't remember. It's been a while since
ironically, I have like a different I guess it's not a different take, but it's like like I think she's more of a farmer. Because her kit just doesn't scream. Well, like, yeah, I know she doesn't have a battery, but like her kit doesn't scream.
Well, she does have a battery
but,
now.
like,
it's a 20% battery, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, like, okay. Okay, yeah, I don't like to count 20s. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not a high number. Because it requires double overall.
But like, yeah, but like, I mean, even now for looping, like 20 is weird for like if you just want to clear one wave, like you might have to, you know, invest in some weird numbers, you know. I guess with like spread charge and a 50 MP starting CE, but like 20 is basically a number that you can't really easily patch up with pen 2.
Yeah, 30 is way more like, you know, flexible.
Yeah, like the thing with FGO MP is just you're trying to make like 50s, for example, but yeah, and so I think generally like her kit doesn't really scream like CQ other than the heal. Like she's a healer, she's supposed to be a healer, but like I don't like.
Well, she only heals herself, so there's a problem too.
Yeah, like.
Like she's supposed to be like a sustained DPS, but
yeah, sustain healer, which is, I mean, no, and like even as a farmer, she doesn't really do her job that well. She's just a beat stick, like she is just one wave AOE damage, decent, and I think in this day and age,
like I think even Fergus is way more like attractive looking for a DPS position.
Yeah, this used to do it.
Yeah, it's like only when you absolutely need, like when do you absolutely need it? Because like the only thing going for her is there's no other real competition for like farming damage, I guess. But like you know, in challenge quests immediately Fergus I would take over her. So it's just I just
remembered one thing. It's not that important, I would say. But another interesting thing about her NP is it does have a really high hit count for some reason.
Yeah, it was like
so
10 hitter,
if you want to make her work, you have the option of using someone like Miss Crane or Matahari, and you can actually get a decent amount of star gen from her.
Yeah.
That's
do I care
if
though?
you care enough to try
I mean, she has nothing for like crit synergy either, honestly, and her low attack.
I mean, I mean, it's fun, I guess.
Okay.
Like maybe.
Yeah, Scopium for sure.
I don't think it's
Okay,
really
so
much points
last
in my
year
favor.
I had her placed on apparently a C. I'm thinking that's a ceiling. What do you guys think? Like C at most?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure
not
if she
super
had her
invested
first
in
skill
her,
buff
but
then.
yeah,
Maybe she did, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this cat. Like it's like in this like right now even some like it's just a standard Saber kit and it's just so bland. It doesn't really offer anything interesting. And like even though she doesn't have competition, technically, like especially okay. Here's the thing, right? I know I just said let's not consider it, but if you consider the free Artoria SSR ticket, no, this character's just gone, bro.
Yeah, there's that
This
too.
character's
Yeah.
gone. Like honestly, like yeah, her damage might be better, like MP1 versus I don't actually know, but like Artoria actually has the
But yeah,
option
she's
to
so
move
flexible
and
as
whatnot,
well.
and
Like she's a better
Artoria's
DPS.
just-
She has way better farming comms. Like everything.
Yep. So honestly, no, this character is a no for me.
Yeah.
I'd put her C is fair. Like it's just
I went with D plus.
damn.
Okay, we'll see
Sure.
later though. Again, yeah, we're just gonna keep the show moving for now though.
I'm not really gonna push you to. So
All right, so let's talk
Nero.
about OG Ubu Saber. We got AoE arts. I think definitely DPS first and foremost. There's probably some ways you can use her for farming as well, but I definitely think for first and foremost, I would consider her a DPS over farming. Now, 9.4k attack on a 4-star is decent. It's above average a little bit, I would say. It's not bad at all. And her deck is a double buster, double arts, which I think is totally fine. Again, sadly, day 1 hit counts for the most part, so it is what it is. But, the deck, I like the cards. Now, skills on a 5-turn cooldown, we get a 30% battery. And if you happen to be fighting on a water side or a city map, you get 20% arts for herself for 3 turns. Also, 100% debuff, mental debuff resistance for 3 turns, and then a 2k heal. Not bad, honestly. If you don't land the map thingy, it's still fine for a 5-turn cooldown. It does stuff. It's okay. But especially if you happen to land the arts buff, then it becomes really solid, actually. But only then. So it depends. Second skill is her buffed Imperial Privilege. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you have a 60% chance to get up to 44% attack and defense for 3 turns calculated individually. Then you get a 3.4k heal flat always, and then 30% arts up for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Holy, what a skill. Like, honestly, like I hate Imperial Privilege because of the obviously the RNG. But man, even if you whiff those 2, you still get a lot of stuff, man. It's nice, and it's a 5-turn cooldown. So
Yeah.
and if you somehow
really good.
land both of those RNGs, it's ridiculous how much value you get from this skill. That is so much stuff, like absolutely crazy. Like wow, I'm not sure why they did this buff, but yeah, it's a big one. It's a really, really strong skill, better than most SSR skills even. All right,
Yeah.
and then her signature defensive skill, the third one. So on a 10-turn cooldown, you get a 3-time guts for 5 turns. The revive is like basically nothing, but most of the time it doesn't really matter. And it's funnily enough on rank 10 you heal for 600 HP, barely escaping like 500 dots, or most importantly Black Rail's damage, which is I suppose interesting to mention. So it's definitely an iconic defensive skill. If you time it well, you might be even to use it a second time later. But usually it's like your last stand, but it makes her stay alive way longer. That's the fact, unless your buffs get stripped. So yeah, but now after these 2 buffs, her skill set is actually fairly damn solid. It even feels a bit modern, I would say. Yeah, it's nice. I do like her skills overall. Yeah, they're good. 15% debuff rest on passive, not bad. And then 8% quick again, doesn't really do much, but hey, cool bonus. Anti-assassin append is, well, like whatever. Unless you're one of those big Umu enthusiasts, I don't think it's all that worth. And then the MP also has been buffed. The OC is kind of like whatever. It's a 20% AoE defense down for 1 turn on base, and it's after damage. So very meh, I would say.
I don't know what they're doing, man.
Yeah.
Like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, like it should be at least
Yeah.
3 turns, but yeah, weird. But at least, hey, there's the nice bonus of the normal effect having ignore defense. It's only for the MP, of course, not the face card follow-ups, but hey, it is always a nice bonus to have. But also a big problem is, like a lot of people know, the MP is a one-hitter, so good luck ever looping with that unless it's a very irregular scenario.
So this is gonna sound like copium, I know. Like
You're gonna make like
I've
a
done it
refund
few
case
times.
here.
No, I actually mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
She has higher refund than you would expect because even though it's a one-hitter, she does have a high and
Yeah, because her
decently high one.
her hit counts are so scuffed.
Yeah, it's half of it's basically half of what you need to get a full loop that would be comfy. So if you I've done this in the past. I used 50% C, Painting Summer in particular. I used Double Castoria. I think she was able to loop on 333. I might have had to use.
I'm guessing it might be like casters or something too.
I think I used plug. I'd actually be shocked if I didn't use plug because those are the same looping specs that people use for Jason, and that would absolutely be hilarious if she was as good at.
Okay, well, it's a cool little comment, but I feel like I'm still mostly just gonna place her based on a DPS, even if you kind of can make it her like a farm in some cases. But yeah, so in my opinion, she's really, really good. She's a great anchor as well, but the MP is kind of a tragedy. Really, that's the big problem. So
her skill set are really, really good. She has extremely big heals. Like if you combine the Imperial Privilege, because the heal is guaranteed. You combine Imperial Privilege and her first skill, it's really short cooldown, really high heal
they're 5
total
each
on her own. Yeah, and she feeds herself stars. Depends on what command codes you bring as well for solos and stuff. Depends on what command codes you bring. You can even make like a couple cards very consistently. Imperial Privilege is already a strong skill. Like if it gets to land, obviously, and to compensate that low chance, it has quite a short cooldown. So like once again, as you said, it is kind of inconsistent. But if it lands either, it's really good. If it lands both, the skill's kind of insane. And Thrice Setting Sun. As people like to say it, a Castle of Snow on a skill. Obviously, it's there's positives and negatives. The negatives is that she's not a berserker with triple buster, but the positive is she gets to free up a C slot. So like I've seen high level Nero solo stuff. Like obviously it is really hyper because like once again her damage is nice, but because that MP being a little bit underwhelming, I don't know. And like her deck isn't her deck is fine. Never mind, her deck is fine. But I've definitely seen like high level Nero solo a lot of stuff. I think people obviously write her off because she's an AoE arts with one hit, but as DPS she's really decent. I like these kinds of like good sustain.
I'm personally kind of vibing like a B+ for OG Nero.
So I really like so I have some gripes with Guts. I do think Guts is a pretty nice effect. But a lot of servants that have Guts have this problem where like, okay, they have hard survival, they just survived the NP, but now they have no HP, and next time they get hit, they die. But she has 2 separate skills that heal herself, so she can stabilize after. After
it is rare to be able to stabilize a Guts revive.
Yeah, like remember like people talking about like King Hassan being able to pull his HP all the way back to like 5,000 plus or something. Like after he the Guts is already like
it's right? The Guts is 5k on max rank, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it's already 5k. Yeah, and then he has another big heal to pull
and
up,
also a defense up.
And then like obviously you need to land the Imperial Privilege, but like for example Nero, on the last Guts after procs. You get your heal codes, for example, if you're soloing with her, you get the heal codes up, and then suddenly she can pull her HP.
Yeah, and if you time the Guts usage well, like you anticipate the turns in advance, you can even like get it back a second time later potentially if you actually know what you're doing.
Yeah. I like her a lot. Obviously, these healed solo tank characters have evolved throughout the years as well, but certainly a nice unit for it.
Yes, indeed. All right, do we talk about Sumanai next? Okay. So AoE Buster, honestly, farmer more than a DPS. You can use him for to DPS like dragon stuffs, but I feel like he's mostly going to be used as a farmer. But even then, again, competition is real, but you know, he's not completely hopeless. So what do we have? 8.1k attacks. That's sadly one of his biggest downsides. The attack could be way higher on a 4-star servant.
But the upside is his HP is like higher than a lot of 5 stars.
It is. Like, 14k is high. But again, I feel like, because again, I probably wouldn't bring him as a DPS too much, so the HP might not be the most relevant thing, but we'll see. Now, also the same double buster, double arts, I think is fine. Maybe even a triple buster would have been cool, honestly, but you know, it's fine.
I love triple busters. I like, if you propose to me like a bunch of like Buster servants to have triple buster, I would mostly say yes. Yes.
Also, did it help that we got mighty chains?
Mighty chains certainly help, but like also the fact that they like how FGO likes to balance things is when you only have one arts cards.
It's crazy. On a modern servant,
Yeah.
Anyway, first skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets a 30% battery, 37.5% MP gain for 3 turns, interesting number, and 30% attack for 3 turns. Yeah, it's a good skill. It's kind of a weird number on the second effect, but yeah, it works for his, you know, both the farming and the DPSing if you so choose to do. So it's not a bad skill. It's good. It's fine. Now, second skill is a base disengage, so on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a full debuff cleanse and a 2.5k heal. For farming, irrelevant, but for DPSing can be okay sometimes, depends on the boss. If they don't have debuffs, it's a very weak skill. Third skill, we get on a 5-turn cooldown, we get 80% anti-dragon damage for 3 turns, 30% dragon defense for 3 turns, and 50% buster up for 1 turn. And so it's basically his mana burst, but they just added the dragon stuffs on top. So obviously against dragons, he will be hitting very, very hard. That is a high damage mod. Usually they cap them on 50% for buffs for a reason, but he goes up to 80%. But for non-dragons, maybe not the best, but you know, hey, dragon is not that uncommon of a trait for both normal enemies and servants. It exists. Riding Bee is his only passive, doesn't even have magic rest, so not much to say there, kind of weak stuff. Anti-Saber Append, I forgot how many dragon sabers there are, but because of Artorias, there's probably quite a few anyway. So you could maybe even make that work depending, but, you know, on average.
Oh, there's a problem with that though. And this is kind of hurting him as a farmer. If we're assuming NP1, he is an unlimited servant, and unlimited 4 stars, you need to get them to bond 11 to get 1 append.
Oh yeah, true that as well.
So you're going to spend 11 levels of bond farming.
Very true.
Without his second append.
Yeah. Oh well.
You know, like, I know bond 10 is one thing, like with Herc and all, but bond 11 is a big stretch.
Yeah.
I'd hate to.
All right. So the MP then. So a normal effect, it's a 20% MP generation for 3 turns for himself. Interesting. And then the OC is the anti-dragon damage mod, scaling from 150 to 200%. So he obviously has a damage mod on his MP alone, and then also has the anti-dragon buff too. So that's why there's always people that are like, dude, George Sumanai is so legit. Like, it's absolutely legit. I will keep dying on this hill if needed. I don't believe in it. I really don't. As much as I like George as well, even as a tank, and I'm someone who actually likes tanks, I can't believe in it personally. But anyway, his numbers, obviously first 2 waves he's very, very, you know, not great, especially if you're not fighting dragons. But on wave 3 he does okay. But again, yeah, you probably have better options, most likely. So
yeah. So personally, for these like very specific anti-traits units, like I even sometimes like to see them more in a multi-DPS farming comps, multi-core farming comps, because like, what if one wave has dragons, and then maybe you can slot him in? Because like the good things about servants like this is that the good thing about servants like this is you don't have to dump a bunch of buffs on him for your supports. Like he can handle dragons with just his own buffs. So maybe for some cases, you can. So just
he's
slot
basically
him in,
someone who's sitting on the bench until a dragon appears, and then you slot him in, and then he goes back to the bench. So he's a niche
in my
farmer.
opinion, yes.
In
my opinion, yes.
I agree.
But there is still some value to it, obviously, because like dragon is not the rarest thing ever. Because like for like a couple of common midwave, but okay, there's just one I can think of right now, but I'm sure there's more. The one common one is the big thing that drops eggs. What is it called? I don't know. The big ass dragon that drops eggs.
Oh, the one from Lost Boat 4.
You know. Yeah,
I forgot what
so
they're
like,
called, for example,
as well,
but yeah, I know what you mean.
If you got that thing, you know, maybe you can clear. I mean, yeah, he is an AoE, so that kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, you know. That like he does do single target damage against dragons though, so it's fine. But yeah, like there are certain cases when you can slot him in. So like, I mean, as a 4-star, you know, having some cases that work is better than no cases that work. That's the power of having a very strong anti-niche.
I'm thinking a B, honestly, for Sumanai. It's down from last year, but, you know, he still has use cases, right?
Yeah, and like his base buffs are not horrible, right? Like, and he has a battery, so I don't hate it. And like the MP, that it's important that the MP damage also has like SE skills, the special damage effect that scales well.
Yeah.
Against dragons.
Yeah.
How about you, Otto? I don't know.
All right. I've never been a fan of him, but I think he's okay.
I'm not a huge fan either, but I do have to acknowledge that he definitely does have use cases.
Yeah.
Only for us with 30 battery. Does that really matter?
Yeah.
Also, you mean AOE? Like I'm not sure how much that matters, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean it's a cool thing to have, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, again, we can adjust later if needed. We'll do like a recap at the end. Anyway, let's talk about a servant that I'm sure you guys are probably not a big fan of, but I still like a lot. So we're gonna talk about Daeon. So on the topic of George, we have a tank. So attack, honestly, I wish was lower. 8.7k is actually not even bad. I wish it was even lower, so his HP would be higher. But, you know, 13.2k HP is still pretty damn solid, honestly. It's not bad. And especially when you see the skill set, you get the tank even better. So double buster, double arch, I think is totally fine. Triple arch would be better because you don't really need him to do damage. If anything, you want him to do arch chains with the team. But, you know, it's fine. Skills, we get basic bind size, so on 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evade with a 16% defense up for 3 turns. Very, very solid for a tank. Second skill, full debuff cleanse, and instead of a heal, you get 100% debuff resistance for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So, I would say another very solid skill for a tank. Granted, it doesn't do the most things, but yeah, it definitely matches a tank. And then the taunt, 5-turn cooldown, it's a 3-turn taunt for self, and also a 2.5k heal. Now also I should mention the second skill pairs well with the taunt, because obviously if an enemy has single target skills and you have a taunt on, they will always land on the taunt. So let's say it's like a big debuff, like a minus 50% defense down. You have a good uptime on your 100% debuff res, which also it stacks with the passive to 115%. So hey, it's a cool little combo as well against single target skills. 8% riding passive for the quick is like whatever, though that's obviously kind of useless again. Shocking. But the skill set makes sense. It's basic, but it's tailored to a tank. Like, it makes sense. Daeon won't really be like doing crazy deeps for you ever. Definitely not. But will he be able to, you know, tank for you and, you know, save your other 2 servants? Potentially, yes. Now, obviously, this is assuming the enemy is, you know, single target oriented. If not, then, you know, varying use cases. But yeah. Anyway, anti-append is assassin, but you don't really care for Daeon's damage anyway. And then the MP is, well, it's not sadly as good as the skill set, but let's see what we're working with here. So on base OC, it's a 30% base chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. Now, this obviously doesn't have to do anything with genders or like, you know, classes, whatever. It can charm any enemy, but it is a very low base chance, and that doesn't even factor in any innate resistances on top. So they're not a reliable OC whatsoever. And on base MP1 for 3 turns, all the enemies get minus 10% attack and defense. So the MP obviously sucks. It is weak. It is very weak. But you know, it can sometimes be a small bonus help. But skill sets, stats, they're what you basically want from a tank. Now I want to hear what you guys have to say about Daeon, because again, I do like Daeon.
So,
All right. Who should go first?
So I know I'm pretty familiar with how Plushy plays the game, so I know he doesn't use a
a flat out tank that doesn't like do anything for the team before dying. That's not what Plushy wants.
Yeah. But I play the game very differently from how he does. I do use taunts a lot. And a lot of the time I settle for George for very specific gameplay reasons, like just how their skills interact. But there are some times that I will specifically pick Daeon, and the reason why is because I like having someone that has hard survival that doesn't leave you at 1 HP, the guts problem I was talking about earlier. So like sometimes I'll have Daeon come out as like a secondary tank, like right after George or whoever just died, and then one of the enemies has their NP. But I can just press that so they don't just die in one turn, and that would suck a lot.
Yeah.
All that being said, I do think that they're very useful, but there is some unfortunate jank. Like I feel like
it slows down the team for sure. Yeah, there's that at least.
Well, I mean that's just part of having a raw tank like that. Usually because
Daeon won't really do anything for your damage. He's good at keeping you alive, but he won't really like help you go faster.
See, when I'm building a team with the tank, I'm usually not. Usually, when they're out on the field, I'm not planning on doing damage at that point in time. Anyways, I'm waiting for cooldowns to come back, so I can continue damage afterwards. And I'm just banking on a few turns of survival like that. The jank that I'm talking about, though, is like the heal being on the taunt is a little awkward. Sometimes I want the heal to be used after I taunt.
I mean, a lot of the times use the turn 1 where the heal is also wasted.
Yeah. Then also the defense buff being on the evade can be awkward too, because sometimes it's not immediately an NP. Sometimes it's a high DPS enemy, but they have their NP next turn. And I want to get 3 turns out of it, but I can't get the defense buff before that and that. And then of course the NP. At NP1, it is a dog shit NP. But if you
with some levels it becomes okay with the increased attack and defense down, but MP1 is sad.
Yeah, at NP5 it's actually pretty decent. Like 30% attack down and 30% defense down is it's pretty nice. The charm is almost never reliable. However, I will recommend one craft essence. You know the Monaka craft essence, the one that it's a side grade of Kiara's. It's the overcharge and the debuff success.
But it has debuff chance, yep.
Yeah.
Wait, there's another one besides Love's Curse that does debuff success rate?
No, it is Love's Curse.
Oh, you are talking about Love's Curse. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? Okay.
Yeah. I think it boosts the charm chance to like about 70%, I want to say.
I forgot what the number was, but yeah, it definitely helps with stuff like this.
Yeah, and even if you miss the charm, you do get to work through magic resist because of the debuff.
True.
So it's a lot more stable with the other 2 effects.
Okay, so last year I had him placed on
hold on. Is it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
is it my turn? All right. Just I know people are like, oh my god, you got TA burner. All right, here's the thing. I think there's no place for a taunt tank in this game right now.
I had a feeling you would say that.
I don't even use George for taunt. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So what are the benefits of taunt? To me, there's 2 things. 1, redirecting damage, and 2, redirecting damage or debuffs, and 2, cycling your hand. So you get to have potentially more cards on your DPS within a short amount of time. Daeon doesn't do either of these. So the first thing, obviously, Daeon redirects damage, but redirecting damage, right now, if you're not going fast, because Daeon is a tank that intends to stay alive and then keeps on redirecting damage, and in a game where Castoria exists, there's no place for this kind of playstyle, at least in my opinion. I think it has no value.
I wouldn't say no value. I mean, it's still a viable thing, even if it's not like an amazing option.
Yes. So like some scenarios I can come up with is, for example, an enemy that has very bad debuffs. Like an enemy that has a single target debuff that just screws your entire game, screws your entire team over, and you can't cleanse it with. There also has to be a debuff that immediately takes effect where you cannot cleanse it with Castoria. Then Daeon maybe, or something that breaks through Castoria's solemn defense, which is a buff removal before damage. But at that point, Daeon's bigger selling point as a tank that intends to stay alive is gone because she died or they died from the MP. So generally, I think there is very little place for a sustained taunt tank right now in the state of the game. Like, yeah, I am considering meta supports, and yes, there are bosses where they're forced supports, and if you don't have Castoria, then yeah, Daeon can come out to play. But other than that, I don't really see them as I really don't think them, and it's the same thing when cycling out the hand, right? Like if you're trying to cycle your hand, you obviously you want the taunt tank to actually die, and Daeon's biggest value is to not die and continue taunting. So
I still think personally, there is value in redirecting. I do acknowledge it's not a top tier like meta strat. There you can do way better than that. But I think there is a place for it, and like you mentioned, there's also the actual special use case for Daeon specifically with the redirection of the or easy way to handle nasty single target debuffs or effects with the combo of the third and the second skill. So last year I had him on a B, but now I think I'm going to place him on a C. But
I would actually like to add some things of rebuttal to some of the points he said.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I actually can point out some very specific circumstances that are at least moderately recently applicable. And now that I think of it, one of them is over a year ago. Morganfest. There's that one challenge quest with Carmilla and Space Ishtar. So on the last bar break, they get this thing where they start stealing your buffs if they attack you.
Buffs. True.
And
stealing
I found
is
that was like the perfect use case for target focus because like you get like
so there are definitely use cases
of buffs and you can keep that from happening.
Question: why do you need that target focus to last though?
Because it takes a bit to get through that bar. She has like 600,000 health on the last bar.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you place it, if it's a skill that gives you a taunt yourself and it's not a taunt placed by enemy, it's considered a buff, right? So you probably steal the taunt anyway.
well, the way the gimmick worked, you kill a bunch of ads and they give you specific unremovable buffs. But at the end, if they attack the servants that have those unremovable buffs, they'll take them. And they'll apply
I think I can remember that. Yeah. Okay.
So they'll also get a bunch of defensive buffs that you just
So it's also about the order, but fair enough.
Yeah. So okay, but like here's the thing: like, why do you need? So in my opinion, other than having lower start weight than George, the only reason you bring Daeon over George is you intend to use that taunt skill more than once. I
always bring Daeon with that in mind.
So like I don't think that use case really demonstrates that. I don't like. Do you really need more than 3 turns? Like you don't really need more than.
That's another problem I have with Daeon. They want to be a longer term tank, but the way target focus, the way I use it, it's usually like I want 3 turns out of you and then you're gone.
You're supposed to be disposable.
But like
that's
the
why
NP is supposed to make it last longer.
Exactly. That's
be a bit awkward.
That's what I mean. I think taunts are meant to make the servant disposable. That has a taunt disposable. Like I would say any support, like obviously this is a pay to win CE, any support with Poster Girl would be a better taunt than Daeon, or like anyone with utility that can like just a mildly beefy unit. But yeah, maybe we
Well,
spent
again,
too
I
much
still
time
think
on
there
it.
is
I
the
apologize.
absolute OG case where, again, yeah, you might say keeping a taunter alive for long is bad, but it's not completely unviable. It is a legit strat. It's not a top tier strat. It's not going to make you win faster. Like, plop 2 Castor is you're going to do better, but it is legit. And again, there are some use cases. So I still will give Daeon a C personally. And yeah, arguments can be made. We could talk about this
C
like
is
all
fair.
day, but yeah. Anyway,
we're slowing down so
yeah,
much.
we should probably keep this going. We're gonna be here for 10 hours, dude. Anyway, I mean, it's good though. It's good though. But let's talk about Rama next. So single target buster DPS Saber. Another very tragic case, but we'll see why in a second. So 9.8k attack, very solid for a 4-star. Not bad at all. Deck also looking pretty good with double buster, double arts, considering he also has some crit focus. I like it. And with the double buster, you can do a full buster brave chain with the MP if stars align. Very nice. Now, first skill on a 4-turn cooldown, he gets 500% absorb for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Combo obviously great. Not the greatest uptime, even if the cooldown is small. So, it's like an skill, but, good for bursting, I guess. Charisma B for 80% AoE attack for 3 turns for the full party and a 5-turn cooldown is like, again, weak. But there it is. So it could be worse, I guess, but still weak. And then the defensive skill, 7-turn cooldown, 1 time, 3-turn guts with 1k revive and a flat 3k heal on use. Man, talk about a weak skill set though. Anyway, passives, 20% debuff rest for self is very solid. 11% quick up is okay, at least. Well, okay, he still has 2-hitter quick, so, it doesn't do much. And then Divinity A also doesn't do much either. Anti-Rider Append isn't that relatable unless they happen to be demonic. Then you might have an argument, but for the most part, probably missing on that. Now, the MP has been buffed, luckily, because, at least he has something going for him. They haven't fully forgotten him, but, yeah. Anyway, base OC, we got the anti-demonic power mod from 150 to 200%. Very solid, the base numbers, and demonic is a common trait. Then also after buff, reduces their buster resistance by 20% for 3 turns. Sadly after damage, but it is a nice little thing to have. Pretty solid debuff. And then also ticks down the MP gauge of the demonic target by 1 guaranteed. Very cool. I always like tick downs, even if it's niche. Man, oh man, Rama. It's just... so weak compared to like all the most of the other like single target sabers nowadays. He has been completely forgotten minus that MP buff. He does crit okay, but that's mostly just a burst turn anyway. So this is not really like super fair because he has that 1 turn 100%.
In Rama's defense for a little bit, I have found throughout the year, I found out that for like buster units especially, not having a 3-turn crit up is not the end of the world. Because you're not going to be having your cards all the time anyways. You can just time it a little bit better, but still kind of annoying. Like once again, the fun, I don't know if I brought this up last year because like I don't know if this was done last year, but there was this like Bruno Mart challenge quest during Ilia Fest. Yeah, look, it's cool.
I've heard him talk about this on the podcast like 8 times now.
Oh no.
No,
sorry.
hear me out.
I'm sorry.
Hear me out. That Bruno Mart challenge quest, there was only she had like 5.8 million HP.
Oh yeah.
There was only 2 servants that were able to min turn it. The first one was Draco because she is her. The second one is Rama because he's able to get 200% crit up on the first turn because it's 4-turn cooldown with double clay and light. He gets 200%. That's a funny story, but that's about it. I do like the upgraded MP. Anti-demonic skills with overcharge is really nice. Relatively common. As you said again, Buster Down's nice. But his skill 2 and skill 3 don't exist. And evaluating him at MP1 in particular as a single target saber when we are practically swimming in 4-star single target saber
There's
welfares.
so many good welfare sabers now. It's crazy.
It is not a good look at all.
Yeah,
man.
it's so bad for him.
Yep.
So he
there you
can't
go.
really place high based on that alone, basically. Even if he's not as bad as some people make it out to be. But man, it's like, why would you ever pick him? There's so many good full welfares that are absolutely so much better, and free MP5s.
At least he got it. He got a good story going. Yeah, he is a legend for one great fight, but that's about it.
I had him on a C last year, and I might be going the same route again.
How about you, Otto? How do you feel about him?
I don't really have that strong of feelings about it. I do find the one turn absorb thing really awkward and annoying. I think it would be okay if it.
I mean, to be honest, he doesn't really generate much stars either.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any stars in his skill set.
But to be fair, there are a lot of supports that you would logically run with.
I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I still don't like the one turn either.
Yeah. I am a man of the
It's so
Ibuki.
funny how playing the
the
devil's
buffs.
It's so funny how playing the devil's advocate is actually saying, "Oh, he actually can't make stars, so it don't matter anyways."
Yeah, like this bad thing isn't as bad as this. It's like saying this bad thing isn't bad because he has another bad thing going for him, which makes it a little less relevant.
Yeah, exactly. That's
like it doesn't make it too much better.
Don't worry, the expectations were already not there. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll
probably C. Yeah, C is good.
Yeah, it's
poor Rama. Let's talk.
Arcade needs to hurry up and die. So.
Oh yeah, we need Sita in here to redeem him.
That's literally.
They need to do what Shufu does to Guchan. It needs to be Sita does that to Rama, and then maybe he's good.
I don't know what the hell is it. Does she have a skill that turns him into Castoria?
Yeah, hopefully.
Because, even then, I don't know if I'd use that.
Anyway.
When Rama's in team, transform into Castoria but Buster. There you go.
Very true. Do that.
Damn.
Alright, let's talk about Lancelot Saber, single target arts DPS. 9.9k attack, very nice. Double Buster, double arts, perfect for his playstyle as well. Very crit focused. Love it. Perfect deck, I would say. And he actually has some hit counts too, not being a, day one servant. 6 turn cooldown on first skill, 30% battery, and a 20 star bomb. On its own, it's just okay, but it gets better when all the skills are considered as a package. Second skill is his signature. 6,000% absorb for 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. He probably has the best absorb in the whole game, right? With this active, because he's a saber on base as well. This is a berserker and avenger amount on a saber, so yeah he will get every star with this active, every single one, guaranteed.
The second highest is Vitch, because assassin absorb is pretty similar.
True.
And she has a big buster absorb.
But with this, you might say it's a basic skill, and it is a basic skill, but considering it will give you every single star ever on his cards, it has some value to it, even if it's just the absorb, and it's a good uptime as well, so there's nice, and it already combos with the first skill. And then to combo more, we have the third skill, so on a 6 turn cooldown, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and 50% crit damage for 3 turns on self. So he likes crits, who would have guessed? Now, as an arts servant, he obviously doesn't generate the most stars, but at least, he has a decent uptime on the stars per turn. And, the star bomb helps as well. And even all the stars you get naturally will still guarantee to go onto his cards as long as the second skill is active. So, I still like his skill set, even if it is basic. It makes sense. It's a nice synergy skill set, okay? Now, moving on, we have 17.5% magic res or debuff res. Pretty good. And then Riding Bee once again, even if it's a 3-hitter, still doesn't really do much for him. Third appendage is Anti-Saber, which I wouldn't really prio high on him, honestly. There's a lot of really good Anti-Saber measures otherwise. Now, the MP has been buffed. I think this might be new after the tier list last year. This is not even, maybe not, I forgot.
That was the anniversary.
Yeah, so it is new. Okay. So on OC, we have the not so great effect, which is increased damage taken by the enemy by base 2k for 5 turns. So it's basically Divinity as a debuff. So it's not very that strong.
Yeah.
It's, for the most part, very weak even after the buff, but you know, it's cute. But then the normal effects are better because 30% arts up for 1 turn before damage is very nice to have. Even if the MP is a one-hitter, it helps with the Brave Chains as well. And then now also after the buff, ignores defense. Very nice utility. And also the MP actually hits pretty hard after the buff. Even on lower MP levels, you'd be surprised. Like it actually, like even though his skills don't really help with his MP damage at all, just the arts buff and his pretty high attack and the buff, yeah, they actually, he hits fairly hard, right?
So I know this is like 2 very minor, like peanuts to pistachios here, like on how small the difference is here. But I will say that the damage taken plus, it is flat out an upgrade over Dot. You can't boost it the same way, but it's like a burn that activates every time you attack them.
Yeah, it is a better Dot. You are right. Yeah, it is.
So, and like if you attack 3 times every turn, like that's 6,000 per turn. So it's another 30,000 per application.
Yeah, that's on base OC. It can even get better if
chains
you
or
happen to OC it a
impedance.
little bit. I mean, it's still mostly a meme. Like, yeah, sure,
yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah,
it's better than Dots for the most part. I agree.
Peanuts.
I mean, if you're against like big damage cut people, maybe you can offset it. Maybe I don't know. Not even that big.
No,
It has to be small.
unfortunately, damage cut and damage plus they're like additive. So
Yeah, they're the
so
same.
if they have
Yeah,
10,000 damage cut.
Yeah, I mean
it's not
you can offset it. Like,
Yeah,
it's- I
true.
don't know.
I'd
Now,
rather
also-
I was just
attack
thinking
that
about
one.
the stupid hermit crab. That's I know that's damage resist is different, but like it's like hermit crab. It's like everybody's got
Yeah, it's a good example, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, sadly, because
first-
his MP is a one-hitter, his refund is also dog water, so he only, on average, or minimum refunds
needs cards.
9%.
So
But
speaking
luckily,
of
his
refund,
face card gains are pretty good.
I came to this conclusion a while back. He would have been better as a buster servant. Like if you gave him a buster MP, it would
Yeah,
make so much
maybe,
more
honestly.
sense. Because all of the buster servants, like all of the supports, they synergize better with him. Like he doesn't really play like an art servant because, again, art servants aren't really that crit focused usually, and
Yeah.
like
Not crit
he
damage
doesn't
focused,
really
I
offer
think.
anything to the team, and like that's something I like in a lot of art servants. Like they support Gastoria, who carries the shit out of them.
Yeah.
But
don't like
if
him.
you had a buster
Okay, you
MP
go.
with him, then he would be able to get like a buster starting bonus more often, which means better crits. And because it's an arts NP, it can be just a bit awkward setting up chains. And like mighty chains have helped a little, but like starting with an arts card, it's always awkward if you're going for card damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still
mean-
think he's good, though.
Oh yeah,
I don't like him.
yeah,
Man.
same.
I
Same
disagree.
miss.
Damn, you don't like him? Okay.
I don't.
I mean,
I don't
again,
like him, 'cause-
there is the
okay.
argument for the comparisons to other available servants, but I still think
Well, yeah,
even on
like,
MP1 post MP buff, he's a solid ass servant.
Yeah, but like I don't. I think his skills are outdated. His skills should be 2 skills. Like that skill 2 should be tagged onto some other effect. Like it's just
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he just do too little. Like I wouldn't bring him outside of ignore defense. Like ignore defense is a really good utility. Like I'll give him that. Like if I need ignore defense, I'll definitely consider him. I don't recall like on the fly any really great options. But other than that, like once again, arts crit. It's almost like he has really crap refund, so he needs the card. I mean, I guess single target you can't refund that much anyways, but like he kind of needs a card to get his MP back. And you know, man's got 5 cards, like as good as whatever the star absorb is. You know, man's got 5 cards. You know, he can get all his stars. If he only makes 20 stars, it's still gonna, you know, not be guaranteed crits on all his cards. Like 6,000% star absorb up doesn't equal to all my cards are 100% crit. You still have to make enough stars. So I'm not a big fan of this character. I think he kind of.
I'm personally torn between B+ today. I still think he's legit.
I think he's worse than Nero.
You think he's worse than Nero? Damn.
Yeah, I like Nero.
Nero has such a terrible MP though, and he has a really decent one, minus the hit count.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
hard.
yeah.
It's ignore
They're
defense.
really identical. Okay, except he has the 2,000 plus damage every time, and she has 20% more damage for one turn after damage.
Yeah,
It's
it's for two
almost
cards.
isn't.
Two cards. It's such a shit
I
MP,
mean,
dude.
Yeah,
isn't okay?
yeah,
Like,
they're both ignore defense.
okay.
Yeah.
It's
And he
both
crits
ignore
way
defense.
harder than
Okay,
she does. Like he's a way better DPS if we look at
yeah,
damage. I mean, she obviously lives for way longer, but yeah.
Yeah, she's.
yeah. She lives
And Nero
for way
doesn't farm
longer.
either, unless you're like a meme lord.
Yeah, neither does he. I don't know. I don't like him.
I
I'm
could
biased.
not. Okay,
like
here's.
him.
I can't put her or put him below Nero. I can't do that. I can maybe put him higher or the same, but I could never put him below Nero.
Sure. I mean that's fair. That's really fair.
Okay.
But I personally. I mean, I already told people are gonna be a little bit meaner.
I almost.
this
I
year,
want to
which
pop
is-
him into A. I'm plopping him into A. I'm doing it. Like he's so comparable to
sure. It's
Theseus
your
anyway. They're just different rarities. They're so similar anyway. I'm
but
gonna
like
do
you're
it. I'm
comparing
gonna do
him
it.
at MP1 versus Theseus.
He's not bad at
See,
MP1, dude. My free to play has MP1, and I don't even have the MP buff yet. He's fine. He's fine,
I know
dude.
He's not
He's
bad.
fine. He's good. He's
He's
easy to
fine,
use.
yeah.
He's good. He works. He's solid. I mean, he could use a
Yeah.
buff still, I think, but he's solid.
He's
Alright.
just compared to, I don't know, like, okay, sure.
We'll maybe revisit this later, but yeah, we gotta move on. So this is not a 10-hour session. Anyway, yeah, here we go. So you wanted red? We're gonna talk about red and a lot of it. So Mr. Gawain,
it's
the
Fergus
OG, yes. Yeah, I guess we had Fergus earlier too, but yes. So yeah, AoE Buster DPS, not a farmer, not even close. So attack at 10.1k, very good. It's not Salter good, but it's still very good, okay? And yeah, he is Mr. Gorilla for a reason. Triple Buster on the deck as well. Low hit counts, basically. Well, not as low as they get, but, you know, not far from that. But yeah, he likes them red. So skills, we had on a 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack up for self for 3 turns, and then if you happen to be on a sunlight field, he gets 30% buster up for 3 turns, and hey, luckily for him, he can make it happen because he is Sun Boy. So on his second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack for the full party this time, and then also for 1 turn, makes the whole place sunny. So you obviously pop skill 2, then skill 1, and then hey, you suddenly have 40% attack and 30% buster up. And then the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 20% battery, 10 stars. Wow, you shouldn't have. And then 1 turn guts for 2k HP. I hate this skill so much. I absolutely 20% battery. Again, maybe not the best number. 10 stars, that's it. And then a 1 turn guts is so hard to time and awkward to use with the other effects that you probably want instantly, most likely. Anyway, before I rant too much, let's check the rest as well. So 17.5% debuff res. It helps again because he's a DPS, I would say, over farming. Riding B, 8% quick is like not good for him, but it's a nice bonus. Anti-rider on the append is probably not really relevant for him. I can't really think of anything cool at least. And luckily the MP has also been buffed. So base OC, you do a 1k burn on all enemies for 5 turns, up to 5k. On max OC, and then on normal effects, we have an AoE skill seal, 100% base chance for 1 turn. And then, if you're on sunlight field, he gets 50% buster crit damage for 3 turns, and also 300% buster absorb for 3 turns, both requiring that sunlight field. So yeah, you definitely want to MP as well when on the turn the second skill is popped to get those nice bonuses, because honestly, his crits are actually not even that bad. And again, triple buster is pretty nice looking for crits as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Three-turn
it's
buster
pretty
does
cool.
buster cards.
And obviously the sunlight is not up for very long because it's 1 turn out of 5. But you know, luckily some buster supports may reduce cooldown as well to help a little bit. So yeah, he's interesting, huh? He is interesting now.
I think he's fine. Like
Yeah.
A way I like to see it is because his skill 3 is kind of bad. I just think of it like I moved the upgraded MP effect because it's basically like, yeah, you can loop it, you can stack it technically, but it's not really like in like a normal case, it's not easy to stack. Like I almost feel like 50% Buster crit up for 3 turns and the Star Absorb up, you just put it in his third skill. It's a little bit worse than just putting it in his third skill because you do have to MP as well when the skill 2 is up. But you can save this skill 2. Like I don't really use him that much, but I at least on paper and the little experience I have with him, he seems fine.
Yeah.
The upgrade isn't that and it's an upgraded MP. If we're comparing low MP levels, upgraded MPs are more. It's a bigger damage boost to lower MP levels than higher MP levels. So he's like fine. And it's not like there's like AOE welfare savers.
Yeah, he's actually, if anything, he's kind of underrated, right?
Yeah. I mean, but people just don't use him because yeah.
I guess everyone has their SSRs, but honestly, among 4-stars, he kind of stands out. I mean, I still hate the third skill, but he's not bad. He's good.
Yeah, he's not horrible.
Yeah.
I think he has, like, just because I like the anti-dragon, I think he has slightly less use case than Siegfried, but like as a servant in general, probably a better servant than Siegfried.
Yeah, I think he's definitely better than Sumanai overall, if we don't just, factor in that niche always being there.
Yeah. He's awkward. I'm
between B plus and A, honestly, for Gawain.
I don't think.
Yeah, it is like
no, I don't think he's better than Nero. Look, I'm sorry. This is the line you will not cross. I don't think he's better than Nero.
I might agree to that, honestly. I'm okay with Lancelot being higher, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's better than Nero. I'm sorry.
She definitely easily wins on the skills, at least. MP Gawain wins, but she wins on the skills.
Yep.
You guys better not put the trifecta of Buster deck, AOE Buster Sabers in B plus. I will slaughter you guys if that happens. I know that's not gonna happen. It's a ways out. It's probably like 3 hours out at this rate. Okay, let's talk about this garbage here.
Yeah, let's cover the next one. This probably won't take too long, but let's see. So we are going to talk about the first Liz of the year. We got Elizabeth Bathory Brave. So Brave Liz, single target Buster DPS. Also, is this the first welfare of the list? I think it might be. Okay, also first welfare of the year. Funny how that works.
We talked about Saber.
Lily. We had Saber Lily. True. Yeah, true. I get. She counts. Okay, fair enough.
Takes actual ascension. Okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, true. Okay, so basically 9.9k attack is actually very solid. That is good. It's again another solid number, and she has a double Buster, double Arch deck, which also I have no problems with. Like if we just look at the upstairs here, honestly, we're looking at a servant that might be decent. But then we have to scroll down and life gets depressing. So, skills. 6 turn cooldown, 1 turn invul for self, and then 50% MP gain. What were you saying?
Nothing. It's
okay.
Nothing.
Fair enough. Honestly, it's not a bad skill. It's a bit awkward to use though, because again, you might not want to waste your invul just to get some MP gain on a turn. You have your, gains cards active. Better yet, they crit as well. But it's not a bad skill. It's passable. It's okay. They should maybe make the MP gain like 30% and 3 turns instead. But I digress. Second skill is her mana burst, so they took off 10% from the Buster up, so now it's 40% for 1 turn, just to give her 20% defense up for 1 turn, and it's still the same 5-turn cooldown. Again, very awkward to use, because, I mean, that defense up probably won't save you anyway. You would need to combo it with way more than that. So, if anything, I would prefer a normal mana burst for most of the time, I think, but even a normal mana burst would still be a weak skill in this day and age, so yikes. And then speaking of yikes, oh my god, yeah, they did buff this, but you're not going to use it. You're not going to use it? You're not going to use it? Anyway, 6-turn cooldown, what do you get? You drain 50% of your gauge, okay? And then 1 effect on random, okay? So what can you get? You can get 50% Buster up for self for 3 turns. Actually pretty good. Then the whole party can get 1 turn of invul. You can heal the full party for 3k. You can give the full party 50% attack for 1 turn. Or you can get 50 stars. And they all have an equal chance to activate. First of all, 50% gauge is still a lot. Her gains are not good enough because remember, this is a flat 50%. This is not like, makes your MP go to 50%. So what this means is that because she's a free MP5, you can go above 100% on your gauge. So let's say you actually somehow hit 150% gauge, then you can pop this and then you can still MP. But her gains are not good enough for you to ever be able to do that consistently. So you will never enjoy that bonus anyway. So you will still always have a dead skill for the most part. So what's the point? The buff doesn't really change too much anyway. Yeah,
you can pop this and heal the entire team for 3,000.
Yeah, and imagine that happens. You just want to leave the battle basically after that. You're done. You're just done.
All right, hear me out.
All right, he's going to make an argument. Oh no.
So you have 50% charge. You use this skill. Then you use double Vitch cooldown reduction and Atlas cooldown reduction. You have 100% more charge now, and you can use it again.
Oh, so you get a 6k heal instead of a 3k when you're full HP? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and you have the same
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you just wasted everything for a 6k heal on full HP.
I've done that, yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, alright, so passives. 20% debuff rest is actually very nice. 6% art stop, also very nice. And she even has triple hitters on those double arts.
Yeah.
So the passives are actually maybe the best ones we've seen so far. Also, apparently you guys are crackling again. Oh no. Well, I might as well finish the thing right now, and then maybe it's fixed after that. So honestly, yeah, passives are good. They're not bad, especially for welfare. Anti-Avenger on the append is like, yeah, no, not doing it. Although it's basically free, but still, Alright, MP also has been buffed. It's rank V, funnily enough. So OC is a 500 burn on an enemy for 5 turns on base. Terrible. She does ignore defense, love it, and then also does a fire or a burn amp for 5 turns, which doubles your burn damage.
Oh, damn. 1,000 damage.
Yeah, on base OC you get 1k burns now instead. Wow. It's like half of Lancelot's thing for 1 attack. Wow.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Within 5 turns you can get 1 turn of what he does.
Yeah.
This character is unusable. I'm just gonna say it, like actually unusable.
I think she's like so close to being usable.
I wouldn't say maybe close. If we consider all the competition, I kind of agree with Plushie, honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like when you compare her to everything else out there, yeah, she fucking sucks. But if they took her second skill, made both of those effects 3 turns, and gave her like a 30% battery, that means you wouldn't be shooting like your entire leg off.
That would make her use.
You like, still wouldn't want to use that skill.
I mean, maybe like MP5 upgraded MP for like maybe like if you missed the most recent event, maybe like. But like this character is unusable. Like the first ever character with negative 50 MP charge. Like having 2 skills, her first 2 skills are still bad. Her first 2 skills are worse than a normal skill, and she only has 2.
And they're awkward to use.
Like, I'm sitting here talking about how welfares are killing the non-welfares. There are welfares killing other welfares here.
Yeah,
this
true.
is awful. What is happening?
Yeah. Well, that happens, and like this character is just unusable. Like there's unless the enemy has permanent unremovable defense up.
Actually,
permanent unremovable defense up, and Sherlock Holmes is deleted from the game. Then maybe you'll use this character. And every defense ignore CE is deleted from the game. Then maybe I'll use this character. This character is not usable.
I'm not making a case for moving either. I just want to hear this. Her versus Rama.
I think Rama has more use cases. He's really good against demonic
versus Rama
because of his buffed MP.
Her MP5 versus Rama MP1 That's a difficult
But
one.
I wouldn't
might
bring
still pick
Rama on normal
but it's
DPS. I would only bring him anti-demonic, so I still think he has more use cases.
close.
Even at MP1,
But, like-
he still wins.
Yeah, but
Like, was
she
it-
has like an invuln, I guess.
Demonic is rare. It's not rare. It's one of the most common traits. What are you on about? Even on normal
Like,
enemies can have
Rama-
demonic easily.
Rama at MP2 probably. I won't take her already. Like it's just no. So no.
I mean, it's not.
No,
It's,
this
it's only
character has
one
no
tier of
uses.
difference between them anyway. It's not. So it's not like it's a huge difference.
Yeah, this character is not usable. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. No.
All right, let's just move on.
Holy shit, she does double. She does double his NP1 damage out of niche. What the?
Well, again, out of niche. No
Hey,
one picks Rama
yeah.
out of niche unless you have a grilled one.
Hey, it's her.
All
One of my favorite
right, yeah.
characters.
Let's talk about Suzuka next.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow. All right,
Nice.
AoE Buster DPS. Not really a farmer. You could make some kind of a case, but nah. Definitely a DPS, especially considering how much she likes to crit. Anyway, 9.5k attack. Pretty okay. Not as high as some of the other ones, but still not bad. Double Buster, double Arch deck is very lovely for her, use case. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Self-Buster up 3 times, 3 turns, 40%. Star generation 50% for 3 turns, and then 50% crit damage 3 times, 3 turns. It's not bad. I wish everything was, 3 turns, but, it would be kind of maybe too good at that point. But, it's after the buff, it's not a bad skill. Still way better than like a bad mana burst or something, so not too bad. And the Star Gen, honestly, yeah, it's not wasted because your MP has a high hit count on AoE Buster anyway, so it actually helps a little bit. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, chance to charm a male enemy, not even just servant, any male enemy as long as they have that gender. 100% base chance on max rank. Again, it doesn't factor in innate resistances, so it can still whiff. And then also reduces the target's attack by 20% for 1 turn. Now that attack thing can land on anyone, no requirements for gender or anything like that. It's passable. Again, most charm skills in the game are like just not very good. Maybe they were afraid it's like too OP because they see charm locks, but yeah, most charm skills are just like passable, I would say. Not very good. Yeah, they should make the attack down like 3 turns at least, and maybe add another thing.
Suzuka lives in the same world as Berserker Fran, who has a single target, 60% chance to stun 1 target, and a 30% defense debuff for 1 turn.
Yeah, it's similar, I guess.
This is not a great skill, but holy shit. Like, I am just so thankful that it's 100%. Because a lot of charms are like 60%.
Well, usually those are AoE, but yeah, anyway. I digress.
Yeah, still.
Alright, 6-turn cooldown, gets 10% gauge every turn for 5 turns, and then ignores evasion for 3 turns, and gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. They should have definitely made this 20% regen for 3 turns instead of 10 for 5 turns. I feel like that could be a lot better, but oh well. But the other effects are, I mean, there's cool utility with the sure hit, and the MP damage is always nice. Granted, they probably should have made that scale as well, like maybe 20 to 30 or something. So it could be way better. On a 6-turn cooldown, kind of eh. Overall,
fun fact,
not bad.
she is the first AoE Saber to have a 50% battery. I'm proud of her.
Oh wait, who
Yeah,
is?
it's 50 after.
Yeah, after 5 turns.
Yeah, 50 after.
Don't worry about the
Oh,
Dragon
that's what
Strength,
you meant.
alright?
Okay.
Yeah, 50
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Don't worry
Okay.
about that.
After I, grow a beard.
Okay. Anyway, passives 20% through debuff rest is nice. Riding B 8% quick. Again, pretty whatever. Divinity A, no one really cares. Anti-ruler, wow, that is trash. Never, please. And the MP has been buffed, so base OC 40% crit damage for herself for 3 turns. Very nice, that is great. And then 20% MP generation for self for 3 turns. She wanted to be like Sumanai, I guess. Also can help, because her gains are, from what I remember, a bit better than Sumanai's. Or maybe I'm just waffling. But it helps spam the MP more, because with the MP you do more damage, you get more stars when you have the star gen up, and you also get more crit damage. Life is good. So
She
what's
is
the
a lot of fun
consensus?
to me. I really love the ramping up crit effect. I like
Yeah.
servants like that. At least ones that can, at least Buster ones, because like Arts ones are quick one. I'm getting off topic. I find that a lot of fun. I wish that the star gen was 100% because there are a lot of times the stars are a bit lacking.
Yeah, because she doesn't have absorb either, so she needs a lot of stars.
Yeah, if I was to change a number on her third skill, though, I would prefer to change the other two effects to be 5 turns. Because I don't like that. Because I would love it if I could pop that skill and then like use that ahead of time to try and get my NP, and then like a few turns later, okay, I've got my NP. Now the good buffs are gone. I don't like that. But just having someone with sure hit on a skill instead of on an NP, I have had multiple situations where that's very useful, especially since she is one of those servants that uses her NP back to back, or just to keep crit buffs up. So she's trying to do damage even when her NP isn't up. And like with some servants that have their offensive utility on their NP, they might suffer because they might not be NPing that turn. It's a problem with some Buster servants. But with Suzuka, she has a little more flexibility in that regard.
Yeah, I think she's okay. I don't think she's amazing, but I think she's fine.
I don't have that much experience with her, but I don't really see a good use case for this character. Like,
I'm hovering
the crit up
one of
ramp
the
is
Bs.
nice. Okay. I'm gonna.
I guess
keep
Gawain
saying
is
the same
comparable.
sentence. I'm gonna keep saying the same sentence. I think she's worse than Nero. But
yeah, I might agree honestly.
Like, all jokes aside, like the thing, right, is like first skill, hit based. It's not that big of a deal, but like for a character like Suzuka, who really wants to get get her MP back from using like mighty chains and whatnot, it could be a problem. The Buster up would not be a problem because like I don't know.
I don't know. Actually, the
up
Buster, I do not like the. I'm not sure if you can hear the beeping. Don't worry about it. It's not smoke. It's so that just completely demolished my train of thought. What was I just saying?
You said you don't like the Buster.
Probably the 3-hit Buster buff.
Right. I don't like the 3-hit effects.
Yeah.
With the Buster, since she is a Buster critter, if you will, she does
the MP
use
fights
those,
for it.
Yeah. Her
the
MP isn't like a huge focus for her. It's just like she likes alternating back and forth between NPing and critting.
Yeah.
And I just like that she can keep decent damage output because she keeps using her she keeps getting that crit. So even when her first skill and her third skill are not up and active, she's still able to do some damage.
Like especially like this thing I dislike the most, right? The star. Like I know star gen rate is not like the greatest effect ever, but
yeah, definitely
this
not.
is clearly meant to be paired with her 10-hit AoE MP.
Yeah.
Like Buster MPs do make stars. And like when you do Buster card, it's gone. Because every card generates, like even arts technically can generate stars. So arts cards eats this up as well. So like it's just gone. Like I think like her MP generally does fight for the buffs, like timing with her cards. So I don't like her that much. I
mean, she works, but she's not amazing.
Yep.
All right, let's talk about the Saber Fran next. So single target quick DPS Saber, 9.3k attack, just hovering above average or so. Double Buster, double quick is a very nice thing to see. Gives her that better Summer Scotty synergy while having that quick MP. Skills, we got on a 5-turn cooldown. You first off have to pay 10% MP gauge, so you can't even use this on 0, which is sometimes very awkward. But what happens? You pay 10% gauge, you get 80% MP generation for self for 3 turns. That's the only effect, but yeah, it's quite a bit on a good uptime. So I'm sure everyone that's ever used her will notice the gains will go kind of crazy when you have this up.
like one small thing, just a reminder, because
Yeah.
we're ranking this limited 4-star as an MP1, this is a significantly worse drawback.
Yeah, because you need
at
a lot of
MP1.
bond levels again to get an
yeah.
append.
Yep, this is significantly worse.
Yeah,
you
it
know,
is a bit
drawback.
awkward. I wish it didn't have a cost, but oh well.
Yep.
All right, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. You pay 500 HP this time, so this is way easier to do. You reduce a target's attack by 20% for 3 turns, and also strip their buffs. Pretty cool, you know. I mean, some servants obviously have like AoE buff removals on skill, and we'll see one of them later too. But, you know, I still always like buff removal, so hey, that's not bad. And the attack down also pretty cool. So it's not a bad, honestly. It's not a bad skill still. It's okay.
Okay, so I forgot that, but she actually has the best arts card in the game. I thought it was Kenshin for a bit, because Kenshin can actually guarantee she crits, but that is a 5% arts card.
Yeah, I mean,
That
yeah,
is
it makes
insane.
sense.
That makes
yeah,
Erish
imagine with this
look
active.
like a baby girl.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, anyway, third skill, 5% cooldown, not 5%, 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack for self for 3 turns, and 20% MP damage for self for 3 turns, and also burn self 200 damage every turn for 3 turns. So yeah, the merits galore. The first one is the real, actual, big, annoying one. The 2 other ones, not that bad. You can combat those, but the first one is a problem. But overall skills, I think they kind of work. I think she could use more as well. But, you know, it's not the worst kit I've ever seen. Alright, 10% debuff rest, could be more, but it's something. Riding EX, 12% quick up, and now we're talking. Now it's a good one. A couple of 3-hitter quicks and a quick MP as well. 2% buster up as well, doesn't hurt. She has 2 5-hitters as well, very cool. So passive's pretty good, actually. Could use higher numbers on the other 2, but yeah. Anti-berserker, very, very nice and usable. And the MP, never been buffed, but what do we get? Some damage. Base OC, 60% chance to stun the main target for 1 turn that you hit. And then puts a 1-turn delayed debuff on them. And then it has a 20% chance to stun enemies besides the main target for 1 turn after 1 turn. So she can potentially do a triple stun, but everything is so RNG. So it's not very reliable at all. Very interesting stuff. What do you guys think about
Pretty much one
her?
of those utility rather than damage servants, I feel. I can't really attest much to her gameplay because I genuinely have not. I don't know.
Is
if
she
I've
not on
ever
this
used
list
her,
at
but
all? I
have
just
seen
realized
it.
she's not on the refund list, unless I'm blind. Interesting.
Maybe she can't loop. I don't
No,
know.
this shows refund for everyone anyway. Like
yeah,
every quick and
it's
art
only a-
saber, but I guess she's not in here.
Well, 3.5% for a quick NP is extremely low.
Yeah, it
That's
probably
like
wouldn't be high anyway.
a little over 1% for an RSNP.
I mean, I can't give her some points for the buff removal. It is single target, but you know that's okay.
Yeah.
But other than maybe getting a chance to stun lock with that MP, like it's still RNG, obviously. I don't really see that much value.
Like, yeah, she honestly, like, the thing with her is that it's so easy to spam her MP, right? Her gains are so good, but the MP itself is like so whatever, and she doesn't really have like something like crit focus either. So yeah, it's easy to spam, but you're just spamming sponges is what you're doing.
Yeah, you're not doing much at MP1, unupgraded MP. Like you're paying for that very big payoff on skill 1 when you don't really get much back from it. It's not even like she's AoE. Like if she's AoE and she gets like a 80% MP gain up, oh, that makes her looping, look pretty okay. But no, that's not the case either. So like I genuinely don't see at MP1 in particular. Like once again, MP1 making that skill 1 demerit even worse. I don't see her to be very good. I don't see a use case for her.
And
I'm vibing like a C again, honestly. That's definitely down from last year as well.
Honestly,
she's fine,
I don't think
but like again, if you have the better options, there's quite a few of them. You're probably gonna go with those.
Yeah, I definitely don't think she's better than Rama. Like I might even
because Rama still has the anti-demonic use where he's actually not bad at all.
MP. right? Like,
But
yeah,
she
and a
doesn't
bit.
even have
So
any
like,
niches, and you can never rely on her stuns
Yeah.
anyway. If you were thinking of some kind of a stun Lux, right? It's so unreliable. Even the main target one, which is higher, the 60%, that's also very unreliable. So, yeah.
I will say though, like she has a bit of synergy with Fuma because of that. If only for one turn, he is able to reduce the
Yeah.
debuff resist.
I would not bring him for that though, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
You would better off just building a better comp at that point.
Sometimes you just want to make
Phantom.
one very specific gimmick work, so you're willing to break your
Oh
team.
yeah, true.
just for
His
that.
MP does the same thing.
That's me.
Phantom.
Eh.
Yeah, Phantom's a nice one, but yeah, like I just think like general use case, no, this is not a
No.
very desirable character.
There's so many
unfortunately.
single target sabers now too, so the competition is nuts. Speaking of
Yeah,
which,
very
good
much
segue
so.
to our next servant and one of my absolute favorites. Gonna try and be unbiased here, of course, but yeah, we're gonna talk about Yagyu next. Single target arts DPS. He has the funny 9999 attack, which we will be seeing 2 more times, by the way. I wonder why. It's a weird number, but they love it seems. Anyway, double buster, double art stick works completely fine for him because he also has some crit focus too. Very cool. Now, first skill is his version of a mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 50% art sub for 1 turn, but also 500% arts absorb for 1 turn and 100% debuff rest for 1 turn. So while it's still not like a crazy good skill, it's still better than a mana burst by quite a bit. So, you know, synergy and some bonus. It's okay. Second skill has been buffed, so now on a 5-turn cooldown, very cool. You get a 1-turn evade, 20% attack up for 1 turn, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So again, yeah, you can definitely feel the downtime, but it's at least worth mentioning that now it's a 1-turn evade on a 5-turn cooldown, which is better than most, which is on a 6-turn cooldown, because this also reduced the cooldown. And most importantly, this also homogenized his cooldown, so now everything is on a 5-turn cooldown, which is actually very cool. Speaking of which, the third skill, 5-turn cooldown. One enemy gets up to minus 50% attack down for 1 turn, and then he gets 50% MP gain for 1 turn. So if it wasn't obvious at this point, he very much likes spamming his MP and doing bursts, whether it be the MP itself or crits. And there's definitely synergy here, but he definitely is a victim of downtime, as you might notice, everything is a 1-turn uptime. Now, moving on, we get 15% debuff rest for, well, not 1 turn, always up. Yeah, cool bonus. And then 8% quick up for, you know, just always up. At least it's a 4-hitter quick, but it's still pretty whatever. Mighty Chains maybe, though. Anti-Saber doesn't really do much, honestly. And then the MP, which has never really been touched, and you can see it's pretty basic. But yeah, just damage, and then on base OC, minus 20% attack for the target for 3 turns. Scaling actually up decently. So there's a fun thing you can do, where if you OC his MP maybe a little bit, and then also use the third skill on the same turn, you can effectively neutralize single target MPs. Or not even single target, AoE MPs from one enemy, which is funny. Now, obviously, you can whiff these debuffs because they're 100% base in case they have resistances, but it is a fun thing you can do, which is not nothing. It's a form of defense via debuffs. I mean,
Sure.
what do you guys think about him? I'm going to try and be unbiased because I love this guy a lot, mostly as a character.
So,
yeah.
So this is a very strange thing to say, but off the top of my head, I can't think of any other art servants that were hurt by Castoria's release.
More than him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So his problem, because like for a long time I think he was okay, because like being able to support the team through damage reduction like that, and like that
It's really
synergized good
strong.
with Waver and with Tomoe, because Tomoe also helps him
Yep.
with his cooldowns and his downtime. Now that we have Castoria, he didn't have damage. He has bad uptime. And then the attack downs are only so valuable if you're not taking any damage at all.
Yep.
And then you also look at the fact that he's a single target art saber, and if we're talking Castoria's synergy, like half of them have the ability to at least refund partially. He doesn't quite have refund. And I know refund is only so valuable. Like with someone like him, you're going to be in a challenge quest, so you're going to be using cards anyways. But It's just weird. Like I don't feel like he synergizes much with Castoria, and in this day and age, I hate saying it, but like that's like one of the best things about art servants. Like they can work with Castoria better.
Like
I mean, obviously he's still an amazing match with
Castoria,
Castoria, like every other art servant, but I can see why you say maybe less so than compared to some others.
Yeah, because like I really hate this about Castoria, which is she very much made like art servants' defensive utility matter less. So like art servants that used to be really frail, they kind of get away with it now. And art servants that used to be like very defense focused, they feel a bit redundant, and that is kind of Yagyu's issue right now. He is still a very cool solo unit though. I have seen him do very like obviously it's
I've
hyper,
done some too.
but yeah. I think I've watched them as well, like on your channel, like he's
oh wow,
or maybe during your stream. I kind of forgot, but like like
a fan. Oh my god!
Like okay, like Yagyu remains to be a great solo unit, especially against like one boss maybe, because like the attack down is obviously only to one target, but he's able to like. If you're able to MP Brave Chain every turn, you can loop his MP and you get like attack down up to quite a bit. So really nice. I also quite like the debuff resist up for it's basically debuff immunity for a turn, like almost. Which is really nice. Like most of these days are one time 3 turns, and a lot of times I actually prefer 1 turn more so. So yeah, he is very interesting, but like once again, very like look at all this stuff, right? Like debuff immunity, you can cleanse. Obviously it's better than being cleanse, but cleanse, the defensive utility with the attack down, kind of redundant with Castoria. It's just how it is, more defensive. It's really sad as well, because back in the day, more defensive arts units that are able to defend your supports are great, because your art supports are like Waver and Tomoe, for example, or like Merlin Tomoe if you're doing like a stall team, and they don't have any form of like soft defense. So unless you're bringing mash, your DPS having the ability to protect your supports is really good. But now, Castoria kind of just ruins a lot of that. Just makes the game kind of.
I still think in a vacuum he's all right. He has some pretty glaring issues. He's completely.
It's mostly the downtime.
Sure.
The downtime is the bad part.
Yeah.
And his the fact MP is also MP, not great. Yeah. I think if they ever give him an MP buff, which also hopefully includes more effects, I think he can actually be really good again. But I feel like years haven't really treated him super well.
Yeah, the problem is there's just so many goddamn.
Again, the competition is the most in this list in particular with the welfares and everything. Yeah,
I think upgraded MP would definitely help him, and there's like 2 different directions they can go.
Especially when his MP also refunds decently, so it just the increased damage alone would help.
Yeah, they could even they could either
quick ones.
they could either make his MP they could double down. And make the attack down even higher, then he would be a great solo unit. Like attack down 50%, for example. Okay, 3 turns is way too much. Like I don't know, 30%. I don't know. Like they could double down and make him a great solo unit, or they could give him some form of offensive utility. To give him some interesting sort of to make him more in line with the Castoria playstyle, or give him a niche. I don't know, anti-niche. I don't know what he's supposed to counter. Probably other swordsmen, so I don't think anti-saber would be that great, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, I think a B+ ain't too bad. He's a bit down from last year from an A, I think, but he's still fair and valid. All right, let's talk about Summer Maeve then. Oh, here's an interesting survey. So, single target arts, DPS, and maybe a little bit of a support too in some weird ways. But interesting. 8k attack though, not a great start. A very big drop down from some of the ones we've already seen. So, ouch. Double Buster, double arts is totally fine as a deck for her too, I think. Even though she doesn't really have like crit focus, it's still okay. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 20% gauge every turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. Is okay, is basic, is very like Lancelot-like, but you know, it's okay, it's okay. Second skill, speaking of the 60% charms, here we have one. So on a 7-turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. At least it doesn't have any requirements for like, you know, traits or genders or whatever. So any enemy that can be charmed by this. Heavy emphasis on can, because, you know, RNG. And then also does a drop 20% arts down on all of the enemies for 3 turns. That's a pretty cool one, though. That's nice.
Another skill that's better than Shin's first skill.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it here.
Yeah, it's not a bad skill. It's not great either. If you could like guarantee the charm, it would be really good. But since you can't, it's like mid, I would say.
It is an objective downgrade over Anastasia's skill buff.
Yeah. Alright, 5-turn cooldown, her charisma, 20% attack for the full party for 3 turns, and also 30% crit damage for the party minus herself for 3 turns. So I don't know why this just can't include herself. It wouldn't even be that strong. It would still be like a whatever skill, I think. There's no reason not to include it. Yeah, I guess it's a lore thing, but yeah. It's so weird.
She's like year 4, isn't she?
No,
like
she's
year 3.
Really? She's year 4?
Year 3. Summer 3.
With BB.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a Summer 3, yeah. Anyway, Magic Res B, 18% debuff res, pretty cool. Riding A, 10% quick up. Again, is like whatever. Anti-Berserker, very welcome and nice, always works on the append. And then the MP, interesting stuff. So first of all, your base OC gives you it gives you this debuff success chance that you need. So on base, it's a 60% chance to land some defense downs on enemies, up to 100% on max OC. But even then, I still think you can resist it because it's like 100% base. Yep. Anyway, so the MP it can apply the debuff it can apply it 4 times total. So you have 4 checks of 60% on base, and every single one of them is a 3-turn 10% defense down. Okay, so
the
minus 40% at most. Yeah,
the damage calculation for this skill, this NP, is like one of the most weird, complicated things, because like
because they apply it between hits, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and then they change depending on if they hit.
The rest of them is 10% more damage.
Okay.
He's the only character that ramps up within her MP.
Yeah, interesting.
Nice one.
It's so weird.
Within her.
Man, what do you guys think about her? I don't know. I've never really been convinced, honestly.
I don't think she's that great, but I think she has so much potential. She could be like a side DPS, someone combos with someone else. Sorry.
If your girl looks like Maeve, is in a swimsuit, and is a pseudo DPS support and has an arts MP, that's not your girl. That's Nocnaria. This character, I'm not.
At least she refunds really well. But again, the MP doesn't even hit super hard anyway.
All right, but to be fair, she doesn't have to skill seal you, all right?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't take your lunch money here.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. That's actually garbage design. Like I ran for it for 3 seconds, but that skill seal is not considered a buff, so it can miss on people with magic resist. Thank you, Nocnaria. Anyways,
there you go.
Fun. Yeah, that's why somebody poisoned you. Anyway, yeah, there you
go. Make a pun here, but it'd be a bit cheap.
I think last year I had her in like a C+. I don't know.
I'm a keeper there, dude.
You think C+ is fine?
I think.
I feel like it's maybe fine.
I don't think Summer Friend's better than her. I wouldn't be too upset, anyways. Like she's.
No, I kind of like her more than Franz Summer because of the utility as well.
Yeah,
and her MP
exactly.
It refunds more as well, so she's not as face card redundant.
You can drag Fran down a tier and replace Maeve.
So I have actually seen some decent. So there's this guy on Twitch who does like Phantom only runs. Like everything he does, he beats it with Phantom. And because he does that, he actually gets some decent use out of Maeve, because if you have debuff
you're doing the debuff res down thing again.
actually works now. Because you get the charm that's
it's still way better just to bring better supports than to guarantee your charms. There's no way it's worth. But it sounds like a funny meme, though. Like, why would you not bring like a Castoria? Why would you bring a freaking Phantom just so you can guarantee your charms to land?
Tell you what, though,
it's not worth.
Casgil is great with her.
Okay.
He has the debuff success for her.
True.
That means she's up at 90% instead of 60.
Okay.
And then
I'm gonna have to ask.
Buffing crit stuff.
I'm gonna ask a friend of mine how he feels about Summer Mave, because he has 120. He has 120 on all Maves, including Nocnaria. So I gotta ask him how good it is. But personally, I don't think.
Yeah, I've never been sold on her, honestly. I think every year there's always like one or two vocal people that are like, how dare you put her that low? I'll have you know she's one of the best options you can have. I'm like, okay, bro, okay. Like, there's always a few vocal people about her.
Unupgraded MP. Like, when someone, tries to go against you on that, you can always just bring up, MP1, unupgraded MP. Like, bro.
Yeah, right. I guess.
I'll have you know that my Summerushi can 3-turn refund farm with her cards.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a very deep reference there. Anyway.
Yeah, let's talk about Diarmuid. He's a fun guy, as a Saber at least. Even if Lancer is not terrible anymore, but, Saber is way more viable, honestly. So, single target, quick DPS. We got 10k attack, more or less flat. Very solid. Once again, we like to see it. Double Buster, double arts, so he also likes that. Scotty Summer boost, very cool. Hit counts are not bad either. First skill, much like Yagyu, he has his 1-turn evasion on a 5-turn cooldown, pretty cool. But then he also gets 20% quick and attack up for 1 turn. So while it is nice to have that, again, the lowered cooldown on the 1-turn evasion, it's sometimes, awkward to use because, it's also tied to like his steroid, the 1-turn boost. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 600% absorb for 3 turns, and then 15 star bomb. Very solid. I mean, again, is it great? Maybe not, but does it make sense? Yeah, it's a good combo, It's a nice little basic boost. And then third skill, 5-turn cooldown as well. 30% defense up for self and 30% MP gain for self. Again, basic, but it works. So everything besides the first skill is like easy to use at least. You can just pop him like immediately if you want to. First skill you might have to time sometimes, which is, awkward, but overall, I mean, it's not bad. It's a decent skill set, actually. It has defense, it has offense, it kind of has like all kinds of tools you would like to see. Maybe not so much for utility, but, works. Alright, 21% debuff res is very nice. Highest one we received so far. Riding B also very nice on him with the quick focus, of course. Anti-Saber, maybe not so useful though on the append. And then the MP. Well, first of all, the OC is Dog Water because it is an instant kill OC. It's also after damage, I believe. Not that it really matters, but yeah, 60% on base. Never gonna work on a single target servant. Never. 10 hitter though, very cool. And also on normal effect, he removes defensive buffs. But sadly, he's one of the ones that removes them after damage. But still a very nice utility to have. Oh, yes. Honestly, I'm still of the opinion that I think he's slightly underrated. I don't think he's necessarily top tier, but I think he's quite underrated, honestly, as a DPS.
We got 2 single target quick welfares, right?
Yeah, I know. But I still kind of want to, give him some props here.
So,
I mean, for sure, but it's just, it's cruel. Like, it's very cruel. Welfare situation really not looking good for.
Yeah, even if he's a permanent, it's still tough.
Yeah. It's just, yeah.
Anyway, he refunds very decent for a quick servant.
So, just a second ago, I was munching on a cookie, so I'm not sure what you said about his first skill, but it was a very good cookie, by the way.
Okay, thank you for the information. Not hungry, by the way.
So there's a lot of people take issue with skills like his first skill, where it's the
mix of the hard defense and the offense
with the 1-turn buff, and I understand why people are annoyed by that because it's a little.
I think on art servants is not that big of a deal because of Castoria, but anyone else is like it's awkward.
So So you kind of have to think of like when would you be using that skill. So when you use the mana burst, you're doing a lot of damage,
Yeah.
which means you're probably trying to break a bar. So if you break a bar, there's a lot. There's like hundreds. I'm probably not exaggerating here when I say hundreds of bar break gimmicks that result in like a fast NP charge.
Yeah.
So it ends up coinciding.
So you're thinking
like
of
those
using it
two
like
effects.
in a aggressive way, yeah.
Yeah, so they end up coinciding anyways because like you're trying to break the bar, and then like you also get NP'd the same time. So it's not too
Honestly,
difficult to time a lot of the time.
I think to me he's basically quick Yagyu. They both have like, not the greatest MPs out there, and they're like very one-turny as well in places. Although Yagyu has
a lot of attack downs though. Like that's
but he has
like
some
80.
3-turn effects though, which are nice.
Yeah, I must say I really do like the 3-turn absorb. I know it's a really boring skill, but
yeah, it's good uptime too.
But yeah, like in a quick team, you're gonna have stars.
Yeah, and he himself will generate a good chunk too.
Yeah, and Summer Scotty's.
So they both have like their ups and downs, but I feel like they're kind of comparable.
Yeah, I feel like
really
B plus is fair.
Yeah,
really. B plus, no. Unupgraded MP1 quick single target saber, 1 turn, 20% quick up, attack up. Like I'm not even saying that it sucks because it bundles with the evade. No, it just sucks because it's 20 for 1 turn, right? He like,
but it's mixed buff, so you can it's actually better than like a 40% quick up.
He's like 10 times worse than both the other welfares at MP1.
I wouldn't say 10 times, but
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I would say 10 times. I'd never use him. I'm sorry. I'm putting
and
him
his cards are pretty good too, though. And his MP refunds really well for a quick MP.
Maybe I don't use him enough, so like I'm not giving him enough credit. Yeah. But even if I give him credit, he'd be like a C+. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's rough.
I
would not go below B. B would be lowest I can go.
I used him a lot when I was when my JP account was fairly new, and I gotta say, like, he is very reliable, even if his damage isn't amazing.
Yeah.
I feel like he is pretty reliable because he has a pretty well-rounded skill set.
When you started your JP account, could you grab Santa Karna from the evocation shop for free?
No, I started at the same time you did, but
there you go.
I also couldn't use Summer Scotty with him, and I feel like he scales with Summer Scotty better than
Santa Karna.
Okay, I'll move him to B. Okay, you managed to convince me. Okay.
Okay, look, I said I'm gonna be mean.
No.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I said I'm gonna be mean. I apologize. But
yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, Diarmuid fans. He was cool in Fate Zero. All right, like, come on.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I want to buff for him though. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about an interesting case because we have Lanling next. So yeah, we got a. I mean, I guess you could kind of do DPS on him, but he's definitely like an arts crit support, basically a mix of those two things. So honestly, his attack could be lower, but yeah, 9.1k attack means he can do a bit of damaging himself, but mostly you're probably just gonna bring him as a support. All right, double buster, double arts, I think is totally fine. No worries there. In fact, his gains, from what I remember, are not even that bad. So that's nice, because his MP actually is not bad at all. So that's cool. All right, 6-turn cooldown on the first skill. He gets a 2-hit, 3-turn invul. Pretty cool. And then the party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. I really like that it's a 2-hit, 3-hit invul on himself instead of 1 turn, because it makes this way less awkward to use. That's way more, just coverage on the average, because you do want to get that attack up on your teammates as well. Now, second skill is a targeted battery for 20% and also increases the target's buff success rate by 40% for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. Now, sometimes you do want to use this on himself because his third skill on a 5-turn cooldown guaranteed gives the party 20% arts up for 3 turns, but then you have 2 60% conditionals for the full party, either or you can get 50% star generation for 3 turns or 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and that's pretty good. So if you don't use this on himself, you have to go through the 60% RNG for the star-related buffs. But maybe it's okay. Sometimes it depends. I do wish he didn't have the RNG, so you could give the battery to your main DPS as well. But, you know, it's not the worst thing ever, I guess. His skills are always... I mean, there's survival for himself and, you know, damage for the team. Alright, 15% debuff rest, pretty cool. And then 10% quick is, like, not that much for him. Anti-assassin, I would not really mess with too much. Although I guess in his case, again, you can bring him as a support too, even against non-lancers. But again, he himself probably won't be doing much damage, especially on neutral. And then the MP, we got some cool stuff. So first of all, a AoE drop tick by 1. Just flat out, no RNG. Great, cool, love it. And then also AoE 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. The first of many to come. You guys know I like that debuff. And then also overcharge is 30% attack up for the full team for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 50%. And MP1 is minus 500 damage cut. Now, honestly, his MP scales pretty well. Honestly, I think MP1 is not the best, but MP2 already at 1k, it's a flat like 3 turns. It's not even 3 times 3 turns. Like, it scales really well if you get some MP levels on him. So yeah, that's a nice utility MP, honestly. I have always kind of liked his MP. He's a very interesting case. What do you guys think about Lanling in 2024?
I think you get to go first this time. I always jump ahead of you.
Oh, so I mean, I think he's just a good comparison would be like Castrogil. Maybe like for arts, they have like similar.
Yeah, they've always been
numbers.
compared.
He's just a very defensive version of Castrogil. Castrogil post buff is really good because he got.
Honestly, yeah, it's cool that he has those batteries, but this could be a hot take. I like Lanling's MP way more. I don't bring Castrogil to do damage. I would prefer a full support MP instead. So obviously, him trading some effects to get damage out of his MP is. I like Lanling's MP way more. But obviously, it's nice that they buffed Castrogil with the batteries and everything, you know.
So to be fair, well, now it is a lot easier to get Castrogil's NP, and it does have a pretty good amount of.
It does do other stuff besides damage too, of course. Right? But I feel like it could be. I wish it was full support instead.
I mean, it's crit up and defense down, and technically a star buff if you want to count that.
Yeah,
right? But like, but yeah, like Lanling is certainly a hyper defensive version of that. His MP is very defensive. You know, ramping up that crit down basically means the like enemies without crit chance ups, they don't really get to MP. They don't really get to crit you. Sorry. Drain as well. Damage cut is pretty huge, as you said. The only thing I don't like about him is just the same thing, like the battery. The battery, I don't always want to put it on him.
Yeah.
But if I don't put it on him, you know, the
RNG,
chance, the buff. Yeah, the buff chance becomes RNG. That's the one thing I don't like about him. And also, like here's why I don't use him that much is has nothing to do with his actual how good he is. It's just because I'm in turn and like his defense utility.
Yeah, he's a mix of like you know,
but
survivability, stall, and offense. So like he's an all rounder, is what he is.
Yeah. She's certainly a lot more tanky as a art support, which is pretty nice to have. Honestly, like you can side.
But also, buff success rate up is also nice that it's targeted because you know it can help for some other servants too. Like Nero, for instance, he would be a great support for Nero. They're both sabers, and then the 40% would fix her IP, and she gets huge buffs, 44% each. So there's a great. It's nice that it's kind of targeted too, and not just the battery.
Yep.
Yeah. Last year I had him on an A+. I might bring him down a little bit though.
I just feel like these days what he does is pretty replaceable, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, it's like damage cut is nice. Art supports are so all over the place, and like
many art supports now.
And like she's not even an art support in my opinion, but like a character obviously worth slightly bringing up is Yui Shosetsu. That character is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion. So like she can still be art, like even in her worst case where she she is just an art support, it's like close to Lanling, right? Like number wise, like even if she only gets the crit up on her MP for your DPS, it's almost like not as much defense but more heal. So like I think his standards have certainly raised, but he is still very solid.
Yeah,
he's still very solid for
I
sure.
think I'm gonna go with a B plus. Definitely usable.
Right. I'm not gonna.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Now this is someone I actually do have investment in, gameplay wise, not character wise.
All right, we'll cover her and then you can talk about her. Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and cover Lakshmibai next. So AoE, quick DPS, and farmer to an extent, I guess, but also a little bit of supporting too. She's interesting. Not sure if it's like in the best possible way, but yeah, let's see. So 9.9k attack, again, is good. Double buster, double quick, very lovely for Scotty Saber synergy, very good. First skill is her charisma, so 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack up for the full party for 3 turns. And then, much like Lanling, 60% chance to also give everyone 50% star gen for 3 turns and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. So it's very, very similar to his third skill. You just swap the arts with the attack up. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn and also 60% chance to... Oh, actually, no, this is a targeted skill. Target gets a 1-turn invul for 1 turn. I said 1 turn twice. Brain. Alright, and then also 60% chance to give them 2k healing per turn for 3 turns and also 2k damage cut for 3 times 3 turns. If you actually land those, this is a very, very solid targeted defensive skill, but again, RNG. But hey, luckily...
12,000 HP. 12,000 HP.
Yeah.
That's 6k damage cut and 6k heal. It is a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets a Guts for Self for 1 time 3 turns, revives with 3k HP. Also Self Quick Up, 20% 3 turns. MP gain as well, 20% 3 turns. And then there's a demerit, whole party gets minus 20% debuff rest for 3 turns. And also the whole party, again, this time it's everyone, 40% buff success rate up for 3 turns. I really like that this is AoE. Because, you know, she clearly needs it herself too. But now she doesn't have to, like, give off anything else for someone else. Like Lanling kind of sometimes has to. So she can guarantee everything to land. Very, very cool. This post buff is a very solid skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Strong. Let's see, 20% debuff rest, very solid. 8% quick up, I love to see it. And she has a very good version of Divinity, aka Goddess's Core. So the flat damage is still whatever, but hey, the 20% extra debuff resistance, very nice. So now she has 40% on base, which is not nothing. That's quite a bit. Third append is against Berserkers, also another solid one. And then the MP, we got AoE quick 4 hits. 20% crit chance down on enemies for 3 turns on base OC. Cool. And then removes offensive buffs from all targets that can be removed. Yeah, she's interesting. I don't really like her farming. It kind of, even after the buff, it's like still clunky, right? Yeah. But she has a lot of, like, if anything, her DPSing looks very solid. And, you know, there's some support utility as well.
All right, FGO hot takes here. Low-key better support than Lanling. I'm not joking.
Oof.
I can maybe see why you would say that.
I mean, it's more immediate.
To agree.
Wow.
So I really like her playstyle a lot because what she... Okay, so I use her as a support most of the time. I don't... Sometimes when I use her, I do have her do some DPSing. But she is mainly supporting and trying to keep one other servant alive. Just being able to use her second skill on that servant, and they're safe for that 1 turn, and then they have a chance to stabilize, and they've also got like a bunch of insurance after the invuln is gone. That's great, and I know we live in a post-Habitrot world, but the thing she offers over Habitrot is damage. She has the crit skills. Yeah, she has.
And also, like I said earlier, her first skill is very similar to Langling's third, but instead of arts up, it's attack up, so it makes her universal in that sense as well.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, he does have an attack buff.
Yeah, true.
But
Oh yeah. Yeah.
but I like the pocket type of support, like where it's all getting focused onto one target. So it's really nice. Also, her NP, I feel like and it is pretty valuable at times as well, because
removing
it will,
Bull Pierce.
yeah,
I think that's
it
a
gets
big one.
Yeah, it is considered an
it
offensive
gets rid
buff.
of all of those offensive buffs, and I know there's a lot of people who complain about how there's a ton of buffs that are not removable these days, but there are so many gimmicks where the enemy they'll have like some effect where like every time they attack they get like a crit rate buff or an attack buff, or every turn they apply attack and crit buffs. Like a recent example is the Zenobia challenge quest. She just stacks omega attack and crit rate buffs. I used Lakshmi on that quest, and she dealt with that. She got rid of the NP damage buff on the last bar, like all of that stuff. She dealt with it, and then she also implants her own crit chance down to prevent them from critting. So even though it is a damaging NP, I find that
it's comparable to Caskill in that sense, right? We were just talking about
the mixture of effects are very. It's a very nice little chunk of utility.
It's actually quite similar.
Also, someone said, Habitron only obviously applies to females as well anyway.
Oh yeah.
So she doesn't have the gender requirement.
And also also she just immediately dies with that, and that might not seem like that much of a problem, but you might not want to immediately cycle to the next servant. That's something nice
you don't have the
Lakshmi.
choice. If you use that skill, she's dead.
Yeah, and Lakshmi can sit there and hang around until the next NP. Usually I'll have her come out, she pops her third skill, so she stays alive for a bit, and then the enemy is NPing, and she uses her Invuln skill on the main DPS, and she'll cycle out towards the end, and they get to stabilize afterwards. It just works really nice and clean.
I had her on A last year, and I think I'm going to keep her there. She's just solid. She's good.
Personally, I'd put her in A+, but I understand A.
I think I'm going to do A, honestly, personally.
I mean, higher than Lanling, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I bumped him down from last year.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, okay. All right, time for another welfare, and this time it's a pretty interesting one, still relevant to this day. We're going to talk about Hokusai Saber Summer. Okay.
Oh boy.
So 9.3k attack on this single target arts DPS. Again, it's pretty good. It's not amazing. Compared to some of her other peers, I guess that's one where she may fall off a little bit, but it's not a bad number still. Honestly, her deck is interesting. It's like as gains as you get without getting the triple arts. So it's double arts and double quick. I think I would like to see a double buster, double arts deck though, because she does have some crit synergy as well. But yeah. Oh well. Alright, first skill 5 turn cooldown, 20% battery, and a 20-star bomb. So again, very similar to some of the other ones we've seen so far. It's still not bad. It works, especially in tandem with some of the other skills.
It's a slightly better version of Salter's second skill.
Yeah,
5 stars more.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, true. Funny how that works.
Barely.
Alright, 7 turn cooldown. This is a bit awkward because it's her guts skill. So it's a 1-time 3-turn guts on a 2k revive, but then it also has offense in 500% absorb for 3 turns for self. It is very awkward that it's tied to the guts because that increases the cooldown a lot. Also, the guts I think could have been 5 turns instead of 3 turns, but I digress. So I'm not a huge fan of this skill. It's a lot of downtime, but at least it combos okay with the first skill.
Yeah, I don't like that skill at all. It's like I hate this whole trend of 3-turn duration guts that they took.
Yeah, if it's 7, this should be 5 turns if it's 7 on the cooldown.
Yeah, I fucking yipped in joy when I heard that. What's her name? Yui had a 5-turn.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, very. I think when I did her first impression, I was very surprised about that too.
I'm just hallelujah, man.
Yeah. times change, I guess. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, and then a buff attack activate thingy for 3 turns. So when she does crit, she gets more crit damage, 20% for 3 turns. And I believe this is after damage, sadly. A lot of these are before damage, but this is after damage.
Yep.
So it's a bit awkward as well, but you know, it's offense packed into one thing. So overall, her skills, I think, could definitely be better. But there's synergy in there as well, and it's not all bad. Offense, defense, you know, she's got a little bit of everything. Alright, 15% debuff rest, pretty cool, and Divinity E is like just, you know, you can just gloss over that one. Anti-Foreigner, doesn't really do much. And then the MP, there's nothing on the normal effect besides damage. And then the overcharge, at least, is 30% MP damage on base for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 70%. So while it's not as high as Bedivere's Buster Up, it's still a decent scaling. But yeah, it's a very basic MP. 8 hitter though, and a free MP 5. And she does refund a good chunk. It's not like top tier, but it's a good chunk because of the high hit count. Can I just be the first one to say, I think she's a little overrated, personally.
True.
I think she's a bit overrated. I don't think she's bad, for the record. I don't think she's bad, but I don't think she's as good as some people make her out to be, honestly.
I think she's carried by her arts.
Yeah, like, if she was not arts, she would be forgotten. I'm not gonna lie. She would be forgotten. Like, she would be Rama if she was in arts.
Yeah, her only advantage is free in P5. Her
yeah,
kit,
that helps a lot too.
I do not like her kit. And people draw the comparison to Lancelot all the time, and I kind of hate that because the entire reason why Lancelot is a good crit servant is because he's very consistent. She does not have that consistency. She has to ramp up. She has to first crit.
Gotta love that crit to crit.
Yeah,
crit
it's always going to be awkward. You never maximize that damage.
So after you use half of the cards in your deck and get crits on them, finally you'll be able to crit as hard as Lancelot. And then you'll realize that you've already used your first skill, so you have no stars.
So
and you have no cards.
If anything, she's like
really
she's like meant to spam her MP to get the damage, and the crits are a bonus. Which, you know, it would be nice if she had like consistency on both.
Yeah, exactly. That's the arts crit thing. It's there's a little bit of bonus on the damage for that, but you're critting because you want to use your NP more often. It's the same thing with Estrella. It's there's other good examples. I guess Theseus.
Like, I didn't even like Saber a lot, so how do I feel about this character?
I'm thinking of one of the Bs personally.
Like I think
so.
I think B, bro.
So I hate saying this because like so I was talking earlier about like what I value with an arts servant, because like a lot of the appeal is being able to work with Castoria, and oftentimes it's being able to make up for whatever tiny flaws that Castoria has, or to support her in her strengths. There's one other aspect of it, which is just being able to hit hard. And she has a good NP. Like her NP
30%
does
NP
hit
damage.
harder than a lot of her competition, especially at NP1.
Yeah.
And sometimes really that's all you need. Like Castoria brings so much to the table that just having someone drop a fat turkey on the table, unseasoned, sometimes that's enough.
Well, I
guess because if we are considering Lancelot MP1, even with the MP upgrade, she definitely does hit harder with the MP. But Lancelot has the better consistent crits, like way better. But I guess they kind of maybe break even in that sense. If we are considering him MP1.
See, in ways I want to say that she is better than Lancelot, but that's not because of the crits, and it's
because she's free MP5.
Yeah,
it's free in P5, and
30% MP damage for damage.
Yeah, since she's able to, crit with her arts cards fairly easily, then she's able to use her NP more often. And like with an arts servant, you're not critting for damage; you're NPing for damage, and that's the best thing about it.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, both her and Lancelot should be in B+, so I can't really argue against this. So, there you go.
All right, fair enough. All right, let's talk about, I mean, we'll put a pin on that. Again, we're going to always shift later. But let's talk about another summer servant. We got Saber Tomoe. A very heated servant, I have to say. But okay, so what is she? AoE arts. She can both DPS and farm, I guess. I know that a lot of people say like her farming is god awful. It's not as bad as people think it is, honestly. Is doable, is viable, but it's not like amazing either. But I'm gonna say she can do both farming and DPSing, okay? So 9.5k attack, not bad, pretty decent. Double buster, double arts, very good because she actually does have pretty meaty crits as well. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Self-guts 1 time 3 turns. Also 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Yeah, that's the big one that enables the DPSing, if anything. And then she gets a delayed debuff for 3 turns. And after 3 turns, she stuns herself for 1 turn. So that's how that works. Second skill, 4-turn cooldown of a 30% arts up for 1 turn and 500% arts absorb for 1 turn. So it's basically Yagyu skill, but a bit stripped down, but also reduced cooldown. So, you know, interesting. I just wish she had a 30% arts up instead, but oh well. Or rather, 3-turn arts up. It is 30%, but yeah, 3 turns. Anyway, 6-turn cooldown, third skill. 25 star bomb. Also gets 10 stars per turn every turn for 3 turns. And a debuff immune 1 time 3 turns. Very important, because this could absolutely save you from getting stunned. It will not prevent, obviously, the debuff that, you know, does the delayed stun, because it's treated as a buff. But it can prevent the actual stun that procs from it. Now, obviously, this is a 1-time 5-turn thing, so if the enemy debuffs you before those 3 turns are over, you're gonna have to find another way, or just eat the stun. So it's not a guaranteed safe thing if you're doing bosses, but it can be a workaround for the stun. It's just not always gonna be reliable. Yeah, command codes help too, of course. 20% debuff rest, pretty cool. 9% quick up. Again, not super relevant with that one quick. Anti-alter ego is actually not the worst thing ever, because, you know, knight classes will always be a viable option against alter egos, because while they do neutral damage, yes, they take half damage. So yeah, while it's obviously not optimal for like something like min turning, it is a viable option, you know, normally. All right, the MP, she does a 1k burn on all enemies for 5 turns, and then the overcharge is a 5-turn burn amp, which is a base 100% increase, actually. Scaling up to 300%. And before damage, she gets both red and blue up 20% for 1 turn. And then she zooms. Yeah, interesting.
So
she's still not even on the sheet for the loops.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sad that they made her an AoE art servant when they did.
Yeah, she would have been cool at single target.
Yeah,
or Buster.
Single target or Buster.
Yeah.
I think Buster would have been better for her, because like she came out immediately after Castoria. Everyone wanted Castoria loopers, and then she wasn't very good at Castoria looping. But what she is good at, I think she is a very solid crit servant.
Yeah, I agree.
Numbers
her
for
crits
crit
are good.
buffs. Her third skill is like phenomenal for a crit servant, because
yeah, it helps self-sustain, and especially as an art servant where it's hard to get stars sometimes.
4 turns of crit stars. And since it's separated from the other effects, like it's separated from the crit buff, like it is with Lancelot, because Lancelot has it on the same skill, and that can be a bit awkward because you might also not want to use the battery, which is where his stars are. Her skills are portioned out in a very smart way, I feel.
Yeah,
because you got the offensive, like you got the crit tied to the guts on itself, and then like, okay, maybe you have enough stars, so you don't need to use her third skill yet. You still got a couple turns until she gets stunned. Oh, also note, because a lot of people just don't realize this, you can remove the stun. Like you can remove the stun.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah. Even if you get stunned, it's still a removable debuff by normal.
Yeah.
You don't have to preempt it with like an immunity or something. You can still remove it if you get stunned on the same turn.
Yeah, and considering how Castoria is capable of removing debuffs, it's only so bad. Unless you want to NP on that turn, and it won't let you do that.
Yeah, sadly.
Game's stupid.
It's kind of stupid it doesn't let you do that. Like, just make it whiff. But I guess it doesn't, because I don't understand why it doesn't do that, but I digress. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's just very unfortunate that she got forced into this role that she's not good at, because
her potential was held back, basically.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh man, I don't like her.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
yes, 100%
resident gamer girl.
100% crit of 3 turns. Juicy.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute juice.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, it's good with the stars as well. It's going to be easier to make it consistent.
Yes. You can. She has like one
absorb.
turn of burst window with that skill 2 and 3, in my opinion. Like the star per turn is maybe a little bit low. She wants to use her MP to boost her buster damage. She wants to crit with her because like arts cards don't crit that hard. And her overcharge is useless. Like overall, I don't know. I think she doesn't get a lot from ramping her looping her MP, because she's supposed to like do crits, but her MP helps her with crits, but only on the turn the MP is activated. So in a way it does help, but in another way, I don't know. Maybe you want to, because like the Star Absorber is on arts as well, right? Like maybe ideally you actually want to crit with her buster, right? So I think she is very awkward. I think obviously the demerit is a lot more manageable now with the mirror command code. You can even have 2 technically if you played everything. You can have 2 of the mirror command codes, so it's not going to be an issue. But I still think, as a whole, she plays very awkwardly. And like once again, trying to fit in that burn thing because she is a Tomoe.
Obviously the dots are unfortunate. They're trash.
So
yeah,
actually,
I mean, I use her as the 3rd Tomoe for dot, but you just have 3 Tomoes.
I would argue the other side of that. Like even though like for the most part dot just doesn't quite work.
You mean the damage kind of ramps up?
No, this is actually less of a meme here. How many AoE servants are there that can spam like modern levels of dot and then also dot boost and like keep doing that like for 3+ turns?
Domon, Shuten, Doji, I guess.
Shooting. No.
Shuten doesn't spam anything.
No. I wish.
Her MP and face guard gains are so trash.
Koyan Sky of Dark. There you go.
Wow.
That's that character.
She doesn't spam the
amplifier. It's only a one-time application. You only spam the dots.
The reason why I said modern
I mean,
is because
it's just Dolman.
Yeah.
His is 500 per application.
Kirei, Rasputin.
Yeah, true.
Kirei is a 3-turn one, and his dots are 3 turns for some stupid fucking reason.
Praise be.
He's so close to being a dot king, but he's just not.
Dude, I'll make it work.
Rasputin's a good one though. I do like his dot. I use him with like Dolman and other stuff sometimes.
Yeah. Honestly, while you hate Tomoe plushie, and that's fine, I think I'm still gonna plop her in a B. I think she's fine. I think she's good.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's a bit down from last year. I think last year was a B+, but yeah, I still think she's okay.
I know there's gonna be some people that are gonna be mad that Jason's that far below her, but
yeah, of course. But yeah.
Oh yeah, Summer Babanji, right? Hold on.
Anyway, while you're doing research, let's cover the next servants. So we're gonna talk about Saitou next. One of the Shinsengumi captains, of course. So single target arts DPS, 9.4k attack. Again, very similar to a lot of these, but still okay on the number. Double buster, double arts, very good for his use case. Both, MP spam and crits, works both ways. 5-turn cooldown on first skill. We get 20% red and blue for himself for 3 turns and a 20-star bomb. Pretty good. Just a stable, basic DPS skill that has a good uptime for the most part. Not bad. 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn evasion, and 18% defense up for 3 turns on the mind side. True. Again, it works as a defensive skill. Nothing wrong with it, really. It's fine. And then the third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% attack for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then 100% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I feel like they could have, like, the crit damage is fine like this, but the attack should have been flat 3 turns. Kind of makes, or maybe make it like 20% 3 turns. I don't like that it's 3 attacks. It's so easy to just, exhaust it. Yeah. Like, you want to exhaust it with the crits anyway. So
extra cards eat it up.
Yeah, extra cards count for this too. MP obviously is fine. You want the MP and the crits to exhaust that, but a non-critting face card or an extra card, you don't want this to be, unless you get like.
I mean, I guess it is.
I was about to say, like, if you do MP arts, then it's good, but then it doesn't matter because the extra at that point doesn't get it anyway because it's 3 hits.
Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't matter.
I was just gonna
anyway.
say, at the very least, it's 5-turn cooldown. It's not 6. I think it would have been a lot rougher with 6.
True.
Like,
on 5 is still not bad.
It's like, it's
like, overall, his skill set is
manageable,
basic, but it's good. It's fine. It makes sense. So I guess you can't really get an extra attack anyway, but yeah, it would be a bad use regardless, so doesn't really matter. So, but you basically just don't want this to be exhausted by non-critting face cards. That's what you don't want. Crits and MP are all good for that, but if you don't crit, you're sad.
Sorry, I was interrupting you for no reason.
Oh.
I will place him in E tier because, God, I will never touch his skills beyond 4s.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Interesting.
Dude. It's like dust, it's proof.
Oh, he's
it's
talking about
worst.
Okay.
Skill,
so
man.
Fair enough.
His skill levels. I will never know how well he performs on an advanced quest because I am never going to max his skills.
All right, fair enough. I have a maxed one on both servers, I think.
Shinsengumi, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
I wish I had that level of Matt freedom.
Yeah. All right, passives, 12.5% magic or debuff res, pretty cool. Could be higher though. But now we have finally a crit passive, 6% crit, very solid, nice to have. Anti-assassin, not really too relevant. And the MP is very nice. This is where things get like actually really good. So the OC, 20% arts res down on the target for 3 turns before damage. Is a ramp up for the enemy and is before damage. Increases your damage, refund, you name it. And also 20% crit chance down flat for 3 turns. And yeah, you can OC they make the OC better. It scales up to 40%. Ooh, well, it's a 7-hitter, so you can bet your ass it refunds like crazy. Because spoiler, he's at the top of the refund list by a wide shot. No one else is even close. In fact, the number 2 and 3 spots, their maximum refund potential is kind of close to his minimum. His maximum is very high. Like, he just refunds like crazy. And this is only from the first MP, only factoring in base OC, 20% arts res down. It gets better if you keep going. So, yeah, he's interesting. Very, very interesting.
Like, if you want to type a servant that works well with Castoria and an arts team,
like if Yagyu was the one that might not have the best synergy, he's the opposite.
Yeah, you want an MP that just goes ham, and that's exactly what he has. Yeah, he has some options to crit when he wants to.
Second best refund in the game after Artoria. Yeah, makes sense.
Like he doesn't like look at his kit. He has strong crits. Like, it's still strong crits. Like 3 hits, 100%, still fairly strong. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't even.
Like, he doesn't need crits. They're a bonus to him. Yeah. His MP is that good.
He doesn't even need it.
He doesn't need crits. He likes them, but it's not like a ride or die.
Yeah, I think this is a very competitive servant, despite all of the free options you can have.
Yeah.
Like, extremely competitive. I personally would put him A+.
I was thinking A+ too, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's the first A+ servant, honestly.
In my opinion.
That MP is just so good. If his MP was like Hokusai's or something, it would be, but it's so good. Like, goddamn, dude. 7 hits and then that OC. Oh, and the crit chance down can also help making the boss not crit you at all. Was he last year? He was probably A or A+. He was A+. Okay, he was A+.
All of these single target art sabers have just made me lose it. Like, my brain
there's a lot
feeling
of them.
fried. It's just we're splitting such tiny hairs here because they're all like trying to do crits and then being because like, they don't actually need crits.
His skills are not bad. They're decent, but they're good enough. to support the MP spam.
I'm not trying to disregard what you guys are saying. It's just like it's my issue is more so with how they're designing the servants. If we just don't need more single target art sabers that play the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, he does I know what you mean, but like he is like you can okay, this is a bold call. You can remove that third skill you remove that third skill's crit up and make that 30% attack up 3 turns, he'd be like maybe some people might even prefer that. Like he doesn't need crits. He does not need crits.
Imagine if he had MP damage as well.
He absolutely does not need crits. It's just
anyway, let's move on and talk about the other demonic slayer besides Rama in this list. We have Watanabe no Tsuna, single target buster DPS, 10.1k attack, high, very high. Double buster, double arts, also very solid for him. You know, likes them crits too. Speaking of which, first skill 5 turn cooldown, 600% absorb for buster cards for 3 turns, and then 50% crit damage, 3 attacks, 3 turns. It's okay. You know, makes him go Monke, and that's kind of good for damage numbers. I wish it was just, you know, it was higher on the crit damage because it's only 3 ones, but you know, it's okay. Second skill, 6 turn cooldown for the 1 turn evasion, and then also 600% arts absorb for 1 turn, and then 50% MP gain for 1 turn. It is very cool though, because you're probably not going to use these at the same turn anyway. So when you do the buster absorb, you do the big deeps, and when you do the arts absorb, you do the big gains. So at least they make sense, you know, how they're bundled together. So, you know, although this is only a 1 turn absorb and this is a 3 turn absorb, so you might still have this up by the time you use the arts one, which, you know, doesn't help too much. You might still be on RNG there for your arts absorb, but, you know, at least the bundles make sense. Third skill, 5 turn cooldown, 40%.
I like the premise behind it. I like the premise behind the second skill because, like, you're supposed to use that on an off turn where you're trying to get your NP or you're trying to loop or something like that. In practice, I don't know. Maybe it's because I tried it in the solo and it just didn't feel like that much. But like, I can appreciate the premise behind it.
Yeah,
like, if you
I can see where you're coming from.
Then it can get some stuff done.
Anyway, the third skill is really good though. So 5 turn cooldown, 40% buster up for 3 turns. What? And then sure hit for 3 turns, and then all enemies 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. That is a great skill. That is really good. That is, I don't know why the buster up is so high, but yeah, that's high and that's good. Good uptime on everything as well. This is a nice skill. Could easily be an SSR skill. Alright, 20% bad debuff rest, very nice. 8% quick up, you know, bonus. Anti-Berserker, you like to see it on the third append. And then the MP, 200% damage mod against Oni enemies. Now, obviously that's a bit more limited than, let's say, Demonic, but he also has Demonic on his actual overcharge, so bonus damage against Demonic enemies, scaling 20 to 40% for 1 turn before damage. Now, obviously, unless the enemy is, you know, Oni as well, Rama's MP will do more damage against demonic enemies. But if they're Oni as well, he will just... That's a ridiculous amount of, like, damage mod, though. But obviously, not every demonic enemy is an Oni. In fact, probably, you know, a minority of them are. It's an interesting case. I think he is better than Rama for sure, but I still feel like, especially now after all the new options, again, broken record and all that, he probably will not be seeing too much use, honestly.
Yeah, like the skill 3 is solid. Like, skill 3 is solid. Skill 1 kind of annoying, like you said. Skill 2, I think, is a little bit. I never like these, like, you know, star manipulation. Like, I like simple star absorbers. I don't like, you know, oh, star down, star up, and then you're like tossing stars around. Like, you might as well try to just get more stars for that. So I don't actually like that second skill that much. And the MP, the anti-demonic is basically fake. Like 20% P mod in particular, it's gonna get watered down by MP damage buffs. or crit ups, because it does extend to his cards, but like it's just not very like he basically only has anti-Oni, is how I see it. And Oni, I mean, Oni is not like the rarest trait,
But it's
it
not common
is
either.
relatively rare. Yeah, it's not common either. Like the only saving grace is quite a bit of them are Berserker, at least I think I recall.
And like the list also showed, his MP is a noodle if you don't hit damage once.
Yeah,
it does like no damage.
So I don't know. I especially like once again if you're ranking this at like MP1 or even at MP2, I don't know. It's unupgraded MP. There's not a lot of place for him.
Still think his crits are legit though. I think I would place him above Rama, which might be odd take, but I still think he at least has more generic use cases. Rama I would never bring outside of demonic, but he actually can be brought. Even if his MP doesn't hit hard outside of Leash, his crits are still fine.
I mean, that's fair. But yeah.
His kit at least makes sense.
Yeah.
Rama's is just
it's just sad
suffered over time, and because like he's got like the 3-turn crit stuff, like the absorb and whatnot. He's got some some sort of offensive utility. My brain's failing me right now. Apparently,
yeah, same.
Yeah, with the sure hit, and then he's got like the crit. The crit rate down.
It makes sense. Even if it's not amazing, it makes sense.
Low on numbers, but he at least has the makings of something useful.
Okay.
Usable. That's it.
All right, let's talk about Santa Karna next. One of the better ones, I suppose. So, single target quick DPS Saber. If anything, the biggest drawback is the attack being 9.1k, being a bit lower than most of the competition, but still not bad. It's an okay amount. At least it's over 9k, that's good. Double Buster, double quick, very nice for the Summer Scotty synergy. Very good modern hit counts as well. Overall, his cards just feel good. First skill 5-turn cooldown, we get 3 times 3 hits, or 3 times 3 turns of Quick and Buster up 30% each, and then a 3-turn 50% crit damage. Very good. Again, obviously I would prefer a 3-turn effects for the Buster and Quick Up as well, but you know what? At least the crit is always 3 turns. So it's on a 5-turn cooldown, it's actually pretty good. It's not a bad skill at all.
Yeah.
If it was 6-turn, I would be like, but 5-turn, yeah, it's legit. Alright, 6-turn cooldown, second skill, self-evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Also 500% absorb for 1 turn, and 100% quick crit damage for 1 turn. Now, it's not as awkward as it could be, because again, the evasion is 2 attacks, 3 turns instead of flat 1 turn, so that's nice. And then, yeah, his quick crit potential is, it's interesting. Yeah, 150%, huh? From the skills alone. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Target at 20% battery and also gives the target debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns. Wow, that's a lot of debuff immune. You're probably not going to get debuffed much at all in those 3 turns. I'd be surprised if you did. So, yeah, interesting. A bit of utility as well. 20% debuff resistance, very nice and high. Divinity A is like whatever though. And then bonus, 12% Buster crit damage. Very nice. Good old hard puncher. Third appendage against Sabers is, again, whatever. And the MP is interesting. Before damage, OC, 20% quick up on base for 1 turn for self, scaling up to 40%. And then before damage as well, removes enemies' guts. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't have to be before damage anyway. If you kill someone and then you have defensive buff removal, it would still kill them anyway. So it doesn't have to be before damage. But I guess it's
if you hit someone with guts with Ibaraki.
Yeah, Ibaraki can kill you through guts. Yeah, that's always the example I think of. But I guess it's for the animation to look cooler.
The Hassan parade, the non-cancer Hassan exhibition quest from Nerofest, like how there was all the servant ones where when you kill them they would instant death you. Everyone always picked Media because even though she killed them with her NP, that just goes to show how little HP they had back then. She removed the buff before the damage. So yeah, it's an example, a long-winded example for no reason.
I'm sure you guys agree with me that Santa Karna is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, free
He's still
MP5
good. Again, I always think of him
competitive.
like very comparable to like Ryder Kinsuke as a Saber, basically. But who crits harder
Yeah,
as
I
well?
mean, smaller battery, but better
Yeah.
kit. in
Way better,
general.
like more modern kit, and yeah.
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 Yeah, it's like great defensive, like 3 turn debuff immune can be like certain stuff that are
Yeah, it's
debuff
nice
heavy
utility
can
as
bring
well
him-
to have, yeah. Because it's not just
Yeah,
for him;
so-
it's targeted.
Yeah, so
Free
and him
MP5
being
unless
very
you're my
accessible.
JP account. Okay, dude. Alright.
Wait, what? Oh,
I somehow only got MP1 on the original run. I don't know what happened. I either burned the extra copies or just never claimed them or something. I had to wait until the rerun to
hey.
MP5 him.
and now evocation, so it's fine.
I mean, I don't need that because I got it from the rerun anyway. But yeah, pretty funny.
Yeah. So I mean, he's good. He's very competitive. Like once free MP5 is a very very strong
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
especially like when we're ranking stuff at like MP1 and stuff. So I like him better than Hokusai.
Yeah,
like
same.
that. I think that free MP5 can bump him to A+, like for sure.
Yeah.
Like if everyone's MP5,
I think he should be
no,
above
but
Hokusai.
yeah, I think he's better than Hokusai.
Hmm.
Oh, I was thinking of a completely different thing. Okay.
He is not
An
better than
example.
Hokusai or Lancelot. I disagree.
Right, that wasn't guts.
But
Yeah, he's good. Very
Yeah.
good.
his hit based
Or
his
skill
hit based
one.
S1. The
I mean, his
the ones
face
that
card's
matter.
already good on base too.
Like here's the thing: the ones that matter the most that are hit based is, in my opinion, is the crit, because you know every card can crit, so that gets eat up easier, right? It's 3 hits of Buster Up and 3 hits of Quick Up. Like how do you spend all the Buster Ups in 3 turns if you don't cycle out? You literally cannot, right? There's 2 Buster cards. Oh yeah, okay. So if it's like on the 3rd turn and on the next turn you get 2 more Buster cards, then yeah, you would waste 1 Buster Up, so it don't matter. The Quick Up, yeah, for the MP is a little bit annoying, but like it's not that big. It's 20%, so it's not that severe of an issue.
It's everyone's favorite.
Yeah. All right, we'll put a pin on that as well again. But so now we're going to talk about the Barghest, the return of Gawain, if you will. So single target Buster DPS, and I suppose a soloist as well, interestingly enough, to an extent. 8.7k attack. Maybe not the worst thing ever for her to have lower attack, higher HP based on how her kit works, actually. So it's not the worst thing ever. But it depends on how you play her, I guess. Full-on triple Buster deck, because, you know, gotta copy the gorilla style, but honestly it works really well for her, makes the mighty chains really juicy as well. Alright, first skill 5 turn cooldown, self attack up 18% for 3 turns, and then if you have Sunny Field, a 28% buster up for 3 turns as well. Second skill, 6 turn cooldown, self buster up 30% for 3 turns, and then she gets the survival buff for 3 turns, and then whenever she normal attacks in those 3 turns, she heals by 1k flat, and also removes a single latest buff from the enemy when normal attacking. And also, if you happen to remove a buff, you basically guaranteed land a 10% defense down on them for 3 turns, and that can happen for every buff removed from every hit. Very cool, very cool. It's such a good and versatile skill. It's always damage for you, and then healing, and then if the enemy happens to have buffs, hey, nerf them, and then also make them take more damage. Very, very solid buff, or skill rather. Third skill, 7 turn cooldown. Full party gets 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. And then she gets a regen buff for 3 turns. And every turn, that means the full party gets up to 15% gauge every turn for 3 turns. I do wish she had like some kind of a sunlight gimmick as well, like Gawain does. So sometimes you're not going to get this nice amount of buster up as well. But I guess she does also have 30% here guaranteed anyway. But yeah, a little awkward maybe here sometimes. But otherwise, I think the kit is good. It's definitely good. Makes sense for a lot of different things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 15% debuff rest, very cool. 11% buster up, very, very nice. Anti-alter ego, again, every knight class is always a solid option against alter ego due to the defensive advantage. And the MP, very nice. So OC, 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage, helps and is nice, is good, is not burn, very nice. She gets 3k max HP for 5 turns, and then most importantly, reduces all her cooldowns by 1. Wow, it's one of those cooldown reduction. Ain't that just lovely? If anything, she won't be doing super high on any of these sheets, but she is a very solid servant regardless anyway, for different reasons. Wow.
So something I was I chatted a lot with Plushy about her in particular because
Yeah, I
we
bet
had
you
very
did, yeah.
opposing opinions. So she sort of fits into that. She fits even more so into that archetype that I was talking about earlier with Fergus. The no need for babysitting type of thing, because she has like the Buster deck. She has a bunch of card buffs. You pair her with which she is able to use her NP more often, and because she uses her NP more often, the lack of survival support and defensive support is not as much of a problem because she is going to be stacking up this 3k HP buffs.
Yeah, she is very
like you're all
self-sufficient, yeah.
very self-sufficient, yeah. So even though her damage, like her NP damage is not that great, she has like all of the makings of like what the supports want out of a crit servant. I feel like her low attack stat is annoying, but I don't feel like it's as drastic as it is with her archer version.
I wish she has some way of making more stars, though.
Yeah, I get that, but to be fair, like almost her entire deck is red, and we have 2 phenomenal supports right now that can give you absorb on that and stars.
Yeah,
So
but
like
they're mostly just bombs. But yeah, fair.
well, I mean, Ruler Scotty, like she's got the big crit buff, and she's got stars per turn. There's also other types of
Yeah.
servants you can run with that, and since you can run those faster teams, the ones where you just dump buffs on top of her, and then you have them just like fuck off, basically. You can cycle in other servants that make stars or have star bomb Cs or stuff like that. So you can keep some output going on there with damage. And the fact that her NP also reduces cooldowns is pretty cool too, because that means she already has pretty good uptime on her first 2 skills. So every time she NPs, you're
Yeah.
getting 1 less turn of downtime out of it.
It doesn't get as crazy
And
as like Ozzy does, but it's still very good.
yeah.
Also, someone
also
said it is unfortunate that she doesn't have hard defense, though. So MPs are still going to
Yeah,
be tough for her,
that
even on solos and teams, like both.
to some extent that is true. Maybe I'm spoiled because mine is Grail to 100 because I am
Yeah.
based. But after like 2 NPs, she has like 20,000 HP. Unless it's a
You're not
single
going to
target
tank any
NP.
single target stuff, though.
Yeah, but
Trust
AoE
me, I
NPs,
have the highest
there's
HP
no-
servant in the game. You never tank single
Oh,
target
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, she gets that. She's got multiple sources of invuln there. That's not fair.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But
So
also, like, the 3rd skill. I love the 3rd skill because that means she can synergize in more traditional long-term teams, and like where you're going to be bringing Mash and Hans or Merlin or whatever, because that helps them get their NPs and makes up for her having less arts cards. So you can
Yeah.
pick Mighty Chains instead of Arts Chains, and you're still going to get decent gains. That's
I think I'm going to plop her down into A the same as last year.
Okay, plus she had something you wanted to say, though,
I mean,
I think.
she's like the thing with Bargus is like, I mean, you're not putting her in S, so I feel like I shouldn't have to like make my point, but still like
Yeah.
Bargus. Skill 2 really strong, not nearly as strong in a team. Like card RNG, like the thing that makes her solo so good is she can trigger that 4 times a turn. Like I had a hard disagree with Otto on this. But I mean I have slightly toned down my dislike for her in teams, but I still don't like her in teams that much.
Yeah.
And like and like her ability to not tank MPs actually, like this makes her solos like a lot harder to cheese. Like it's not easy to cheese stuff these days with her kind of solo, like because you have to artificially bump up her maximum HP in order to tank. Like these like heal tank stall units, they can't really get away with it as easily. Like there's a unit like Summer Bavanshi is also kind of like a heal tank unit, and she can effectively cut all enemies attack in half whenever she does her MP. So like she has double effective self HP when she does her MP. So and like even she can't really get away with a lot of stuff. So she's not gonna be, in my opinion, the highest tier solo units, but still like really good, especially against people like to spam buffs. You know, that skill 2 goes pretty crazy. You know, she can eat all the buffs, which
and
is,
then get more damage out of it.
Does. Yeah, get more damage out of it. Really good. She also has one like really good thing I like, which is the triple buster, because when you realize, like, I feel like most of people do like MPQA Mighty Chain to try to spam her MP, get the HP up, and get the cooldown down. But like if you realize, oh, I can't really stall for much longer, you can switch into triple buster damage boosting mode. And that's all I want to say. There you go.
Yeah.
She's a very good solo servant.
Yeah, not bad. All right, let's talk about Roland next. Mr. Nudist himself. Single target buster DPS Saber. 9.6k attack. Very decent. Double buster, double arts, I like it. Honestly, he could maybe even be triple buster, but you know what? This is not bad either. It's pretty good. Alright, skill 1, 6 turn cooldown, self-invo for 1 turn, 100% defense for 1 turn, and 20% battery. It's an interesting one, because, you know, everyone's always like, you know, it's an invo, why do you need the defense? Well, you know, it's a cool little bonus in case they happen to have, like, invo pierce or something. So, hey, you know, might as well double down on that protection. Alright, second skill is where this is amazing. This skill is, what the hell, dude. 6 turn cooldown, 30% buster of self for 3 turns, full cleanse on self. Now, he does get susceptible to charms, you know, 50% charm, anti-charm, bad, 3 turns, whatever. But then, full AoE buff strip, yeah, there it is. That's what I was talking about earlier. He has it, a full AoE buff strip on his skill. It's so rare, and he has a 4-star. I think everyone else is like a 5-star that has this. Oh my god.
Hey, Benkei.
I meant skill, but yeah, fair enough. Anyway, third skill. This is also very cool. 3 turn cooldown, 20 star bomb, 500% absorb for 1 turn, 10% bonus battery, and then a little bit of damage to himself. It's like a black rally proc. Wow, I like his kits. It's great. It's basic, but it's great. Dude, a full AoE buff strip? What? Okay, anyway, let's finish this. 20% debuff resistance, very good. 10% quick up, not that big of a deal on him. Anti-rider append is like whatever. And then the MP, ooh, good stuff here as well. Oh my, first of all, Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage, love it. Then OC, freaking hell, dude. 20% attack and crit up for 3 turns on base before damage, scaling up to 40%. That's a solid MP, though. That's a real solid MP FX-wise.
Yeah.
Oh my. This guy is so underrated, man. Like,
yeah, very underrated.
holy.
I personally don't use him either, but like I don't like it's just personal preference. But I think on paper he is super solid
for us all.
Yeah, I mean, he's just good.
We were all trying to get Creamhild, and there he was.
Oh yeah, Creamhild is better than him, which is surprising because of how good he is. But
well, yeah, but Cream is kind of like a top tier 4-star.
Yeah, so he is very, very underrated. He has like all the anti gimmicks, and his damage. He actually can ramp up his damage, so it's not like he's sacrificing like his DPS for anti gimmicks. The skill 3, if you do lure it, it almost feels like, you know, tagging a Starball on MP, because like for a Buster Servant, the frequency is about the same, right? Like, I mean, it's a bit lower, but like,
yeah,
like it's a really good frequency for the Star Bomb. It's like he almost has it whenever he wants. So yeah, I think he's really good.
I think there's a good case for him to be like A+, honestly, even.
Probably. I mean, I don't know much enough
Like
about
he
him.
just
but,
does a
like,
lot.
Maybe.
I
Yeah, he
feel
just
like
does a
there's
lot.
some A's that I would move to the same tier as him, but I think this is close enough. Like it's splitting hairs at that point, you know.
Yeah. We'll see later. I might change my mind, but for now, plop him there.
All right, this next one is completely bedge. I gotta go take a leak, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, fair. Fair.
I don't really have anything to add here.
All right, so
It's
let's
not
talk
much.
about Saber Gareth next. AoE Buster, basically DPS, and man, it's so unfortunate because I remember the summer. This is the summer NA is getting this year, and man, everyone else in that event is good or god tier, and then there's Summer Gareth who's like sad, just very sad.
Yep.
Anyway, 8.1k attack. That is not a good start. That is a very low number for a 4-star DPS. It's not Saber Lily, but man, is it low. Oh my. Double Buster, double Arts. The deck itself is totally fine and makes sense, but man, that attack already is a big warning sign. Right, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, red and blue up 20% for 3 turns on self, and a 20-star bomb. So again, very similar to like Saitou, for instance. Yeah, it's okay. It's not bad. It's okay. 6-turn cooldowns, targeted guts 1 time 3 turns, revives with 3k HP on max rank, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then she gets Sunlight Field active for 3 turns. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown, self-buster up 30%, 3 turns, gets a 20% battery, and then a on-attack buff for 3 turns, and when she does normal attacks, she burns the enemy for 3 turns for 300 damage per turn. Like, skill-wise, it's not bad. I mean, it's pretty basic and a bit undertuned, maybe, but it's not bad stuff. Just undertuned, considering her attack is so low. 18% debuff is pretty cool. 8% quick up, whatever. Anti-Saber is like, again, whatever. On the append. And the MP. No normal effects besides damage, and overcharge is 10% attack up for 1 turn before damage on base. And then if you happen to be on Sunlight, you get 20% attack up for 1 turn before damage. So if you have Sunlight, which is pretty easy from her second skill, it's 3 turns too. 30% on base and then 70% on max, but... it's the MP, it does no damage. It does no damage. It's probably because of her low attack, but man, I don't know.
I'm so convinced
She's so
this is a year
bland.
1 7.
Bland.
Yeah, the hilarious thing, I think I saw one of the fake leaks for last year's summer.
Yeah.
She was so forgettable that somebody leaked Summer Gareth again.
Like they forgot she already existed, yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's like, "Oh my god, we're gonna get Summer Gareth on Summer 8." Jesus, actually forgettable character.
I mean, it makes sense. It was the last build 6 summer, but yeah, too bad they already printed her.
Yeah, it's tragic. This character.
I mean, she's not year 1 bad. That's too much, but
yeah,
she's so bland. I mean, because everyone else in that event was so good too. Everyone else.
She feels like a worse Gawain, which is like. I mean, I guess Gawain is, he's been buffed. It's not like it's super shameful to lose to Gawain.
Worse.
But nobody's gonna use a worse Gawain.
Support.
Why? For Sunlight, bro?
Sunlight, and she gives her guts.
Just bring Ozzy instead, bro.
Yeah, she's just not good. You need to test her out to figure out how well she is. Yes, I did in fact test her out, and I found out how bad she was. I'm sorry, man. I have MP5.
I think she might go into C tier.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd even put her lower, but
I had her on C+ last year. I'm gonna bump her down a little bit. C Definitely. It is.
Wait, was she out last year?
Yeah.
Yes.
She's going to be released in the summer this year for NA.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you did the same thing he was talking about, so forget him.
Yeah, dude, you're going to fucking fake leak Summer Gareth a second time, bro. It happens.
Poor Gareth. I like Gareth a lot, though, as a character, but yeah, unfortunate.
She's also cute.
Yet
She's
to
got
see
the little
substantive
dog.
Proof that she exists in the game right now.
Yeah, it's sad. But yeah, there you go. For farming, you have... Okay, look. I mean, yeah, if you're saying she's MP1, then yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay. Keisuke, right?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about Keisuke next. Okay, so Mr. Shinsengumi support. We already had some like when I was in Otto's podcast, he had a lot to say, but yeah, we're gonna cover this anyway. So,
Oh yeah.
honestly, I don't feel like his attack being low
don't
is
know.
bad.
I don't have much confidence in my ability to change your minds. So
Yeah, you probably
I'll
won't,
say
but
my
yeah,
piece.
it's fair.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the attack is not super high, but it's fine because he's mostly a support anyway. So the stats being kind of balanced is okay. Double arts, double quick, pretty okay because gains are okay for him. You want that. 6 turn cooldown on the first skill, 20% AoE attack 3 turns, 20% AoE MP gain 3 turns, and then a flat 10 star bomb. It's okay. It's not a bad skill. It works. It's okay supporting. Second skill is where I have more issues. 6 turn cooldown, self quick at art stuff, 30% for 3 turns. They should have made it AoE 20%. And then also he himself only gets the 20% battery. Make it like AoE 10% or even 20%. Come on. Yui exists. Come on, bro. Do it.
Exactly.
Do it.
We've seen them push power levels for these 4-star supports.
6 turn cooldown on the third skill, full party evasion for 1 hit, 3 turns, heals everyone up to 3k, and then removes dots from the party. Okay, not bad. It's an interesting twist on Harp of Healing, I guess. Overall, I think skills 1 and 3 are fine. Skill 2 I don't like. It's full selfish. It's Miyu 2.0 again. Alright, passives, 2.5% magic res or debuff res, not bad. Writing E, actually not bad, but the number is so small, 2%, yikes. Anti-berserker, cool. He's not really going to do too much damage, but yeah, it's there. The MP, we got MP1, 20% attack up for the full party for 3 turns, so another charisma, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Shinsengumi allies get 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then everyone gets 10% battery on OC base, scaling up to 30%. Yamanami Keisuke.
If you have a higher NP level of him, he's like okay, but for general use, NP1 I wouldn't.
So okay, we already established that his skills are way worse than Yui, right? But if we look at his MP, if we look at his MP, so party attack. Okay, here you go.
So to be fair, he has an AoE evade, and like a lot of the times when I'm bringing him to something, that is actually like one of his big sells, just being able to deal with 1 NP. Of course, I do have to clarify a lot of the time. Most of the time I am playing differently than most people.
So he's a better David, is what he is for supporting.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's an upgrade to David in terms of supports.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
He's got like a little bit of. I like his third skill. I like how it's separated with like how the things are portioned there. Like you've got the heal, you've got the debuff cleanse. Even though
David supports worse, but you know what David has? David can throw a stone and Surtur will explode, right? Like it's
true. Very true.
Like, I don't like. He's just they can definitely push his numbers. Like once again, like I know Yui is kind of unfair. Like I don't know how high you guys rate her, but like I personally rate her. I would probably very
put her
high.
Very high, yeah.
I would put her very high, but like still, like we've seen them push numbers for these like 4 stars. We just saw them push the numbers for this limited 4-star supports, and like him with Shinsengumi is such a narrow like pool of people to buff as well, and it's not even like everyone from the Shinsengumi really wants his buff, right? Like it's just kind of sad. Like it's the application is just too narrow, and like he doesn't provide enough. Yeah, okay, he tanks an MP for free. Like it's not as value as it used to be. Like being able to tank an MP for free. I'm sorry, it's a lot easier to do that these days, and it's just not worth just bring for that. And his other stuff, like you said, his entire second skill should be team wide. I don't understand why it isn't.
Yeah, if you need to nerf the numbers, do it, but it needs to be team wide. He's a support.
Yeah. So no, maybe like I was gonna say like at least his MP has star per turn, but not Yui. But then Yui's second skill is 15 stars. But I'm not even gonna do this comparison anymore. I feel bad for this man. I'm sorry.
Right. All right. Let's talk about the second.
Where did you place him again?
I placed him on flat C.
I just want to know where.
Yeah, it's the same as last year. I put him on C again.
Okay, yeah, I think C is okay. He's one of those like, there's like a lot of just secondary supports that they're just not like. They can do some basic things. It's just like you'll need a specific mixture of things for them to be like the best thing. And he's not quite the best for anything. I hate to say.
I'm not even gonna bring up like let's not even bring up you. I feel like Lanling and Lakshmibai probably does the job better in a lot of cases, right? Like I don't know, man. Anyways.
Let's talk about the second new servant to this list compared to last year's. We got a welfare. We got the Cool Lily, aka Setanta. Single target, quick DPS. He has the same funny 9s on the attack that Yagyu does, and someone else that we're gonna see sooner than later. He has a double arts, double quick deck, which I think should have been double buster, double quick, but you know what? It is what it is. Interesting. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack up for 3 turns for self, full cleanse on self, and then a 20 star bomb. Pretty good, actually. Sometimes the cleanse might be poorly timed, but the offense is not bad. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 100% wild beast damage for self for 3 turns, and then 20% quick up for 3 turns. Now, wild beast obviously is not a very common thing. It's it's sadly kind of niche. But, it's still a quick up nonetheless. But when you think about it, most of the time, it's just a 20% quick up. Yeah, it could be better, I guess.
I mean, it is 100%, I guess, because the number is pretty big. That's maybe why it's...
Yeah, true. So it at least gives him some kind of a niche anyway, like regardless. I don't think he's a bad servant anyway, by any means, by the way. But at least it will give him some kind of a good use. Anyway, 6-turn cooldown on third skill. He gets a chance-based things. But don't worry, if you max the skill, you have a 100% chance to get 40% crit damage for 3 turns and a 100% chance to get a 400% absorb for 3 turns. And then he gets a 2-hit 3-turn evade. So when you factor in that you can eliminate the RNG by leveling, this should be the staple for RNG skills, by the way. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It is awkward sometimes, but at least it's a 2-hitter 3-turn evade instead of a 1-turn. So it makes it way more easier to use. So yeah, overall his kit is basic, the skills, but they're fine. They're fine. Alright, 17.5% debuff rest is good. Divinity B, not so much. Anti-assassin, doesn't really matter too much. And then the MP. Sure hit for 1 turn before damage. MP deals damage that ignores defense, very nice. And then overcharge, 20% defense down for 3 turns. But sadly, after damage. It is a 5-hitter, so it doesn't sadly refund too much on base. But he has high damage, though. There is that. He has high damage potential. Pretty damn nice. But I feel like he's just a bit bland. In a lot of places. Like when we see the other new edition, is he the next one? Yeah. He is. Then we see what bland is not like. So yeah.
I mean, his kid is like worse than a little bit worse than Santa Karna, but but his MP is better than Santa Karna, like definitely. And his deck is worse than Santa Karna. So like it's kind of weird. I think they're similar, but just because right now how the supports work out, I do like Santa Karna a little bit more. Like especially after especially after Yui, I think having a quick buster double card buff is also a good asset to have. So like I right now currently I would prefer Santa Karna, even though like once again defense ignore MP and sure hit, definitely 2 very strong effects for anti-niche, not anti-niche, just anti-gimmick, whatever. So like I mean I think he's just slightly worse than Karna.
I think I kind of agree. Yeah, he's good, and he has high damage potential too, especially if you're running Wild Beast. It's crazy, but he's just a bit bland. Like he's lacking stuff. And I don't love his deck either. The double arts, double quick. I think double buster, double quick would have been so much better.
Yeah, his arts aren't crazy good either. Yeah, it's like, you know, his quicks are 4 hits. So most of the time you're gonna use his quick anyways. It's like his arts is kind of wasted. Yeah. So like I don't know,
bro. He's so boring. Like
he's boring and he's boring and he hits hard. Bland but hard hits.
That's kind of a trend that we've been starting to see with
welfares. Like maybe not, at least not with the next one, but yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just like conventional good, like taking all of the easy good things and like not much creativity, I suppose.
Yeah, they're just taking safe routes a lot.
I mean, that's like once again.
I think it's the same thing with Magoichi as well. Spoiler for the Archer tier. Like she's good, but she's a bit bland, but she's still good.
At least she has a taunt, I guess. But
I feel like the taunt was
true. There is the taunt thing. Yeah. I guess that does. That's unique.
But yeah, I think. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing because like for welfares, it's like a budget option for people.
Yeah.
So having a unit that is generically good is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to talk about the final 4-star of this list, which is a very interesting one too? Okay.
Yeah, certainly the elephant in the room we've been avoiding.
Yeah, let's talk about Miyamoto Iori, the man, the myth, the legend. So yeah, much like Setanta and Yagyu, he's the other one that has the funny 9999 stat line on the attack. But yeah, it's a good number still. So even though it looks funny, it's still a nice number. He's got a double buster, double arts deck, which is very perfect for his gameplay style for sure. Skills. Okay, yeah, this is a doozy. Okay, first of all, 6-turn cooldown, self-absorb 500% for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and 50% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. That's quite a lot of stuff, and basically all of it is pretty useful. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Again, self, 30% battery, 20% attack up for 3 turns, 20 stars, and then 1k burn on all enemies for 3 turns. That's like the one meh part, but everything else, again, pretty cool.
Honey Lake synergy.
Yeah, true, of course.
That's literally it. Yeah. Honey Lake synergy.
Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown again. Self, rainbow, 20% 3 turns, 500 damage cut for 3 turns, and self evasion to hit 3 turns. Okay, I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to cover everything first. Anyway, 17.5% debuff rest on the passive. Very nice. 8% quick up. Not the biggest deal ever, but, you know, cool bonus. Anti-Saber Append. Honestly, it's like whatever, but, you know. You might even use him, honestly, there. Yeah. Anyway, the MP then. The OC is like not great. It's a 10-star bomb on base, scaling up to 30. It's not the minimum that we've seen earlier, but you know, it could be better. It's fine though. It's not like a terrible, like an instant kill or something. Sorry, Diarmuid. Anyway, then sure hit for 1 turn before damage, and then buster and quick up 20% for 3 turns before damage.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this guy is overloaded. He's crazy.
Yeah.
He's so too much what? Stuff. This is an SSR, dude. What the hell, dude?
Yeah, his damage is also really good, like compared to other stuff.
He's so stacked. So freaking stacked, dude.
Can ramp up. He's got like decent. He's got a very good extra attack, I guess. Like he's got some. He like 20% rainbow is I think at the very least is like meant to combo with Yui.
Yeah, it's definitely meant to combo with Yui.
Yeah, like it works very well. And his MP further combos with Yui because at least it's quick and buster, and Yui can give the arts. So like if you run out of the rainbow, you can still use
and those are 3-turn buffs from the MP as well.
Yeah, so like even though he only has 1 quick, like it still ramps up. Like if you're I don't know, like this character has too much.
Yeah, true. His MP damage might not be the highest, but he has everything. He's so loaded and stacked, and just overall such a beast of a servant.
I mean, his MP damage without looping, without like damage double stacking is really high. Actually, I think at MP5 he compares to like a lot of SSRs at like MP3 or 2 to 3. I think I made a list, but I
Yeah, if you want to feel bad, look at his kit, then look at Brave list.
Yeah, like
oh my god,
it's just so. He's just so generically good. Like it's just all good effects. Like crit. He got like everything you want in a crit kit. He has instant stars, star bomb, stars per turn, even more stars, not literally per turn, but like from the MP, absorb, crit up, and like card type ups on MP, attack ups, a battery. Like he has just everything. It's kind of ridiculous.
I mean, would you guys agree to an EX?
I will agree to an EX, and I have decided that I do not like this motherfucker.
Oh.
Okay? It's not that I dislike his gameplay, it's not that I dislike his character or his design or anything. I just hate the fact that this is a fucking welfare, and like we're getting that much better with welfares. This like how we rate shit on this list is such a testament to how welfares can actually be kind of harmful for the game. Like, I know it's great that we can all have this type of stuff, but there has to be some form of balance here. Like, why the fuck would you roll for any of these other sabers if you can get some crazy shit like this for free? And to make matters even worse, even like he's so much better than all of them, and he's fucking boring, dude. He doesn't have anything interesting, like how Roland has his ramp up. Oh, I guess ramp up effects.
I mean, he has that too.
He doesn't have interesting things like buff removal. He doesn't have unique utility beyond like, I mean, he's got ignore evasion and
pretty weak. Yeah, sure hit is pretty lame.
He's just, I just don't want this. Okay, it's
fuck your other 4 stars, to be honest.
See, Saber Hokusai is a great example of this. So Saber Hokusai, she has a selling point. Her free NP level was a good selling point for her. Like, her kit wasn't ever really that good. Her crits suck. I know someone's hotly contesting that somewhere in the world. But the balancing act there was, like, even though she had the NP damage, there were other servants that had like the utility. Like Yagyu had more utility, even though he had crit, he was more so protecting the team. Lancelot is less doing damage with the NP and doing more so with crits. Then we have this jackass over here that does everything, and he does it everything better than everyone else. And it fucking sucks for the servants that already have so little. Rama is like 30 feet underground right now. And he's looking for his wife, and he'll never find her at this rate.
I think it's fine. Just like these characters, these are very beautiful trophies. You can keep in your room.
Sorry,
you can delete them from the game now. Have fun. There you go. This really stupid character, obviously.
Yeah. We'll maybe see about the placements later, but I think it's time we should probably move on, because even though there's not that many servants left, it's still a good chunk, and we're gonna talk about the 5 stars next. So
I'm considering putting him like even close to S. Like if you have like all your paid servants at MP2 maybe. So like at MP1, this is I don't think this is gonna change. Anyways. Yep.
Oh yeah, and the worst part is people keep putting this stupid JJK meme over him. I am so fucking tired of JJK.
You need to calm down, bro. You need to calm down, okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay, hello, everyone. I'm a nice, happy, positive person. I have very good streams. I hate JJK fans, but
okay. Wow, this video is gonna get so many dislikes. Anyway.
Oh no, they're just gonna go over and dislike me, and I'm gonna get engagement.
Nah, don't worry. I'm the one who uploads the video. I get all this shit. That's how it works. That's how YouTube works.
Let's go.
Anyway, starting the 5 stars, we're gonna talk about the poster girl, of course. We're gonna talk about Seiba, Artoria. Not the other name that Nasu gave her. That is not true. It doesn't exist.
Oh, it will show up in the remake.
No, okay. So she's an AoE buster, DPS, and a farmer. Primarily a farmer, but you can also DPS, I suppose. Now, 11.2k attack is by no means high on an SSR, but it's not low either. It's about average, if not a slightly lower than that. She's got a double Buster, double Arch deck, which I think is fine, especially when, you know how her mana burst works. First skill, still a boring charisma. I'm surprised they haven't changed this yet. But yeah, 5-turn cooldown, 18% attack for the full team for 3 turns. Weak, boring, doesn't really do much. Second skill, here we go. They have buffed mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% Buster up for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and all her cards that are on the field change to Buster for 1 turn, meaning that, yeah, you can easily do your Buster Brave chains, I guess. Cool, big red damage. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% battery, and a 15-star bomb. So yeah, the kit is definitely basic, but, for her, main purpose, it works totally fine. 20% debuff res, cool little thing. Riding B, maybe not so useful, but, cool bonus. Anti-rider is like, whatever. Unless you're like the biggest fat ever, which there are a lot of, you're probably not going to care too much about this. MP, again, basic. One hit AoE, no normal effect besides damage, and the OC is a 20% refund on base scaling up to 50%. But the OC is important. It definitely makes a difference. So yeah, obviously, good old Artoria, she farms well. She's not like the end-all be-all of farming, especially now that Salter got that ridiculous buff, but she is still a solid Buster looper, and she has a lot. The most important thing, she is flexible, right? Definitely very flexible. A lot of different comps and options depending on your Cs and whatnot. So
in my opinion, she's the best AoE Saber welfare.
The welfare, yeah. Back with the same jokes. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, look, she can Buster loop. Buster looping isn't the end all be all thing anymore. Like, especially after we've been with that for a long while, and like especially not the Buster loop that she like allegedly is good at. Isn't it because like she can do like not Atlas double light with like K-scope or something because it's 5-turn cooldown battery. Like nobody does that anymore. Like and like I genuinely think her use is just like it's not nearly as good, like not even close to what she was when Coin Light first came out and people were like super hyping about Buster looping.
Yeah,
I think she fell off quite a bit in terms of usage. And in multi-core, yeah, there is the one niche thing where I want to make up for not enough damage, and I get very consistent Buster cards, at least more consistent than other people because she technically has 5. Whenever she wants to, but other than that, I don't actually see a lot of appeal from this character, unfortunately.
I'm definitely gonna bring her down. I already thought about this too from last year because I had her on EX, but I still think she is very legit. That has a servant that has a lot of use cases, even though she is kind of
only putting her
bland.
I'm only putting her in A.
I might still do A+, honestly. I might still do it.
Yeah, I think A+ is the popular choice, but
so my take on this, like my serious take, I'm not joking here. So at this point, almost every AoE Buster Saber can do this. Like every AoE Buster.
I mean, she has
Saber,
the face card advantage as well with the red conversion, though, which is a big thing.
Okay, but does she? Because she has nothing to enhance her own cards beyond like, okay, she's got the Buster buff for 1 turn.
Yeah, but it does make the extra like crazy strong though, so there is that.
For 1 turn, I don't know. I think she's very not exciting.
Just like a little attack buff for her extra. Like, so everyone she is competing with has a lot of other things, and they can do Buster looping. Maybe not as well as her. Not the same numbers, except for Arthur. Arthur is still where he is, but everyone else is able to do other things on top of the Buster farming. So like you got Altera, who she's got good numbers too. Sure, you need to use Plug, but like the best numbers you're going to see out of Artoria are going to be with Plug. And And then she's also got she's got the buff purge and then the crits and stuff. And there's just
stuff.
Everyone else has something else, but she only has one thing which she can do slightly better than other people. And I just feel like that's not enough these days. She's
okay.
she's
I'll
boring
put her
too.
an A for now. We're gonna place a lot of the other ones first as well, but we'll see.
Oh yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah. I'm trying to spoil shit by accident.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on for now. We might revisit, of course. All right, let's talk about good or bad Civ, depending on your POV, I guess. Altera. So AoE Buster. Again, would say farmer. She, again, has some presence in DPSing, but I think most people that use her will probably use her in farming. 12.3k attack now. That is a very nice looking attack number, needless to say. It's very high. Very, very good. Double Buster, double arts is totally fine on the deck. First skill is buffed, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And also, hey, it's not a full buff removal, but it is a full defensive buff removal from all enemies on a button press, so that's kind of cool. Second skill has been buffed twice, because that's fun. 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 120% offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns, 3k heal, and a 300% absorb for 1 turn. Pretty interesting. Not all of them will always be relevant, but yeah, it does stuff. It's low cooldown. Decent uptime on a couple of the effects. Yeah, it's a good skill. Is good. And third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% attack for self for 3 turns, and a 15-star bomb. Kind of combos well with the second skill after all the buffs now, too. Yeah. Alright, 17.5% debuff res. Cool. 10% quick up is not even remotely exciting for her. Divinity, B, yeah, no thanks. Anti-foreigner on the append doesn't really do too much, and then the MP has a terrible buff, but a buff nonetheless. Damage, and then after damage, 20% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40% on the OC. Yeah, so another very similar example. But yeah, much like Artoria, she can loop. It's not as pretty though, in terms of the comps.
I think she's just on par with Artoria. Like farming wise, she's a little bit worse.
Yeah.
Other thing wise, she's a little bit better. In my opinion, she's also A.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, she has a really high attack too.
Yeah.
And her crits are not bad now after the 2 buffs to the second skill.
Yeah, for sure. I genuinely think she's just she's a Artoria that's more usable outside of CQ, outside of farming, but less good in farming.
Yeah, good crits.
Personally, I'd put her in the same tier as.
I think I might do the same, honestly. I think I can probably place her at A.
Yeah. How about
I
you?
can't use BG. I mean, neither can Artoria.
I mean,
I don't think we're gonna.
I mean, I guess they're talking about Rising Mud Rain, which is close to a BG, but yeah. And someone said that yeah, she can use it with Summer Kuro, but anyone can. Come on, dude. That's okay.
Yeah. Let's not consider Summer Kuro in this mess.
Yeah.
All right. Also, Rising Mud Rain is a myth, bro. I don't have an MLB, therefore nobody has an MLB.
Yeah, true.
I'm not hearing it. I'm joking, but yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, next one is a fun one. No bias, of course.
Ooh.
We are going to talk about the first limited SSR, which is Okita Souji. There you go. The ever so lovely Sakura Saber. 12k attack, first of all. It's not as high as Altera, but it's still a nice number. Very good. Double Buster, double quick has aged pretty well on the deck for, Summer Scotty shenanigans. And everyone knows how really strong her quicks are as well. Absolute bonkers. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, self 50% quick up, and then on attack buff for 1 turn. So, you get 20% attack for 1 turn before damage when normal attacking. So sadly, the MP doesn't work for that. Why did they make it normal attacks? Why not just any attack? Bro, come on. Suck my nuts. Anyway, second skill, 5-turn cooldown.
Or make it last 3 turns.
Yeah, do that too, please. Yes, please. 1k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and then a 30% battery. She does not need a battery. I don't know why they gave her a battery. Her gains are so good. Why does she have a battery? Anyway, I guess it gives you a better start on a fight or something. Min turners are probably jerk it off. All right, 6-turn cooldown on the third skill.
You otherwise distracted here?
All right.
Need a moment?
No, I mean, ironically, probably don't need it for Minter.
Yeah, probably not.
Do your comp, obviously, but yeah.
Anyway, 1 turn of 8, 6-turn cooldown, 40% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty okay. So the skills, obviously, again, they're not amazing. Erathra 2 buffs. Very short-sighted. But, you know, she's still carried by really good face cards, I guess. 10% debuff risk could be better. Riding E could definitely be better, and I wish it was. 2% quick is not much when she has such good quick, such a shame. Anti-Avenger, no thanks. And then the MP ignores defense on damage, and then 30% defense down for 3 turns on the target on base after damage, scaling up to 50%. I mean, yeah, her numbers are still great. Like, the MP itself refunds like dog water. Her MP doesn't even hit too hard, right? Of course. But, you know, the cards are... She lives and dies by the face cards. They're good. They're really good.
Okita is a character that I always expected to fall off, but at least from the runs I've seen of her, just refuses to fall off. I think it's her deck. Out of all the SSR single target Quicksabers, she has the best deck. And the MP 30% defense down that can be ramped, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and it's higher than normal too,
really
even if it's
scary.
after damage. It's 30%.
Yeah, 30% is really high. That thing's really scary paired with her card damage. Even though like her skills feel really weird, like they're very much suppressing the power level when making these buffs, but like the solid internals in the deck just, you know, eventually made her still good. And like, yeah, once again, 30% defense down ramp up. This for like challenge quests against a single boss. This is a lot of damage. It's really scary. So I think she is still like just very good.
I can't put her lower than an A though, personally. Even if someone would say I couldn't. I've used her so much. No. She still feels good to use. And yeah, obviously I have a nice copy, but still, like, she's
like,
solid.
To me, it's like A to A plus still. Yeah, I think it's just she just refuses to fall off.
She's like Jack of Sabers. Jack is carried by her amazing deck and numbers too. Still,
I can understand.
But I think Jack kind of fell off. I think
a little bit.
It's weird,
but she's still relevant.
I can understand why people dislike her. I think it's she looks like she's really bursty on the surface because she has the.
But she has the consistency too outside of the burst turns.
Yeah, but despite that, like her NP being able to loop really easily because like she's one of the really good quick.
Yeah, you might need a single quick crit might be all you need to go like from 0 to 100 if you have solid buffs.
Yeah, and since you're always putting those 30% is a lot. 30% really adds up as far as far as defense debuffs go. So her damage doesn't really fall off that much, even though she does have a glorified mana burst, if you will.
Yeah,
but she's a fun one. I like quick servants that play like her.
Yeah. Right, let's talk about the Mordred next. The funny son. So AoE, Buster, DPS, add a farmer. Can do kind of a bit of both, yeah, for sure. 11.7k attack. A bit lower than the ones we've covered so far, but still a decent chunk. Good amount. Double Buster, double Arch deck is fine. Honestly, part of me wanted to see full Buster, like triple Buster Mordred, but they didn't really do them back then outside of Berserkers, so oh well. First skill, especially because of this, by the way. 5-turn cooldown, 50% Buster up for 3 hits, 3 turns, 30% Buster crit damage for 3 turns, and then 20% attack up for 3 turns. Because she only has 2 Buster cards that can crit, I don't know why they made it 30%. It should be 50 minimum, maybe even higher than that. If she had triple Buster, then maybe, but I feel like this should have been higher. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Not a bad skill per se, though. It's nice to have the attack for farming as well on the Buster loops. Alright, second skill, 5 turn cooldown, 500% Buster Absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 3 times, 3 turns, and then 15 Star Bomb. Good combo on the first 2 skills. And then third skill, 6 turn cooldown, full self cleanse, 50% defense up for 1 turn for self, and then 30% own battery. Yeah, it's an interesting skill. With this, if you combo this with some other stuff, you can potentially tank a lot of like hard hits because it's a lot of defense. But, you know, you need more than this, though. It's on itself, it's not enough to at least tank MPs. 17.5% debuff res is okay. Quick up, whatever. Not really relevant for her. But it's a cool bonus. Anti-Saber is only relevant if you're fighting Artoria faces, but if not, then not really. And then the MP, so no normal effects besides damage, and then she gets the same refund, 20 to 40% on OC. And then also big 180 to 220 anti-Arthur face damage mod.
I didn't realize it. Why is it 80%? That's so weird.
Yeah, it is a weird range, yeah. Did they increase it on the... They didn't. It's always been like that. Yeah, they didn't change it with the buff. It's weird.
Because it's slightly rare. It should have just been 200, to be honest, because it's rare.
Yeah, 200 to 250.
Yeah. Maybe they wanted it to sort of match with Siegfried, because Siegfried had the 80% against Dragon. It's a very random thing to be, but like
I mean, you don't even add them up though. One is SC, one is Prima, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Like, okay, here's my. I don't even think this is a hot take. I think she's better than Artoria. I think she's strictly better than Artoria. I'm sorry.
I mean, they're similar in looping numbers anyway, for the most part, right? And then I kind of like her the kit for DPSing better.
Yeah, I think she's just better than and like she has a niche. Like the niche is rare, but when she hits it, it's really hard hitting as well.
And no one will deal with Lancer Artoria as better than her.
Yeah, so like I generally think finally Mordred has beaten her father. I think she is just better. She's just almost straight
the numbers with like the farming
Artoria.
is very comparable.
Yeah. Yeah, her crit. Yeah, I actually forgot. Like her crit is her first skill is Buster crit 30% 3 attacks.
Yeah,
right?
she's kind of only behind Ibuki here on the crit sheet as well for nice numbers.
I mean, but her second skill has
for Buster
50%
cards.
generic crit. For all crits, so it's like 80% for Buster. I mean, it's only 3 times, but still, like she's. Yeah, I genuinely think she's better than Artoria.
I think I might agree to that, honestly. Like, I might be able to put her into A+ this time.
The only positive I see over that is like maybe you want the Buster cards, and I didn't mention it earlier because I forgot to, but with one of the issues that I've found with Artoria, and a lot of people have, like with her skill buff, is like she's got the refund thing going on. She has a battery. It looks like she's the type of servant that wants to spam her NP, but when she does her burst turn, you get rid of the ability to make NP charge beyond that. So with Double Lich, it might not be as apparent, but when you don't have all of the batteries and the cooldown reductions, you are locked out of NP gain that turn. And you just have a set amount, and that's it.
That happened during NA's rerun for Saber Wars 2. A min turn on Dark Rounds with Artoria Saber. The guy had to intentionally not upgrade Dragon's Core to do the min turn because he needed the arts card. It's really funny. But he still needed the damage boost from the skill. But like, yeah, like I mean, I don't think it's that relevant as a issue, but like it does happen. So you know,
like on its on paper, it just sounds like it would be better synergy with Fitch, but I think there's like a certain level where it's just like, don't we have enough like with the NP damage? Like, what if we want to just save a battery or something and just try to take some arts cards? But that's not an option with her. So I just like Mordred's flexibility. She's a lot more. She's a more flexible version. Not as good at farming.
I mean, they're kind of interchangeable for the most part, but yeah, I kind of think I prefer Mordred a bit more nowadays as well.
Yeah. I don't even think she's worse at farming. Like I think she's like because if you're doing like double light, Rising Mud Rain plug Oberon, she can stack the mana burst. Like if you're not using a card, she can stack the mana burst to 100 on wave 3. So it is technically better damage than Artoria, right?
Yeah.
So, anyways,
we'll leave it at that for that. But yeah, let's talk about the first Valentine's servant, I think. Yeah. Nero Bride. So another Umu face. Single target, arts DPS, and also a support. 11.6k attack. Pretty standard. Run of the mill. At least for Sabers, probably. Not too bad. Double Buster, double arts, I would say is a good deck for her. I quite like it. Makes sense. Because they're not going to give her triple arts. First skill is buffed. 7-turn cooldown. It's a 45% targeted MP gain for 3 turns. And then a 30% battery. There you go. Pretty good. It is a high cooldown. I think they could put it like to 6 turn or something. But, at least for farming, it does the job, I guess.
I'd just like to point out ahead of time. I know that a lot of people are used to evaluating her as a support.
Yeah. I mean, she actually hits pretty hard with her MP.
Yeah, she's a pretty solid DPS in and of herself. And
sadly, she doesn't have much else besides the MP damage, though. But yeah.
Well, I wanted to point out because of the skill.
5-turn defense. No.
Yeah, so the 45% NP gain, that boosts her arts cards to 3%, which is those are big arts cards. That's King Hassan's arts card there, but there's 2 of them.
That's fair. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, a single target skill again, 40% attack for 3 turns, and 50% star gen for 3 turns. I wish they changed the star gen to something else, but there's still a lot of attack on a targeted skill. Lot of attack. And third skill, 5-turn cooldown. You guessed it, it's targeted. 3k heal for the target, 20% defense up for 3 turns, and then 30% anti-sky attribute damage for 3 turn. Interesting. So her skill set, obviously, it's all targeted. It's very flexible. It makes sense. It's basic, but it's not bad by any means. It's still fine. Although I think the cooldown on the second skill could be 6 turn, but I digress. 15% debuff rest on herself, not too bad. Quick up 8%. Yeah, again, not so relevant, is it? 8% or assassin anti-append, again, maybe not relevant. The MP, though, has been buffed. No other normal effect besides damage, but dead. 1k burn on the target, 5 turns. 1k per turn, that is. 20% defense down for 5 turns, sadly, after damage, and then 20% crit chance down for 5 turns after damage. Scaling up to 40% each.
A lot of turns.
Or no, I guess her Bonsi is worth mentioning too. It's a party AoE arts aura for 15% in case you are using her as support, but most people probably don't use it. But it's
this used to be pretty relevant.
Yeah.
This used to
it can be still used in setups too if you're not like farming.
Yeah.
So
these days, these days as a support, she's kind of replaced by Jufu. Although with the release
she got better damage buffs.
With the release of Ushi Gozen, I have grown to appreciate her large NP gain buff and 30% battery because I am able to do 3/3x nodes. Anyways.
She pops up in like niche farming stuff, like for certain units. Like she is actually the best third option to plug. But like as a damage support, like one thing that she used to do a lot for like is do damage support in CQs, and I think that fell off a little bit, especially like the anti-sky being only 30%. Like the standard is right there. I think the standard is Jinako. Jinako's lawful is 50%.
Yeah,
so this should definitely be 50%. Yeah. So like as a support, I think she fell off a little bit, but like as DPS is quite nice. Very easily spammable.
But she still
MP
has like uses in both, which is nice. Like she's not irrelevant in either field.
Yeah, still having the flexibility. It's not like all her skills suddenly become not targetable, right? 5-turn defense down, crit chance. Like this being 5 turns on a loopable MP. I mean, it's not loopable; it's spammable because like the MP itself doesn't really.
Yeah, it doesn't. It loops dick all because it's 2 hitters, but yeah.
Yeah.
So which A are we looking at, do you think?
Yeah.
One of the A's. Which way do you think?
Yeah, one of the A's. I mean,
I'm fine with A+.
Really? I mean, I think
Mm.
Okita is really good though.
I
I think she should be on the same tier as
I
Okita.
like. Not only is she a pretty solid DPS, she is still a competent support. Like even though it's mostly just farming support.
I guess that
I
support flexibility pushes her power level, right? Technically.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
kind of
sure
like the
how relevant that is
flexibility
for you.
too. Yeah. Just a lot of uses. So yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
The thing that I've always found pretty cool about her support, and it makes sense why she was so popular for a lot of like Minturns and such back in the day. Her buffs, interestingly enough, like it's interesting to me at least, that they are all of the buffs of a card buff, except they apply to everything. There's a boost in NP gain, a boost in
Any attack
damage, and a boost in
oh.
star gen. So uh, I've always found that really interesting, and it stacks multiplicatively to card buffs. So like you get the benefits of a card buffer, and then you can also, yeah, it's cool stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about. I want to say a tragic case, but yeah, well, interesting case maybe nowadays. Shiki Saber, Void Shiki, if you will. AoE arts DPS. I still don't want to call her a farmer. I know there's some copium that you can kind of make it work, but no. DPS. 10.7k attack. That is sadly the lowest so far, I believe, of the SSRs, so it is definitely below average for an SSR as well. But honestly, as a DPS, it's not the worst that she has a high HP pool instead, because she has big heals too. So it's not the worst, but I still would like to see a bit more attack. Anyway, double buster, double arts is fine on the deck. First skill 5 turn cooldown. The buffed version now is actually very good. It used to be trash, now it's good. 3 turns of Invul Pierce herself. 40% arts up for 3 turns. And then the meme part, which is the AoE instant kill down resistance on enemies for 3 turns, 100%.
5 turn cooldown though.
Yeah, it's good up.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's a very good skill now. It's basic, but it's really good. Alright, second skill, 5 turn cooldown as well. 25% attack. What did you say?
love skills that have 3 turn durations on Invul and Pierce.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it's nice.
Proceed.
I mean, some of them are even more than 5 turns, but yeah, 5 turn especially is nice. Alright, 25% attack for 3 turns on self, and then 36% mental debuff rest on self for 3 turns. Kind of random numbers, not gonna lie, because, early game design, but, it's an okay skill. For an SSR nowadays, it would be considered bad, though, but, it's okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Third skill also has been buffed, 4 turn cooldown. She gets a 30% battery, also a targeted heal up to 5k, and then also drains the heal target by 10% gauge.
Big heal. I like it.
It is a big heal, yeah. I mean, you're most likely going to target it herself, but,
Yeah.
I like that this buff sort of leaned into her team supporty type of niche.
And also removed her. Now she doesn't have to drain herself if she doesn't want to.
Yeah, she charges first and
which
then
is
drains.
especially important as an NP1 servant. So
yeah, it's on a 4 turn cooldown, so it's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Alright, 20% debuff rest on self, not bad. 6% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res. My voice is dying. Oh my god, we've been going for freaking 6 hours? No, 5 hours?
Bro, I have a handful of Ricola cough drops here. I would mail them to you if I could.
Yeah, I'm having one right now as well, actually, but yeah. Anyway, interesting passive.
If you need us to step in and read for you every now and then that's
we'll see. It's fine. Anyway, 6% rainbow though. That's a nice passive. It's actually really good. Wow.
Yep.
And then anti-foreigner on the append. Whatever. MP has been buffed. First of all, the overcharge chance to instant kill. Luckily, it's after damage though, right? So if you want to farm with her, it's not going to stop you, because they changed it. And then it ignores defense on damage, fully cleanses the party, and charges the party by 10%. Very cool. So, she's an interesting case. Yeah, I don't know what to make of her.
I feel like she fits really well in, like I've said this a lot, but I feel like she fits into the arts archetype really well. She does offer a lot to
I'm gonna take an
Castoria,
aspirin
even
real
though
fast.
like she does already have the team debuff removal, but it is nice having a little bit more of that. It's nice having goodbye mist. It's nice having like the targetable heal and such. Is he coming back yet, or are we on pause?
Yeah, he's gonna go take like a pill.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hello everyone in chat. Hi. How are you doing today? Damn. We finally convinced him to end stream.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
No, nothing. It's just saying hello to
I
chat.
mean,
Yeah,
I
look,
mean
we're
this
saying hello to me.
character, like this character is like. Here's the thing, right? If you put this kit on like a Buster servant, people wouldn't complain. But it's because
Yeah.
she's arts and it's one hit. People are like, "Oh my god, it's so bad." Like technically, it's not bad. You know, like five turn cooldown, 5 turn cooldown. Yeah, 3 turn duration will pierce with 40%. Like it's just short of a mana burst is really good for 3 turns. Big heal is really good. Obviously, you might not need the heal that much, depends on your composition. But having a big heal that's targetable is also nice. Like that being targetable can be potentially useful to heal your other supports when they're in a pinch.
Also, yeah, it's nice that she has the combo of invul, pierce, and ignore defense.
Yeah, true. That MP
that's a nice combo.
hits through everything. And it is invul pierce being 3 turns allows her cards to do better damage through defense. Like the MP itself, I know debuff cleanse is kind of a redundant. I don't think it's that bad of an effect to be redundant, but like I know people are like, oh, but Castoria cleanses anyway, who cares? So I can kind of agree with that. 10% charge for a team is like nice. It's a little bit too small though. I kind of wish it was 20. So I think she's solid. Like she's not conventionally what you want to do with the AoE arts, but she's still really solid.
So I'm thinking B+. What do you think?
I'm fine. Jeez, are you okay?
Oh, you guys heard that on Discord. I forgot. Yeah, I just need to clear my throat. I muted my mic on stream. I was like, how did you hear that? But I guess you guys hear that on Discord.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Okay.
I thought that was Plushy because I didn't see you moving the cam.
I just had to clear my throat a bit. The stream didn't hear it though. I forgot you guys hear it on the call.
I'll keep that in mind next time.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards like B+ to A. I'm okay with either, to be honest.
I think I'm gonna go with B+, honestly.
You know, there are things that
that
arts AoEs want to do that she doesn't do.
We heard. No, you didn't. There's no way you did. Anyway. All right. Next, Musashi.
Do you want me to just read through this next one just to give you a little break? Because I think if we took turns on it, that'd be
sure.
Probably
go for
pretty
it.
Nice. All right.
I'll just scroll.
I just need you to scroll with me. So this is Miyamoto Musashi. She's a weeb, an American weeb.
Okay.
So as far as attack stat, I'm just going off of memory here. I think it's like mid-high. It's
decent.
Yeah, because like the peak that you're going to be seeing is 12.7k. That's the highest Saber attack stat, but the lowest is like 10.4 or something. So it's midways up there. She has pretty good NP gain. Like she does have a Buster deck, so that might be a little bit awkward for some people. But since we have these awesome mighty chains, it's a lot more manageable because you're getting the arts starting card bonus on arts cards and quick cards a lot more often. But yeah, she's got like over 2.5% arts cards, or 2.7%, I think. Yeah, that's pretty great. You're going to be seeing even better positives of that. So this skill here is pretty stupid. It used to be 1 turn, and that was it was awkward. But now it's just everything. Like, oh my god!
Yeah.
So
is
all
it
of
not
the
skill
card. Yeah,
It's nuts.
Like, all of the hits are doubled except on the NP, but who cares? It's a Buster NP. But also the damage is increased, so the cards are just like stronger in general. But
It's
they
just
make
universal.
more stars.
It's interesting. It's like a 30% anti-trade against everything.
Yeah, it's a damage
just
mod
not
against
worded that way.
everything.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's like a crit buff
Yeah.
that always works.
Yeah.
But yeah, that means more NP gain, more star gen. And that's a little relevant because she does have a star gen buff. And then she's also got this nice damage cut for 3 turns. And I gotta say, I do like damage cut on skills that lasts for several turns and isn't limited to hits.
Yeah.
So that's a great skill. Let's move on.
It's really
to
nuts
the
skill.
second skill.
It's still nuts.
In her second skill, it's a mana burst. I understand a lot of people are annoyed by this, but it does have Pierce Envil on it, and it isn't one of those stupid ones where they're like, okay, it's a mana burst. We got like one other effect on it, and that's going to give another turn of cooldown on it. They did that with the Skandar.
At least it's 5.
Yeah, this is a better one flat out because they didn't touch the cooldown.
Yeah, because the Skandar's got like a normal mana burst. But there's like a little Stargen buff on it for 1 turn, and now he has a 6-turn cooldown for some stupid reason. But that's that one. This next one, she's also got an Invuln skill. It clears her own debuffs. Unfortunately, after the Invuln, so like if you got buff block,
they should reorder it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Buff and reorder.
But she's also got the Star Gen, and since she can double her hit count, so she'll have 6 hit quicks, 6 hit arts cards, 8 hit extra attack, 4 hit busters. Like, she's going to be making a pretty decent amount of stars. It's not going to be like hundreds of stars, but it's still going to be pretty great.
Yeah.
So we move on ahead. We've got A rank magic resist. It's better than most.
Good. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I think she has anti-berserker. Yeah, she has anti-berserker. Anti-berserker it's pretty nice. I still would normally pick the second append, but also since she does have a lot of buster cards, it might be worth taking her first append. But you got to make that decision for yourself since she is since she's only NP1.
Yeah. Upgraded MP though.
Yeah,
helps a lot at low MP.
Yeah.
It's got a 30% plus NP damage buff baked into it with the overcharge. It scales all the way up to 90%, so that's pretty great.
It's like Bedivere.
So high multiplier, and then you're also getting a pretty good damage buff on top of it. And you also got this weird thing where she does 50% more damage to alter egos and moon cancers. I guess she just
alter egos
Sakura. Nice. She
the moon cancer one is whatever, but alter ego is legit because she's a night class.
Alter egos
Kama is the only Parvati that she doesn't do bonus damage to. Parvati.
Kama Parvati. I mean, Durga.
They're all alter egos, moon cancers, or a lancer. And then there's Durga. Okay, then mostly.
Yeah. I mean, like alter ego is a good one. Yeah. Anyways,
but one of the best takeaways here is it also removes buffs, all of them. So defensive buffs, offensive buffs,
damage,
all that is gone. Yeah, it is after damage, but like, goddamn, like that is so much better than what a lot of servants get served.
Yeah. And the 30% MP damage up skill is just a damage boost, like for OC. It's just basically increased damage on OC. So it's pretty nice. Like the MP upgrade obviously allows her to keep up with the damage with modern times, and the skill 1 buff makes her like main gimmick why her cards are good a lot more consistent. So really good, like simple. She has a very simple kit, I have to say. Like a lot of 1-turn stuff, people might not like it, but like it's fine. It's fine. She's got good high burst damage and whatnot. Great against alter ego once again. Just like overall. So I like her a lot.
So she is a very, very good servant, and there's this concept which I haven't heard anyone else use it. I like to call it win conditions. It's a type of effect that it's a type of group of effect that is it's very important basically. So like you have like a lot of buffs that are like percentage based. Like you'll have a buster buff that's 50%. You'll have a defense buff that's like 30%. You'll have like all sorts of stuff. But these win conditions are things, they're niche things that you can do that will that can completely change how a fight works. So they can be invuln. That means you take no damage. It could be invuln pierce. It means you're bypassing some gimmick where you can't do damage. There's buff removal where you can remove like ways that they can kill you through that.
I mean, it's just like she has a lot of utility.
Debuff clear, and that's the thing. She has like the biggest blend of these win conditions I'm talking about of any servant. Ivan is up there too, but like she has invuln pierce, she has debuff clear, she has invuln, she has buff removal, she has so many things.
She's one of the most misleading servants in FGO till this day. Her MP super mid. Is it because of the looping damage?
Yeah,
probably.
She's
like, I mean, I know you're the looping tier list guy, right? Because like you made it. Like,
yeah, Trevor made the list.
Yeah, like that like being bathed in that stuff for too long, it'll get to you. Like Musashi has time and time again proved her damage to be good. The triple buster deck helps her general DPS a lot. Her on paper, like once again, that's why I said simple kit. Like on paper, it's not that good, but like servants having triple buster deck helps with their general damage a lot.
Yeah.
Like, it's just more damage. It's easier to chain buster brave chains. It's just easier. Like even if her MP's underrated, like I don't think her NP is underwhelming, but like it's not. She's not living or dying on her MP, so I think it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I think it's just the overall package that's just very solid with her.
Yeah,
and the buff to the first skill is just nuts. It even gives her a little bit of fun solo potential. It's not great, obviously, but it means she can literally MP back to back to back to back without crits. It's pretty amusing. The mighty chains with that active are just broken. I tried
LTV only MP alone.
I agree. It's over 5%. Jesus Christ, man! What is?
I agree.
Yeah.
Her MP's not the best thing in the world. Like if you want me to name an MP that potentially has better effects than it, I mean, like anti-alter ego is legit, but it's not going to be that common. Like I might say, for example, I like Bride's, crit down or 20% defense on for 5 turns better, but triple buster deck proves itself to be good. It's just, it happens. It's just how it is. Like there's so many bonuses to triple buster deck, better general damage, better arts cards and quick cards in general. They just do that for servants with 1 arts. So yeah, that's it.
All right, I can probably take over again. All right, so let's see. So how about Arthur next? Good old OG gender guy. AoE buster. Honestly, DPS, you can do farming, but don't do it. Just ease the DPS for sure. 12.4k attack is very high. Good amount. Double buster, double art stick. Very solid. And this first skill is just stupid. What the hell, man? 5 turn cooldown, 50% buster up for 3 turns, and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Wow, pretty casual. I mean, it's like 2 simple effects, but man, those are some high numbers on a good uptime though. Wow.
Yeah, 5 turn cooldown.
Crazy. Alright, second skill, 5 turn cooldown, 30 star bomb with 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty good combo with the first skill as well, I would say, for both the damage and the gains. And then the third skill is easily the weakest one. 5 turn cooldown, 20% battery, 100% super large enemy damage mod for 1 turn. It's stupid that there's super large and giant, but yeah, I digress. It's like different as well. Alright, 20% debuff res, pretty good. Quick up, not so much. Anti-saber, not really either, no. And then the MP, easily his worst thing. So no other normal effect besides damage, and the OC is 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 50. Wow, that is a definition of a trash MP. It looks cool. It has the cool chant, but it sucks. Like if he ever gets a good MP buff, he's immediately top tier. He just needs a really good MP buff. Like, he's already, like, his numbers are good. Most of his skills are very good. His MP just sucks ass. It's so bad. So unfortunate. But yeah, he crits hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He's gotten, I think he's gotten some cool buffs along the way. He just hasn't gotten the buff he needed. Like, he's always needed an NP buff because that's him. He has like a super strong.
I mean, to be honest, his skills were pretty trash too before the buffs. But yeah, MP is sucks.
That's like par for the course with his ilk. Like, we got Altera, we got Artoria, we got Mordred. They all started.
Here's the thing, right? Like, when you have a 3-turn mana burst, you gotta have places to use it. You know, like you have cards. Well, he doesn't have 3 Buster cards. I literally think he would just be so much better if he had 3 Buster cards.
Yeah,
because suddenly I can just go. You know, I can. What if I just don't MP? And I just, you know, triple Buster with the mana burst, right? Like, suddenly, that's pretty nice, right? But like, he just doesn't have a real place to use that mana burst. Like, the unupgraded MP and 2 Buster cards, it's not like horrible, but it's not amazing. So the 3-turn mana burst is really good, but it looks really good. But on him, it is not as insane as it should be, which is unfortunate. But that's I don't have that much experience.
I don't think
Arthur,
he's as bad as people give him credit, but he's definitely not. He's still missing stuff.
I think his skills are like okay. It's just his NP is piss. And
it's bad.
Help with his NP.
Like 50% crit up 3 turns and 50% Buster up 3 turns, like on 5-turn cooldown. Like these are some stuff that you would really want to use with like a strong MP or like strong Buster card and whatnot. So
now imagine if you had a full Buster deck and you had more battery and you had like some defensive options and like all sorts of other things.
Look, we get it.
And an NP that is actually good.
Look. Okay.
It's a shame.
There you go.
It's a shame.
Still missing stuff,
what's
but
the next
well. Next up, we're going to talk about another Dragon Slayer.
Oh, if you need me to take, I can take it.
No, I can still keep going. It's fine.
All
right. So let's talk about Sigurd. Single target Buster DPS, 12.4k attack again. Very high once again. Double Buster, double Arts. Good deck for him because he also has some crit focus. And honestly, his gains are good. They're nice. 5-turn cooldown on first skill. 100% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. It needs more. It's a nice number, but it's only for 3 crits, and that's it. Then it's gone.
Like, Saito skill 3 is just this with attack up.
Yeah,
and we still complain about it. Like,
give this like either a big star bomb or stars per turn, and then absorb, and maybe change. I mean, just change it to 3 turns as well. Come on, dude. Just give him a big buff. Anyway, speaking of not so big buffs, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, Buster up 3 times, 3 turns, 50%, and then 1 time guts, 3 turns, 1k revive. Talk about one of the most lame buffs ever made. Yeah, cool. Yep. Didn't really change too much, did it?
It definitely helped. It just wasn't they could have gone a bit further in a couple directions.
It's just.
I guess you can dodge his Buster cards.
I'm shocked that they didn't put a battery on it. That would have also helped.
I don't think he needs a battery. His gains are good. He needs to absorb. He needs more stars. So, he needs better crits because he only has 3 of them.
Use him as
like this skill sucks too. What is this? 5-turn cooldown. 1 ally gets 100% star gen, and then 1 turn of debuff immune. What is this skill? This is a 2-star skill.
It's glasses.
Bro,
it's literally what it is.
But why is it so bad? They should do glasses justice. This sucks.
Look,
this is absolutely horrible.
This skill set is trash for a SSR. You would think he would be day 1 with this skill set, but he's not. He's like year 4 or something.
This skill 3 is absolutely travesty. It's not even a skill. Like
why does he have a random ass support skill? Freaking lore, dude.
Yeah, it's
horrible. 20% debuff rest. That's very nice. 10% quick up.
I kind of like the skill. It just does not belong on him. Like
I don't even like
on
the
a
skill,
low
honestly,
star, I
even if
think
it's on someone else.
Dude, it's one
and
turn.
even
It's way too much downtime on like
modifier
not
these days.
amazing effects.
Yeah,
Like
especially
debuff
with
immune for
modifier
one
around
turn,
these
I
days.
like. But like, yeah, no, not the fucking Star Gen, dude. And then that's the only two. And anyways, yeah, it's
He
trash.
doesn't
The
get anything
anti-saber
out of the
pen
Star
can be
Gens, but-
useful because, you know, some of them have dragon trait, but probably not the most useful thing ever anyway. So the MP, at least the MP buff I like. It's a basic one. They didn't touch the OC. It's still the same 150 to 200 anti-dragon range, which is fine. But then they just did the standard damage bonus and then also guaranteed tick down. Doesn't have to be a dragon. Drains the target no matter what. So at least I like this buff, even if it's like boring and basic. The MP buff is decent.
I mean, he lives or dies on his MP. He's just the anti-dragon nuke. Like, I don't think he has any other job, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like, he's just
Like he has good face cards, but that he has high attack, good face cards. Skills are trash. MP is all right. That's Sigurd.
Yeah, it's not horrible.
when-
Like dragon, relatively
What
common.
happens when
Okay.
you punch your sword instead of like swinging at a person?
Yeah. True.
He's like, I don't know. He's like,
I'd say like
I-
B, honestly.
B+?
Like
I think he's a B plus because his numbers are still
or
so
B+.
good, but yeah. And
like
like,
anti
he's-
anti-dragon keeping him alive. I
yeah,
genuinely
it's a
think
common trait
anti-dragon,
too.
like upgraded MP anti-dragon, like that's kind of enough to keep him
He's-
like not dead.
He's like 6-star Rama.
Yeah.
Well, now you put it that way. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Jesus.
Don't forget
I
George.
said
I still
6-star
don't
for a
think it's
reason.
legit. It's not legit. I refuse to believe
George?
it's like the George
Dude,
support comps to
even
bring him just for dragon damage. I don't think it's legit.
Great.
Like, I don't think it's
George
legit on
with-
Siegfried. Then that means I'm definitely not going to think it's legit on anyone else because he has the biggest dragon anti thing ever.
I mean, Siegfried's. I don't know. I
mean, he has so much
I don't think
damage
I've
though.
seen it
Like,
on
he has
Sigurd.
2 separate mods. I don't think it's even legit on him.
I've seen someone do it with Creamhild, but that might be not. It might be a meme. Anyway,
I think it's a meme. But use other supports instead.
at least I haven't done it with Draco, so I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah.
You better not.
Right. All right. Let's move on.
Oh,
Time for the burb.
close to the end.
The proprietress, Benny and Ma, single target arts DPS, and honestly, an interesting support too, but mostly a DPS for sure. 11.6 key attack. Again, could be higher, but you know, she has some support applications, so it's not too bad. Double Buster, double arts is okay. Like the gains.
Her quick is good, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
6 hit. I think
Yeah,
that's
it's an
pretty
interesting one for sure. Yeah, it generates a lot of stuff. First skill, 6 turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion with 40% crit damage for 3 turns. Not bad. It's okay. It serves
cool.
its
Literally a good
purpose.
skill.
Now the other skills, which are way better. 6 turn cooldown, AoE defense down 20% 3 turns, 30% crit chance down 3 turns, MP seal, and also heals all enemies by 1k, but that demerit does nothing, it's fine. So yeah, it's a great skill, I like it. That's a lot of good useful debuffs to have. Good for delay, good for making them hurt you more and hurt you less. Or you hurt them more and they hurt you less.
Yeah, I would like to point out just right quick because I basically always make a point to of pointing it out because I know a lot of people don't really see the appeal of crit chance down. So
I mean, preach. I love that
30%.
shit.
yeah, I like it too. 30% is like the best place to be. Like at least 30%
Mhm.
because
It's higher
The
than all
highest-
base crit rate, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
it
the
basically
highest
neutralizes.
the highest base crit rate that you will see is with assassins. and they have
assassins, yeah.
30%. So if you have 30% crit rate down, they're not going to NP unless they have a skill for it.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice.
All right.
Very defensive, yeah.
Third skill, also very good. 6 turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. They get 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, 20% battery, and heal everyone, including the enemies, by 1k. Very good. This is a good supporting skill. And if you time it well and you need it for the buff removal resistance, hey, you're golden. I wish it was maybe like 1 time 3 turns instead, you know, like Murasaki has. But
Yeah, As a Murasaki
Yeah.
enjoyer, I assure you that is a great way to have it. That is like one
Like
of the
hardly ever you
best
get
things
like
about
buff
it.
strip twice in one turn, so I usually
Yeah,
prefer the other
it's
one. But
almost
you know what?
never
This is still
happened.
nice to have its own command, its own skill. So usually timing is not the hardest thing, but you know it's nicer if it's flexible. But it still offers a lot of other stuff. So I still like these skills. Overall, her skill set is honestly pretty good. It's good.
Hmm.
Is crit rate down same as the Feya's passive? Yeah, crit rate down is crit resistance, but as a debuff. It's the same thing. They both serve the same purpose. One is a buff, one is a debuff. So they're both to, you know, make you get crit less. Oh, did we get the audio bug again? Oh, that's nice. Okay, is it music or... Okay, it's music and not the microphones. Well, again, I can't do anything about it. It'll fix itself sooner than later, hopefully. I'll just mute the music, actually. We'll just do that for now.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, it's fine again. Never mind. Okay. All right, passives. We got lots. Beniyama is known for passives. 20% debuff risk, very nice. 10% crit damage, also nice. 10% star gen, it's cool, especially for the quick, I guess. 10% arts, very nice. And anti-skill seal, cannot be skill seal, that is also very nice. So yeah, passives are pretty freaking loaded on this burb. Good stuff.
Yep.
Anti-assassin on the append. It's interesting because, again, because of her MP damage bonuses, a lot of them actually apply both to assassins. So it's not useless. It's an interesting thing, I guess. And then the MP. So no not normal effects besides damage. And then we got 2 power mods on the overcharge. Anti-chaotic, anti-evil. 1 turn before damage. 40 to 60%. And now, obviously, because it's 1 turn, it applies to your face cards of the turn as well. Now, thank God they're not combined, because that would make it very hard to, you know... Well, not very hard, way less, you know, doable. But now, you know, if you're fighting servants, chances are you can maybe find one of those. And if not, her MP kind of is dog water. So, she's an
here's my
interesting
issue with
servant.
this character.
Yeah.
Like, I think even at one trait, her MP is kind of dog water, which is bad.
Yeah.
Like she kind of needs both. Like, yeah, chaotic and evil goes together very often, but like her anti-trait is almost like, especially when you start, like if you're looking at a chart like this, because it's PMod, it's gonna look even worse than like if you're looking at the damage spreadsheet without any external buffs. Like it's gonna feel even worse. It's just like 80 is not a bad number for sure, but it's just like her original damage so low that she absolutely needs something like this. She's like a utility. She's very utility based, team support based, and then her MP is double trait. This reminds me a lot of Pope Joan. Like, I don't like it. It's like, you know, your damage is low because you have a very supportive skill set, and then you try to make up for it by having 2 anti-trait P mods, and it just like ended up not working out. I think it's like very much like Beniyama, and I personally don't like the character. Buff removal res, we have a very free option. Obviously, it's not for the entire team, which is very
You're
different.
talking about Santa Nightingale?
Yes, and Nightingale. For sure, it's not for the entire team. It's huge. Like if you want to protect Castoria and your DPS, yeah, it's different. But still, I don't know.
I think she's good, though. Personally, I think she's good. I've used her a lot. She's very similar to another term we're going to be talking about later, the Trung Sisters, that is, in use cases. They're both like, you know, these stally arts sabers that love their supports as well. They really work together with supports and whatnot. It's easy to keep the team alive when they're on the field as well. But as a DPS, she's not obviously the greatest, but I still think she's very easy to work within a team, and she still does decent, good enough damage. Not amazing, but good enough damage from my experience. So I would definitely not place her under an A, personally.
Ooh, I would put her like B+, but that's just me.
I like her. I think she's still solid.
I do feel like
I might even like Trung Sisters better.
She does fit the arts archetype pretty nicely. Like, I feel like the team NP charge is quite nice, and then the even though the buff removal resist can be a little awkward to time at times. Time.
I mean, you don't always need it, right?
So.
Yeah, but to also have the option is nice.
Yeah.
While I do agree that her damage is pretty low, I want to see.
It's not as low as you guys probably think, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, so I want to look at it like the glass is half full. The good thing is she has bonus damage against 5 out of 9 alignments in the game. Shit, there's more than 3. Oh, fuck. Why is it so complicated? But she has bonuses against a lot of different alignments. It's just like only one of them she has overlap on, and then it's even better.
Yeah,
also, it affects her.
But honestly, I feel like chaotic.
But
the alignment mostly has evils on them anyway, so it's not like as black and white anyway. It's still a bit more favorable towards the double.
But the MP doesn't do anything outside of that,
Yeah, I do wish it did other stuff as well. But she's still gonna be fine as like like a team I brought, for instance, was Castoria, Lady Avalon, and her, and no one dies. It's so easy. Like just she still does decent damage, and all the MP seals, the delays from Lady Avalon, especially like and the heals, the max HPs up. Like it's so easy.
The question is, would someone have died if you used like? Who's a good example? Like who doesn't?
I think someone would have died because it was a battle where her MP seal actually helped a lot to delay as well, and the AOE battery as well. And also, I still needed someone to do damage, so the fight ends not in 100 turns. So
I guess
So they definitely helped. Anyway, we'll move on for now. Let's talk about the guy Saber, Mr. Stolf himself. There he is. So single target quick DPS, 11.6k attack. Not 12k sadly, but it's an okay amount. I don't like his deck. I don't like that it's double arts. It should be either triple quick or double quick, double buster. Or maybe even triple buster considering what they did with one of his skills. I don't even know what they did. But yeah, this deck is pretty awkward.
It should be double buster.
Yeah.
Like, it should absolutely be double buster. I don't understand why this is like this.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's stupid.
Yep. Well, anyway, first skill, 5-turn cooldown has been buffed. He gets a 20% battery, 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, full debuff cleanse, and 20-star bomb. It's a good skill.
This is a really good skill, by the way.
It's I mean, the name says it's strong, Yeah,
you get 20% charge every turn except for 1 out of 5.
Yeah, it's really good, dude.
This is just a lot.
This is a nutty skill.
So even if his gains aren't really that great, he's constantly getting charge. So
yeah, this is like helping him make up for it. Absolutely.
Man,
second skill.
This guy makes me wish I liked Astolfo. I do not like Astolfo.
Wow, okay.
Dude, I had sorry, tangent. I had this really fucking weird thing happen a couple days ago. I looked in my second archive and I had like 7 Astolfos. I don't remember putting more than 2 in there. They're duplicating via mitosis. I don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. All right, 6-turn cooldown on second skill. It's an AoE terror, 1 time 3 turns, all enemies, of course. Every turn you have a 40% chance to stun them for 1 turn, and he also gets his special version of the skill, an evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns. That's pretty good. That's a lot of survivability.
Almost PFA.
Yeah, it's
almost
close.
PFA.
That's pretty nuts.
With the terror.
This is a great skill as well. Like, holy, it's good. It's so good.
Really good defensive skill.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Third skill is where things get weird, though. 5-turn cooldown. He gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 500% absorb for his buster cards for 3 turns, of which there are 1 of. And there's no way to convert them. I don't get it.
This is a skill that
I don't get it.
It came like 4 years too early.
It makes no sense.
Because with Mighty Chains, it kind of makes sense because quick servants do like buster cards now. But back when they made the servant, quick servants still really like buster cards.
And also, he doesn't have buster cards.
Yeah, that's the main problem. He has 1 buster card. Yeah. It makes no sense.
He has buster card.
It's the mic audio scuffed again. Oh shit, dude.
Oh no.
Well, anyway, I'll just read the kit and we'll hope it's fixed after that. But that's weird. Anyway, 20% debuff res, very cool. 10% quick up, very nice. Anti-rider, probably not useful for him on the append. MP is pretty good too, actually. So 20% quick up for 3 turns before damage on himself on OC base, very nice. And then also MP seal on the target, very nice. No RNG. It can be resisted, of course, with innate resistance or any kind of bonus resistance, but 100% on base. 9 hits, pretty good.
Honestly, perfect servant, perfect like competitor to Okita. Might even beat her if he had 2 Buster cards, but he doesn't.
I mean, they're super genuinely comparable, yeah. He has the better skills by far.
I think that deck hurts him. Yeah, I think his he has worse cards. Like it was neck to neck until the deck. It's so bad. Like that one, I don't know. It shouldn't be that bad on paper, but it's just so bad. Like actually, just completely ruined. Like he's not completely ruined. He's still good, but like. It very much is a cock block, which is funny on him, right? Like, but like it's very much a cock block design. Like this character is just...
he has a penis.
Wow.
Like, dude, this character. I don't know, man. It's
I might still place
with Okita, I guess.
Damn, that's tough. I'm between B plus today.
I think he has to be A. Like he's like better than Sigurd. Like look at Sigurd.
Like even if he's the same as Okita,
okay.
yeah, I think it makes sense. They're comparable, even with all the gripes you just said. But his skills are just so much better too.
Yeah,
he doesn't have the same MP ramp up damage potential, of course, and his cards aren't as good. But man, those skills are way better overall.
I mean, his MP still ramps up. It's just worse. Like
I mean,
think quick up
true,
is worse than Yeah, that's a little smaller number, but yeah. Like
I must say,
unfortunate.
Having used Riku a lot, I do really like spammable NP seal on NP.
It is cool.
I've used him a couple
NP seal
times.
It's good delay.
Not having to worry about the enemy NPing anytime soon is so nice. Like
even if he uses it like every other turn, isn't it technically cutting it in half? Or extending the MP gauge like by double almost, like if he can use
basically,
it every other turn on average.
Whoa. Yeah. But yeah, Stolf is not bad.
Yeah. And another gender unknown here.
Alright, the Gemini twins of Dioscuri are next on the chopping block. Single target arts DPS servant, 11.8k attack, decent. I guess their deck makes sense when you see the skills, right? But it's fine. Double arts, double quick. I mean, it's good for the gains as well. Their MP is hella spammable, so yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, their gains are really, really good.
Yeah. Alright, 6 turn cooldown on skill 1, then they get 2 buffs for their attacks for 3 turns. So if you attack with quick cards, you get 10% MP gauge, and if you attack with arts cards, you get 10 stars for every single one. And also the arts one obviously applies to the MP as well, because it doesn't say it's only normal attacks, so MP gets bonus stars. How nice. It's alright. It serves its purpose, It's gains, both gains. Second skill, 5 turn cooldown, AoE, 15% MP damage for 1 turn and 15% attack as well. And then everyone gets 1 time 3 turn and debuff immune. Very high on the downtime, but like it's not a great skill, honestly. It really isn't.
Yeah.
It's just the thing you pop probably for damage, and if you get value of the debuff immune, hey, cool. But it's just not a good skill, honestly. Needs
at least that
numbers.
One's 3 turns,
Yeah.
It's not completely wasted.
Third skill though, 6 turn cooldown, both green and blue, 20% up for self, and then a 1 turn evasion. Luckily they're arts, so maybe sometimes wasting the evasion maybe doesn't matter. So there's that. But it is a bit awkward nonetheless on the combo. Overall, I think the skill set is like whatever. Is not even that good. They're definitely carried by the MP and the numbers again, much like a lot of the other these servants. The skills themselves are like they're all right. They're not that great. Astolfo definitely has like better ones, for instance. All right, 20% debuff rest, very nice. 8% quick up, also nice. 7.5% of buster, whatever. That's not super impactful. They get increased MP damage on, or MP gain on damage taken, 18% from the Avenger passive. Also, every one of your party gets minus 8% debuff res, not a big deal. 6% crit up, cool. 3% gauge per turn. Not really needed, because they gain so well from their face cards, but you know what, cool, sometimes it might make a difference. And then they have a good version of Divinity, which not just does flat damage, it also does 5% MP gain and 5% star gen. So hey, yay for some useful stuff. Anti-Ruler is a good joke. Definitely would not focus on that. And then the MP is very, very cool. So they have the godly combo of the Invul Pierce and the Defense Ignore. The Invul Pierce is 1 turn before damage. And then after damage, 3 turns of minus blue and green, 10% base, 30% max for easy spammable MPs, 8 hits.
I zoned out like a minute ago.
Yeah.
And then I came back and I'm like, oh, he's still going over their passives. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a list, dude.
Like 9 of them.
It's even more than Benny and Ma.
All right.
That's great.
So I mean, yeah, they refund like crazy as well on the MP.
Brace yourselves. FGL hot takes. I think they're trash.
I don't think they're trash, but I think I don't value them as high as I used to anymore. They're good though. I still think they're good.
I don't mean to be insulting. I'm just like you know, it's just to make things more spicy, but like
Yeah.
I genuinely think their damage is so bad. They have ignored defense, but their damage feels like enemies always have passive 50% defense up, dude. I think the first skill and the second skill should be one skill. Right, like for example, usually when you have a skill that affects your quick cards, affects arts cards, they also have the first and third skill. Sorry, they also have the card buff themselves attached to skills, but this doesn't, and it just does so little. I feel like they need more stuff on their skill, and like the second skill, as you said, bad uptime number is very small, 15%. Like they've got twice as many people and they've got half as many buffs. I don't understand why, right?
Okay.
And it's the same with the ramp down. It's only 10%. I get it's two colored. I get it's 2 card types, so it's not that bad.
But I mean, honestly, I think the OC is fine because it's such a spammable MP anyway, and it's 3 turns of the debuffs.
True, that is fair.
I think the OC is fine.
Yeah.
The second skill is not fine though. OC is fine.
Yeah, like I just think like their skills do a little bit too little, and the numbers a little bit too small, and their damage is a little bit too low. That's just how I feel. Like you know those like really spammy MPs that just end up hitting like wet noodle. It's kind of the vibe they give me. I don't know if that's accurate because I don't have like the beefiest Dioscuri. I think I have MP2 though. Let me check. But like I just generally don't think they're that great. Like they are very their MP. You can almost I have MP2. Like you can use their MP like very often, but
I still think I would kick myself if I didn't place them with A+, honestly. I know you would probably disagree, but
this is probably
so
our biggest
good,
disagreement
and they
today.
feel good to use.
I would go with A.
Yeah.
I am a pretty big fan of theirs as well. I find their gameplay extremely fun.
I feel like with good supports, you don't really feel the big lack of damage, honestly. Like if you just have decent supports, you just like you go crazy. Like,
I feel it.
And they have 4 cards that all can like refund a lot. So like it's so consistent. Like for instance, Okita spams her MP well, but she has like 2 cards that regen really well, and 1 that is like okay, and 2 that are
Okita
dog
does
water.
so much damage. She does so
I
much
know,
damage.
but I'm saying like they still like it's the easiest
like,
and one of the easiest MPs to spam ever in the game. Like of
does it
all
matter?
servers, not just Sabers. One of the easiest MPs to ever spam.
Does it matter when it hits?
Yeah, because some other servants are going to be inconsistent unless you're going for resets to get the perfect hands, which I'm not going to.
Mom and Dad are fighting right now.
I mean, what if I? Okay, like here's the thing. Like if I hit a Buster crit, I don't know. It's like maybe it's more like I guess a good point is like this character scales with MP level. Well, I guess because like their MP is very like you use their MP a lot, so obviously if you have higher MP levels, they're going to be more valuable. But like I don't know. I think their MP damage is really low. I personally am not a big fan. But like Invul Pierce, ignore defense. I'm not gonna write that off. This is really good. This is a godlike combo for sure to hit enemy damage. Just through main gimmicks, but I just don't think they do enough damage.
I guess there is the one other servant that we're going to talk about later, and maybe they also, I kind of like them more nowadays as well. So I'm going to put them in A. I'm going to put them in A, but I absolutely will not put them in under A. I will not do it.
So
I will not do it.
So I'm okay with A+ if we move Musashi to EX.
Okay, I'm just going to do it like this. Okay.
Yeah,
I like this better. I like this better.
Because I'll be honest, I think if they got a pretty good NP upgrade, I think they would.
Yeah, dude. If they get a good NP, they're top tier immediately. Like just their gains are so broken. If they get a good MP upgrade, they will be like the best single target saber in the game, just flat out. Yeah. But as is, yeah.
So like it goes back to like what I was talking about earlier with win conditions. They have a lot of them too. They have ignore defense, ignore invuln. They have an evade. They have a team-wide debuff immune, which I think is fucking awesome. And you're moving away too fast. Okay, guys, this is my time. I was born for this. I have lived the last like 3.5 years preparing mentally, socially, clout-wise for this moment. Okay, This is my moment. Please switch her to stage 2.
True. I agree.
So
don't do it.
Yes, just do it.
All right.
You dare defy me, my podcast mate. Also, I got a song on the list. It's her theme.
Dude, I can't wait to see how YouTube reacts to this. This is gonna be so funny.
So,
honestly, though, for a character that you've been prepping this long, it's kind of a non-controversial character because, like, people know she's good.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let me cover her kit first, and then we'll,
you go ahead.
We'll do the talk. All right.
Okay. No.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Ibuki Doji next.
No.
No, Otto. You're gonna talk after I cover the kid. I'm not gonna let you be biased.
No.
Okay.
I can cover.
No. Just okay.
You've gone through enough here today, sir. I can do.
All right, fine. Go ahead. You know what? I'm gonna take a piss break actually. So you go on ahead. I'm gonna take a piss. Meanwhile, I need to go to the toilet anyway. So you can talk about her kit and everything, even if they can't see it. Just
have fun. Go. Don't have too much fun though. So hello, chat. I am what I call the Ibuki guy, and my followers also call me the Ibuki guy. If there's anyone here, I'm just stroking my ego. Let's talk about Ibuki. So Ibuki is arguably the best saber in the game. I think I could make a good case for that. So starting from the top, she has an attack stat that it's the top attack stat of the saber class. She's got one of the highest attack stats of all servants that can counterclass reliably. It's, oh my god, he's not going to scroll the fucking page. I have everything memorized. We're fine. So she's got a buster deck. Like there's only like 2 or 3 different servants that have that are like AoE buster sabers that also have a buster deck. And considering how the archetype has always played, it's great. It's a great addition. The 2 arts cards is lame and stupid poo-poo. So she has perfected the hold on.
Don't say it out loud, but yeah, there you go. Anyways, keep on going.
So she has sorry, I was I got texted something. So she has perfected the whole use a battery, use a star bomb, and then NP and crit formula. So she is the first servant with a full 50% battery in this archetype, in this AoE Buster Saber archetype. And she has a 3-turn 40% attack buff. And now that is a bit annoying. You don't even get to see the extra attack boosted like that. But you see like all the other stuff that goes on top of it, and it makes sense why that they're holding her back. So her second skill is a card buff. It affects basically all of her cards, except for like her Quicken Arts cards, of course. But 30% Buster for 3 turns. It's a 5-turn cooldown. It's also got 30% defense, which is great, and it stacks with a passive of hers. A very unique passive she has, which I'll get to in a second. There's also a star bomb there. It's just a little bit more crit reliability.
I mean, yeah, it's a good skill.
Yep. And then her third skill, it's kind of random. It has a couple effects that feel kind of random. Like you got an NP seal, which is kind of out of nowhere. She's not really a debuffer, but it works in a team. I like it. She has a 3-turn crit damage buff of 50%, which might not look like that much on a lower star servant, but considering how she has like a Buster deck and these other buffs, and she is a 5-star with big stats, it adds up. And also she has anti-undead, which was useless as shit for a while until recently.
You're not gonna make the Summer Wu argument. You're not. I know you're not.
No.
Leave.
No.
Okay, just say it's trash, okay? That's the one trash thing about her kid. You're not gonna make the Summer Wu argument. I'm not gonna hear it, dude.
At least she buffs. At least she buffs Buster.
If you're not counting Black Grail, of all servants in the game, to give her like a boost in NP damage, Wu gives her the biggest boost in NP damage. It demolishes what Oberon is able to do. I'm not sure about with Black Grail. But it's a lot. It is unironically something really good. Like, it's cool though. So yeah, A rank magic resistance, because of course she's gonna have the peak of that. High rank in writing, because why not? And then she's got Dragonkind, which is even more Buster. So we're looking at 42% Buster for 3 turns. And then a damage cut passive. And then you think of like, well, we've got a 30% defense buff and then a 200 damage cut. That's literally Waver's second skill. So it adds up pretty. You'd be surprised. And then she has buff removal resistance of 20%. It's fucking useless. Some people try to hype it.
I mean, it's not consistent at all, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. It's not consistent. I've tried relying on it in a couple setups. Oh my god,
she's anti-ruler too. Get him out of here, dude.
I hate it. The glazing is... Shut up. She deserves it. Okay, shut up. So her NP damage, her NP is... Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So ignores invul. It ignores defense. So same shit that the previous servant had.
They're called Dioscuri. They have a name. I know you guys don't like them. Okay.
Yeah, they aren't Ibuki, are they?
Oh wow!
I mean,
wow.
All right.
I mean, at least he defended Dioscuri. I'm the one that called him. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. You see, I was fine with A+. All right. Like I'm on your side here.
Okay.
So she also has this Buster resist down, and unfortunately, it's
as someone who loves Okita Alter, I can relate to this. OC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But the upside of it,
I hate Arjuna Alter so much because he's the only one privileged enough to get this. My favorites, Ivan and Okitan, they both have this trash version too. Freaking Arjuna Alter has before damage because he needs to get his debuffs on. Anyway,
I mean, Koya Dark also after damage. I hate that. Yeah. Everybody hates Arjuna.
We need to make a union against Arjuna Alter. Okay.
Too good.
So I totally prefer it was before damage, but I'm not really hurting too much over it because holy shit, it's 62% Buster for 3 turns. Yeah. And like a big part of it is she's just big on that crit damage. And that just helps her keep that damage.
I mean, I definitely think she's better at DPSing than farming.
Oh yeah, her farming's meh. And that's not really her biggest selling point, although she can do that. But like as far as just damage potential, she has some of the best at least out of AoE sabers, she's got like some of the best damage potential out there. She synergizes perfectly with Vich. Actually both Viches, although I don't really I don't know if I'd recommend pairing her with the other one over Light, but yeah, she does good damage. She's always doing that damage because she's got that Pierce Invuln, she's got that Ignore defense. And she has, even though it's only a little bit of survival, it's so much more than everyone else. because we got Artoria with no survival. We got
I do
Arthur
have
with
to
no
say
survival.
though, it would
We got
Mordred has it though.
like it would be
Mordred
nice if
has
she
one-
had hard defense though, because it is. I love the defense up. It's good uptime. It's a
Sir,
good number.
Arthur is fucking dead. They had to buff his first skill because he was that bad in comparison to Ibuki after she came out.
Yeah,
She was the reason they had to buff this man.
probably.
I
but yeah.
mean,
Like,
I mean-
I'm all for buffing though.
Okay.
I mean,
So
yeah.
last year I placed
Last year
her
she
on
was
EX, but I think this year I think I'm gonna place her in A+. I think
I mean,
No,
I'm so
No.
I'm tempted, but
no,
okay.
no, you're not gonna.
I
do
mean,
this. This is some sort of out of
I mean,
out of
here's
date
the thing
April
though.
Fool's
All
joke,
right.
right?
All right, look, he literally
Hmm.
okay. You have like you're not gonna convince anyone at this point. You're just you're
Okay,
too biased. But
I've
but
saved,
like
I've saved this card in my pocket throughout this entire stream. Today is my birthday.
Oh,
For my
I forgot to
birthday, will
mention
you-
that.
Yeah, for
Oh
my
my
birthday,
God.
will you put her in
Oh
EX?
my god!
no,
this
no,
guy.
here, okay. Let me try to make my argument,
Okay.
right? So this character is very much carried by the deck, the attack stat. Like,
Yeah,
if
the
she
attack
didn't have
is
the attack
crazy
stat
high.
nor the deck, I don't think she's gonna be nearly as good. I think the triple buster does a lot for her.
Mm-hmm.
She is a character that I wouldn't like if she gets buffed, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, are you guys crazy?
Yeah.
Like yes,
Thank you for the happy
it
birthday,
is. It is very
Appreciate it.
crazy, but like I think she's a character that technically doesn't have the anti trait. She's a character that is very simple. Like she is also very much leaning on her like internals. I mean decks contain internals. So like the MP is strong as well. Like the MP once again, the buster down is only that good because she has triple buster, so she can use that buster down.
Because
a lot
it doesn't
more,
do much
right?
for the MP itself, really. It's for the cards, really, the face cards.
I mean, yeah, unless you loop it. So like I think the triple buster, like she has really good damage potential. And like out of all the other AoE buster sabers, I think she is just bar none the best for challenge quests as well. So I think it is justifiable to put her in S or EX. Like that's my personal take. But like I'm not. I do think she belongs in EX though. Like just me personally.
I mean, I am kind of tempted to do it anyway. The damage potential is so good though.
Okay.
It is good.
Question: if there is two other, because I know one other one that would go in EX. Is there another AoE saber that would go in EX other than Okita Alter? Because I agree she should be EX. Spoilers.
Okay, fuck it. We'll think about it later. Okay, I'll put it there. Okay, sure.
We can
Move
drag
on
her
for now,
down
okay.
later if we want.
Also, hey, Otto,
Yeah,
happy
alright.
Forgive
birthday,
me calling
man.
her it because like
I can't say I promise to keep her there, but happy birthday anyway.
I guess.
Happy
Okay.
birthday for now.
Yeah, for now.
Thank you.
For now.
Thank you all so much for the
Alright.
happy birthday.
So let's talk about a fun one. We're gonna talk
Oh
about.
boy, I can't wait to
Mr.
make Reddit mad.
Muramasa. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah. I'm sorry, I'm being too rambunctious. I'll let
Okay.
Plushie take this one.
No, what?
or
No,
you.
I'll just
It's
come
your
with the kid
screen.
and then we
It's
can
your
talk.
screen.
Okay.
It's just
So
Yeah,
AOE,
I'm sorry,
Arts, Saber, Farmer, and
had a long
DPS. He can do both. Let's be real. All right, 11.3k attack is maybe one of his biggest downsides. The attack could definitely be higher. So, maybe that's definitely one of his bigger downsides. Deck-wise, we got double buster, double arts, which I think is, pretty much a perfect fit for his playstyle. Not bad.
For sure.
First skill, we got the full-on Rainbow Mana Burst, 50% of all card types for one turn. He gets 1k Absorb for one turn and 15 stars. Pretty cool little bursty skill right there. Obviously not the best uptime, but yeah. Second skill though, 6 turn cooldown, ignores invul for one turn. I think they could easily make that 3 turns, but I digress.
For sure.
He gets bonus crit damage against targets that have evasion or invul for one turn, 100%. And then he gets Star Gen 100% for 3 turns, and then also another normal 100% crit damage for 3 turns. So if the enemy happens to have invuln or evade for 1 turn, he does 200% crit damage against them. Pretty chill, I guess. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown. We got 50% battery for self, and then a blaze buff for 3 turns. And whenever he normal attacks, he gets 10% gauge. So everything besides his MP, including the extra attack, will give him battery. Right, passive 17.5% debuff res, pretty chill. 10% arts up, very, very nice. Full party gets 5% crit damage when he's on the field, pretty cool. And then anti-king damage 20%. It's not the most common trait, but you know, it definitely exists. So hey, a very cool little bonus. His append is anti-caster, which, you know, if you're a big fan, you're gonna want this too, I guess. And then the MP, first of all, 10% arts up for self for 3 turns before damage on OC base, scaling up to 30%. A little bit of ramp up. Base, we got 10% MP damage as well for 3 turns before damage, so another ramp up. And then before damage removes enemy offensive buffs and also damage ignores defense. I like the MP a lot. It's very stacked. It's a good MP for sure. And it loops decently okay too. Yeah.
I mean,
so do you have any hot takes? I think he's still legit. I think he's legit.
I think he's I don't even know if I should call him overrated, because like his people's opinion on him is like very split at this point. Like his MP loopable compared to other 50 MP battery AoE arts, not very. I mean, that is a pretty high standard, but like when you're comparing that to, you know, like we got so many modern you know, AoE arts with 50 battery, and like this 3-hit MP with 0.5, like the refund is just not it. Like he has arts ramp up, but it is, the numbers pretty low. Like once again, the MP, you know, remove offensive buffs is actually still like a really good, you know, utility. Same with ignore defense, but like the MP itself, its loopability, I'm pulling it into question. And then his skills are very bursty. Well, not really bursty, but like
there's
like
some
the skill one,
but
I think like how they designed him was like, oh, his skill is supposed to be like burst crits and whatnot, but like his MP's ramp up is enough to carry him for longevity. But I generally don't believe that it to be the case anymore. Like the first skill is a little bit annoying. I would have taken a smaller number with longer rainbows. Like obviously I'm on this like, you know, UE stock right now, but like if this was like 30% for 3 turns, maybe I don't know if it would be too good, but like 30% for 3 turns, maybe it would be like I would have liked it a lot more, at least, like personally.
Yeah, of course.
The second skill, Invul Pierce, like you said, you know, could have been 3 turns, especially when he really wants like especially when this thing, how do I put this? You know, like you get extra crit against. I mean, it's only 1 turn. Like it matches up with Invul Pierce, but I don't know. It's I just think in general, Invul Pierce for 1 turn is pretty is like a very awkward place. It's the same with like people like Durga. It's kind of annoying, and like especially if you want to crit up, like with high uptime, you kind of want to use like the base crit up is 100. 100's high, so you kind of want it to be up like all the time. But like you have to like time it very awkwardly. And then the third skill is pretty nice. You know, 50 battery, and it helps his gain with cards because his like base refund isn't that great. So like I think he is like he's not like bad. Like he's not bad, but he's like not he's not the arts looper that he was when he first came out, at least. It's just, you know, like the refund is a little bit lackluster. The skills are a little bit doesn't play that well into the arts archetype, I should say. Like the skills are not bad. It's just like I don't know. Maybe he should have been Buster.
Personally, I don't think I'm gonna place him top tier anymore. But I feel like I kind of like an A+ still, honestly, because he's just solid. He's just so good. Like he's solid. He's for both farming and DPSing, even if he's not like absolutely broken.
Returned. I
would have put him A.
I've calmed down.
Like
I apologize.
I don't know if
rambunctious.
I would. It's fine. Okay, I don't know. It's not
I-
me to say if it's fine, but
yes,
like, yeah.
I can talk calmly now. So I have a lot of history with Muramasa. We have a bunch of memes about always making fun of him and shitting on him because personally I think he is quite overrated. But I think A+ is fair as long as Ibuki is the next
Okay.
tier up.
I see. But yeah, honestly,
But
if anything, I think he's
Plushie-
better off as rated as a DPS than a farmer. I mean, he's good on both anyway, but I feel like I think he's legit as a DPS. Even though, yeah, he's bursty, of course, but you know, his downtime isn't bad. Like, it's not bad.
So
It's not bad. It's just like
So-
he's not able to use his MP as often as I like to, as an arts like for.
But
CQs.
because he has nasty
I-
crits anyway, I don't think that's a big concern, honestly.
So
But
my
like-
my
Oh, sorry,
issue with him. I'm
okay,
sorry.
you
If you,
No, I just have one
you-
more thing to put. Like he has nasty crits, yes, but like art supports are known to be the worst crit boost. Like, yeah, he has his good crit kits, but like it's very short. You have to pick the turn to use them.
I mean, now we have
And,
Yui
like-
as well, which helps a lot, for instance.
I mean, it doesn't help as much because the rainbow's one turn. I think that's actually a huge negative. The rainbow
Yeah.
being one turn is like it's not just that you can only use Yui's buff for one turn, but it's also because the rainbow buff is tied to his burst. So the turn when you want to use
I
Yui's
think you can
MP,
easily
he has
pop
to
his
use
burst turn one
skill.
on a DPS. You don't have to
Well,
save
well,
it
the
for like
thing
the
is-
highest turn.
The
No, you don't
problem
have
is
to, but
that
like
his
if you're
first
using
skill-
Yui's MP, right? You're using Yui's MP, you're using his MP and his card. Like he can't brave
Oh,
chain.
you're
I
saying
mean,
you
that
can't
is
do it
the-
like all in, like you can't get his
that-
full MP brave chain like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
get it,
I don't
okay.
know
That
how
is-
big. Yeah.
The problem is that is the only turn you can guarantee that he will crit. So I've used. I know people are calling me very biased. I am very excitable about Ibuki, as is obviously evidenced. But I have put many hours into testing them in pretty even playing fields, like between NP1 Muramasa, NP1 Ibuki that isn't grailed up the wazoo. I have found that there are he can struggle a bit with critting reliably because you're either trying to focus on him critting or him looping, because I know he does have NP refund with double Castoria. He is going to be looping fairly easily, but for him to be looping without Castoria, he has to be critting, and his crits are it's
He doesn't make
just
stars, like
awkward. Yeah,
which is
he doesn't
like-
fit the arts
It's
archetype.
tough.
I know I keep going back to that. It's just okay. I'm sorry. I'm usually when I'm
okay. I
talking
think
about him,
I'm just gonna
talking
leave him
about
an A
in-
plus for that, and we'll move on and we'll see what
Yeah.
happens. But yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
usually when I talk about him, I'm like comparing him to someone else, and it's hard to talk about him in a vacuum. I guess I don't know.
all right.
Maybe I'm just unprepared.
All right, time for another completely unbiased moment. Let's talk about Summer Okita Alter then. Yes, indeed. AoE, quick, looper, farmer, DPS, whatever you want to call it. They can kind of do everything. 12.4k attack, very nice and high. Double buster, double quick deck with very nice hit counts and numbers all across the board. Good deck, good numbers, very good. Alright, first skill, 6 turn cooldown, self attack. This is where Okita Alter died, by the way, for this skill. 30% attack up, 20% on the quick and buster as well for 3 turns. Yeah, that is a good DPS skill. It's so much better than the OG Okita Alter one. It makes me so sad. And that one was buffed, and this is still better than the buffed version. Oh
Yeah,
no.
dude,
Yep.
that 20% 3 turn attack buff versus
Oh
this
my
3
god.
turn
It's only
30%
okay for
attack
farming, and
buff.
even there is like dog water. I mean, actually, that's a different buff. That's for the second skill. But yeah, the one they gave this was like an anti-sky thing or something. Like it was like
Yeah.
power
Oh, yeah,
mod.
true.
It's so bad,
Seriously.
dude. It's so bad.
It's a small one though, is it?
yeah, it was
30?
like 20-30% or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% battery, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 500% absorb for 1 turn. Very solid. You know, works for crits, works for, you know, your loops. Not really awkward to use either. She doesn't even really need the absorb even if it's 1 turn because she makes so many stars anyway. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, self-invul, 2 hits, 3 turns, and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. And there you go. I mean, it's not the most effects, but man, it's a working good kit considering how good her numbers are too. It complements it really nicely.
Yeah.
And I like that it's 2 hits, 3 turns, so, you know, flexible.
She's one of those quick BG loopers on Zerks before.
Yeah, her refund is so good. She's one of the highest refund loopers ever in Quick in the whole game. And yeah, it's kind of nuts. Alright, 20% debuff res, very nice, and 10% crit damage, also very nice considering again how many stars she generates. Anti-Berserker, of course, also very nice on the append. And the MP, first of all, before damage, 20% quick up for 1 turn, very cool. And then before damage, removes all defensive buffs from enemies. And it's 8 hits. Yeah. I mean, I use her all the time. My NA one is already bond 12 after like, 6 months of release. She is good. She's good for both DPSing and farming. Very, very nice. Yeah. Like she's like,
Chat, I am not
she's the definition of there's beauty in simplicity. This is like the perfect example of it.
Yeah, like her cards are great. Her deck is great. She loops better than a lot of art servants. Like, okay, like not to rain on his parade, but like I think he loops better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I knew you were
she loops better than
Muramasa.
Fair. Right? So like she's just solid all around. Like people might complain. Like the only complaint I can think of is just no anti-trade or something. But like that's just like because she has everything else, right? It's just she already has everything else. That's the only thing you can complain about. So I think this is a super solid. I mean,
unit. I might continue with my last year's line as well, and just plop her there.
I think EX is really fair.
Yeah. So one large commonality between these 3 servants. See, there are 2 separate commonalities. One of them is they're all 3 at least considered good crit servants, and the other is they all have good ways of working past enemy defenses, because 2 of them have Pierce Invuln, and 1 of them has buff removal per NP.
And
one
defense ignore as well.
Yes, I very much like that. You can remove all of those defensive buffs every time she NPs, and she NPs so easily because she's got such good.
It's so easy to NP so many turns consecutively, even on DPSing.
Yeah, and then she makes so many stars, so she always crits. One time I looped with her like 7 out of 8 turns.
Yeah,
I didn't use a single star.
I believe that because I've done that too.
Yeah,
insane.
I mean, she is the best iteration of Okita, just all around.
Also, fun fact: if I recall correctly, with Paracelsus, considered for both of them, she refunds better with Paracelsus.
Yeah, she has so many options for supports too because of how good the refund is.
Yeah,
and she's like the only thing that I would say that because I'm hesitant to say that she's just flat out better than Ibuki. I think the only thing holding her back is she doesn't have a lot of flexibility.
That's wrong. Huh?
She functions with a lot of supports. But there aren't a lot of dedicated quick supports. Whereas with Buster, there's a lot of dedicated Buster supports.
Just get Scotty. There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like that's the general complaint about quick, right? There's just Scotty and Scotty. Like there you go. But yeah.
Peak Okita Alter is better than peak any other AoE Saber.
Yeah. Probably yeah.
She just embodies all of the good aspects of quick.
Yeah. Anyway, we're
Yeah.
not too far from the end, but next up we're going to talk about a very nice servant who honestly I think is also very much underrated. And I even last year when I placed them, I immediately, when I did the Archer tier list right after, I even fixed their rating because I realized I should have placed them higher. But nevertheless, we're going to talk about the Trung Sisters. Single target arts, single target arts DPS Saber. Attack just under 12k is okay. Suits fine. Could be higher, of course, but it's not a bad number. Double Buster, double arts is very nice for them as well. Very good. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 15% attack for 3 turns and 15% arts. So, definitely better than a normal charisma. It's not an amazing skill, but, it's good. Good uptime. And your supports will love these buffs too, especially the arts one. So, that's cool. Second skill, 4-turn cooldown. Self-buster and arts up by 15% for 3 turns, and then on attack buffs for 3 turns. So when you attack with buster cards, you get 10% arts up for 1 turn. And when you attack with arts cards, you get 10% buster up for 1 turn. Funny how that works. So again, much like Dioscuri, they like mixing and matching their main 2 card types. Very good uptime though. 4-turn cooldown. So yeah, that is very nice. Even though the numbers are not super high, it's such a good uptime though. And yeah, I believe it is after damage. Yeah, but again, the uptimes are just nuts.
Yeah.
Right, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, self-battery 30%, and then party 20% MP generation for 3 turns, and 20% crit resistance for 3 turns. Wow, that's cool utility right there. So supports love being with them, honestly. They make supports' life so much easier as well, while also making sure they themselves keep just going and going. This is the better kit compared to Dioscuri, really. This is the better kit.
Yeah, for sure.
Is solid. It's just so, look at the uptimes. There's so much stuff going on constantly. Everything besides the batteries, 3 turns, and there's small cooldowns for the most part too. Wow. Alright, passive 17.5% debuff res, very cool. 8% quick up, maybe not the best thing for them, but cool. Divinity TC, so whatever. So if anything, passives are kind of a boring section 2 for them. Anti-assassin, maybe not that useful though. And then the MP. Oh, I love the MP. The MP is so nice. So first of all, after damage, sadly, of course. But yeah, full party gets Buster and Arts up 10% for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 30%. And then the nice normal effect. The full party gets 1k healing every turn for 3 turns, and that's just from one use of this MP. You have no idea how much you can heal by just spamming this MP. It's crazy. You think Merlin heals a lot? Try this, dude. It's crazy. It's like
9
so
hits
much
as
healing.
well.
Yeah, and I was about to get into that next.
Turn.
The refund is bonkers. They're only behind Saitou in the Saber refund for MP. Worst case scenario, 48% with double Castoria. Best case scenario, just under 70%. Yeah, is that a spammable MP or what? Bruh. Bruh.
Yeah. So this is the Dioscuri that I like a little bit better because once again, they take more, they get more out of spamming their MP. For example, the party heal, 1k every turn for 3 turns. This is something that if you can use your MP every turn, you're very happy about. It's a lot of heal.
Yeah.
It's very defensive. The skill 2 is really high uptime, small double color type of even if you ignore honestly, I think you can kind of even ignore the bottom 2 effects. Sometimes you don't necessarily have to force yourself to do Buster MP for Buster MP arts, for example. What is the numbers are more in line, at least in my opinion, and the durations are more they're not 1 turn anymore. They're all 3 turn effects. They're more defensive. I don't know how good their damage is. I don't think their damage is gonna be that good, but they're not supposed to be very hyper offensive. Loopable support effects is something I like. And even though the arts of it's technically also a support effect. But that's about as much I want to say. Yeah.
Such a good, they just feel very good to use as well, like the Dioscuri, but they have such a better uptime compared to them.
Yeah.
How about you?
I do I do like them a lot. Like I've maxed them out and I've used them quite a bit. Their solos are kind of funny. So I feel like some people get a little too hung up on the buster aspect because
Yeah, I
as
think the
far
buster is
as
just a bonus for them. It's not a focus.
it's basically useless in most play because generally how arts servants play, they arts is a unique. It's unique in that since it is the best card type, it doesn't want to use any other cards. Like if
Yeah.
you're using a traditional arts team, you're not using buster cards, you're not using quick cards, so you're not. Uh, so you naturally it just doesn't make use of like mighty chains or something. Like you would expect that
Mm.
since they mix in buster cards, but unless they're actually getting like their own brave chains, then I just never see any use from the buster. That being
Yeah.
said, like everything else there, I love how they boost the team's NP gain, not just
Yeah,
from
they're
the
a
NP
full,
gain
like
buff.
they're literally
Yeah,
the definition of a team player. Like they're a
yeah,
capable
and then
DPS, but also like they offer so much to the team with good uptimes as well. It's so
yeah,
nice. Like you're gonna be drowning in nice buffs when you use them, just from
yeah,
themselves,
and they
not even
just
accounting for
synergize
other
so well
supports.
with Astoria.
Like they're a proper
They're
support
made for it.
DPS. They do it correct.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Yeah,
All right.
I want Dioscuri to get an NP buff pretty bad.
Yeah, it would be cool actually.
I know it's off on a tangent. It's just like saying what's in my brain. It's not the
I mean,
best
yeah.
habit.
I mean, he's good at looping MP, so make his MP more valuable. That's
Mm.
just very reasonable as a direction.
All right. The final old servant from last year, and also someone who's not super far off from NA's release as well. We're going to talk about Charlie, aka Charlemagne. I forgot how he pronounced his name, but I just call him Charlie because it's easier. Anyway, quick AoE DPS and a farmer. Kind of comparable to Okita Alter to an extent as well. They have similarities, of course. 12k attack, also a pretty solid number. He's got double arts, double quick, which I may have preferred to have seen double buster as well with the double quick, but you know, easier to spam the MP, I guess, a little bit. Oh well. Alright, let's talk about his interesting skills. Okay, so first of all, 6-turn cooldown. It's a targeted invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns. And if he himself doesn't have invul, after doing that, by the way, checks it afterwards, he gets 20% MP gain for 5 turns. And then also, he gets an on defense buff for 5 turns. So when he gets attacked, he gets this heroic king buff for 5 turns. And it makes him do extra damage with his MP. But at the end, if he has invul, his MP seals himself for 1 turn. So there's 2 checks. First of all, you know, you don't even, I mean, you definitely don't want to give the invul to him because you're missing out on the MP gain. And then you would also get MP sealed if you have the invul. So it's such a weird little like workaround. It can be very awkward. If he was arts, this wouldn't maybe matter as much because then special invul doesn't matter for this, of course. But he's quick, so it's a bit more awkward. But it's like, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Such weird demerits, though.
I find it really, and like I can't really speak too much to this because I haven't used them a lot. But I think it's pretty awkward that you have to choose to not use your survival, and then that's also how you do damage.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Take damage when
So
I just don't like that.
my personal experience with the character is like if it's not a min turn or whatever, I honestly prefer him plus Castoria plus Caster Scotty.
Yeah,
this
I can kind of see
protects
why.
supports very well. And like Caster Scotty, if you keep her alive long enough, she can actually use her MP, and Caster Scotty's MP is really, really powerful. So you know, this is not that bad of an effect. I found like last year,
it's a bit wonky, but it's not like at the end of the world by any means.
Yeah, like last year, I think I called this like a garbage skill.
Yeah,
but
I don't remember.
It's
maybe.
not. I tried him out a lot because people are obviously DMing me like, oh my god, Charlie's not that bad, and I told them you're wrong, but then I just tried him out anyways. And you know,
Yeah.
I think this is the better skill than it is.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right, anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party, 20% attack up for 3 turns, also self anti-demonic damage for 3 turns, and self divine defense for 3 turns, 30%, so defense up, and then he gets a 30% battery. Interesting mix of stuffs. I mean, demonic and divinity are both fairly common traits, only one of them is offense and one of them is defense. I think it's a good skill overall. But, you know, mixed value depending on what kind of enemies you're fighting, I suppose. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% quick up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then anti-evil crit damage for 50% 3 turns. So again, yeah, he's a man of niches is what he is. So his value will change a lot depending on what kind of enemies you're fighting, needless to say. But even if you whiff the evil crit, is not a bad skill. It has decent numbers on OK uptime, so it's okay regardless. So yeah. All right, 20% debuff risk. Oh, you want to say something?
Yeah, I know it's already been said, but like seeing the crit buffs here, and then like I don't know, this deck. Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, yeah, his card gain is pretty poor. If you look at the like you know 0.48 with his hit counts, it's not amazing, honestly. But yeah, I mean, it's compared to Okita, of course, but
yeah, Okita has me spoiled. She has us all spoiled.
Well, anyway, the debuff risk is good, the writing A is good, so passes, while they're basic, they're both very good for him. Anti-Berserker Append also very good. And let's talk about the MPs. So, after damage, all enemies, quick resistance down 20%, 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 40%. And then the only normal effect is the bonus damage mod he gets from his Heroic King stacks from the first skill, maximum of 100%. So you can do a bonus 120% damage, right? If my math is correct. If you have max stacks. And funnily enough, his MP is also a 12 hitter. He likes the number 12 apparently.
Yeah, 12 paladin.
Now, the farming numbers are fairly comparable to Okita Alter. They're a bit lower for the most part, but I feel like his refund is also not as good from what I remember. I could be wrong. Maybe it's decent. Yeah, maybe they're basically the same. But yeah, so yeah, like farming wise they're kind of similar, yeah. I mean, both have good refund anyway. That's for sure on the MPs. Yeah. They're one of the better AoE quicks in the whole game for refund, not just among sabers. Yeah, they're basically the same, yeah. From there.
Yeah, like from my personal experience, like I don't have that beefy. I have more Charlies than Okita, but like from my personal experience, I feel like Okita Alter obviously better internals, better deck.
Yeah, like her crits are way higher if he doesn't hit any of his niches. Like
but Charlie in like a challenge quest can push his damage.
Yeah.
The quick down is after damage, but it technically ramps up. And also, like, yeah, this is inconsistent. The Heroic King thing is inconsistent. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but like, like you know, across 2-3 turns, this is like universal special SE damage, like special effect damage, not PMod. So like across like 2-3 turns, he's gonna get hit like 2-3 times.
Probably.
You know, and then like he just ended up having like universal 130, 140. So like he's able to push his damage quite a bit, depending on of course depending on what you're fighting as well. If you're fighting a boss that does AoE attacks, for example, then he can push his damage.
Yeah, that's gonna make it a lot easier. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, he really is a man of ifs in more, like not just his niches, but like even in enemies, like how they attack. So there's like if everything just lands, he's a beast. He's a freaking beast. Yeah. But most of the time, I feel like at least half of the things won't be landing like you want it to. But he's still good. He's good. He's very good.
He's still good. He's just less like consistent than Okita Alter. And like, you know, some people really don't
I think I'm gonna do the same as last year. I'm just gonna plop him an A+ under Okita Alter. I think that's exactly what I did last year, I think. Like,
I think that's fair because like last year,
and obviously he really can't even be here too, and maybe even better than Okita Alter when again everything works really well with the niches and the hits and whatnot. But that's not gonna be every single time, not even close. So,
and like his card just really hurts him. Like I used to think he's a lot worse than Okita, but like yeah, I don't know. Like I really think he's able to push his damage quite a bit far.
Yeah. Potential is good.
Like even if things don't completely align, he can still push it quite a bit. So I don't hate it. But like definitely not Okita Ultra Tier, in my opinion. Yeah.
All right. Shit, dude. We have 2 more servants left, and they're both new servants that were not in the game last year. So yeah, dude, this is an interesting one. This was a pleasant surprise. I mean, as an Okita fan, I have mixed feelings, of course. But you know, we're gonna talk about Saber Medusa next. So single target, quick DPS, extraordinaire, and even has a bit of presence in solo, right? Of course. Very cool. Yeah. 12k attack, flat basically. Very solid. Not bad at all. She has a full quick deck. Even Okita doesn't have that. So she's like the only Saber that I think has this, right? Yeah. Interestingly enough.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah, that's cool. And she has good quicks as well. Very good. Her even her MP gain is 1.14 on base. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. So yeah, he has nice cards. Anyway, first skill. We got a 6-turn cooldown, Petrify, 100% on base chance, max rank, and then 50% crit damage on quick cards for 3 turns, and then on attack buff for 3 turns, and you curse the enemy for 5 turns when doing quick card attacks. And this also works with the MP because it's any quick cards. Not that curse is really that big of a deal, but you know, it does work with that. I might as well mention it. Not bad. Definitely not bad, and you know, it doesn't even matter too much that it's quick crit damage because you know she has 3 of them, so it's fine. I feel like it's an alright skill. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery, as if she needed that, but she has it anyway. 20% AoE attack for the full party, 3 turns, and then crit damage for all allies, 30% against demonic enemies for 3 turns. Yeah, pretty solid. I don't think she really needed that big of a battery, but yeah, there it is. Why not? You know, gives her more, you know, use cases, I suppose. Easier to work with. Third skill now. This skill is nuts in the world of defensive skills. Okay, first of all, 6-turn cooldown. Self-invul, 3 hits, 3 turns. Self-debuff immune, 3 times, 3 turns. And then 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. This is a nuts defensive skill. It is absolutely nuts. Oh yeah, the crit damage is for demonic allies, not against demonic enemies. My bad. True. And she herself does not have it, right?
yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's
yeah. Yep. But yeah, I just want to keep like hyping this third skill. It's such a ridiculously good defensive skill. Like it's so good. It's a top tier defensive skill in the whole game. Oh my!
It even hits that 30% threshold I was talking about.
Yeah. Even assassins without buffs can't crit her. It's impossible. Every enemy would need to have a crit buff of some sort to crit her with 30%. So yeah, wow.
Assuming they're even able to hit her.
Yeah, good luck with that too, especially on teams with these many hits. All right, passives, 20% debuff rest, very good. 10% quick up, very good as well. Divinity, whatever. Anti-Berserker Append, very good as well. And the MP, first of all, 10% quick up for self for 1 turn before damage on OC, scaling up to 30%. It's okay, it's not that big of a deal, but it's okay. Then 150% flat man attribute damage mod. The most common attribute among servants. Very cool. 40% chance to petrify. Sadly, not very reliable at all. But, you know, if it lands, hey, cool. You just saved a bunch of damage. And then also, Earth attribute allies get 20% attack for 3 turns, which I believe she includes herself, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes, she includes herself.
So it's a ramp up as well, even though the OC doesn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, these skills make me sad because I'm an Okita fan, because, man, these are so much better. Even if she doesn't get the demonic crit, of course, it's just so much more modern of a skill set. God damn, dude. Yeah, she's a nice servant, huh? She even refunds way better on the MP alone. Not that Okita really needs it, of course, but still.
Yeah, it's just, my only complaint is the overcharge. Like, it shouldn't be scaling the 1 turn quick buff before damage.
No, Medusa isn't here, I think.
10%.
Oh, wait, she's there, never mind.
This scales from 10% to 30%. That's absolutely the worst thing she could scale on her.
It's a weak OC for sure.
Yeah, I think that's like maybe intentional nerf. I think like she's just very good The only thing she loses to Okita is obviously damage. The weaker deck, as well as it is really just a weaker deck, isn't it? Like, I mean, Okita has like better burst damage as well on her skill set, I think. But you know, like Okita's 30% defense down, but she has a 20% attack up. It's like it's kind of similar. I mean, it's 10% less, but it's like a buff, right? It doesn't have to worry about debuff. I think she's really solid. Like obviously, what holds her back is I think her only issue might be damage. Compared to like Okita, of course.
Her kit
like,
has a lot of good stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I really want to put her in S, but like I think like in the realm,
I feel like she's missing
TAs,
something.
Yeah,
like then
I
she would be top
missing...
tier. She's very good though, and I think she's overall probably gonna have better mileage than Okita, which is why I can, Okita was A, and I can probably put her in A plus. But something she's missing, and then she's top tier. But yeah, she's still very good though, very good.
Yeah,
just very good.
I mean, I do think she is still just missing that buster. Maybe I'm too obsessed with that buster, but I like not being able to have two busters sometimes, Like, okay, don't call me TA brain rot, right? Like, buster generally affects their damage. Like that is a fact. But like sometimes missing a buster card is just, you're not able to do some stuff. And like the second skill, I think the second skill, the demonic crit is kind of a cuck, for example, right? And like the overcharge is kind of another cuck. And like her solos, I have tried to solo with her quite a bit. But like what ends up happening is when I'm soloing actually like pretty difficult stuff, I still have to kind of save scum for the petrify sometimes. Like maybe just once per entire run, but like I am relying on
like even
that
her
one
skill one
petrified
isn't
land in
actually
order to
guaranteed because debuff rest can fuck it up. The MP one obviously is far from guaranteed. It's 40% on base, but even the 100% skill one can whiff because it doesn't factor in innate resistances or bonus resistances from skills, etc.
Yeah, so like she's not perfect, obviously. Like she's not she's not like insanely the best soloer. She's not like the most high damage dealing single target quick, but she's just really like the
I'm so tempted to put her in EX though. Anyway, oh my god.
My personal experience is I don't think she and Okita are 2 tiers apart. That is my only input on this.
So if I were, maybe I would bump up Okita then as well.
Yeah, I think if you want to bump her to EX, you kind of have to bump up Okita. I generally think Okita is not like a full tier. It's not 2 tiers, right? It's like a half a tier. Like I think they're only half a tier apart. I generally
I kind of agree on the half tier as well.
Yeah.
Frick. Do I bump them both? Okay, let's do the final servant first, and then we'll do all the final discussions, etc. So yeah, we'll do that.
Do you want me to be the tipper of this scale?
We'll save that for later. You can put your do that later, but yeah.
That's not super.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, next up, we're gonna do something I have never done before. So we're gonna be covering Yamato Takeru here, the latest, not the latest Saber, actually, Iori was, when you think about it, but the final of this Saber tier list, and obviously a new entry, but we're going to do something I have never done before. I don't know what he does. I have never looked at him. So this is going to be a first impression at the same time. And also, obviously, I'll mostly let Plushie and Otto, convince me of a rank, because I never got him. I failed to summon him, and I never did a first impression. I never looked him. I know he is AoE arts, and I know everyone compares him to Muramasa. That's all I know, though. Now we're gonna be looking at something interesting though, because I'm excited. I have saved this for this. I deliberately didn't look beforehand so I could do this live to have a fun little segment
this is gonna be fun.
Oh, nice of you to save your first
time. All right, so let's take a look here. We got Yamato Takeru, arts, I assume. Yeah, AoE probably because everyone compares to Muramasa. All right, 12.5k attack. Wow, that is high. Is that like the second highest of all sabers behind Ibuki?
I think so.
Yeah, that is high. Wow, look at that. That is great stuff.
Oh yeah.
Double Buster, Double Art sounds pretty good on paper. We'll see what the skills and everything looks like, but I like that. It's a good deck. Alright, first skill, here we go. 6-turn cooldown, Self-Guts 1 time 3 turns, revives with 3k, okay. 30% battery, and wait, a sacrifice buff for 3 turns. What? Oh wait, it's for allies!
If his
What?
teammate
It's a
dies.
reverse sacrifice! Like for
yeah. 80%
wow,
battery,
so when
though.
an ally dies, he gets 20% gauge. What?
Yeah,
Wow.
25.
Also, wait, 25%, that's a weird number, but okay. Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
What? That's
Yeah,
a
it's 50%
first?
battery turn.
Wow, that's kind of cool, though. Anyway, interesting skill. Looks decent. Yeah, looks alright. Alright, second skill. 6-turn cooldown. Oh, we got damage mods. Self, anti, divine damage, 50% 3 turns, and also same with demonic. Wow, and crit damage, 30% 3 turns. Okay. I mean, again, fairly common, traits, I would say. So, value will be mixed, but, they are one of the more common traits on enemies, not just servants, like normal enemies too. Okay. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown.
Damage to both instead of defense against.
Yeah, true. It's nice that it's offense. All right, arts up 30%, 3 turns for self, 20% MP damage. Ooh, 1 turn though for self, and then another battery, 20%. Interesting. So bonus mana burst. So he's got a 50% battery split into 20 and 30, which probably is a good thing, right? That it splits.
Yeah.
Gives you more options.
More flexible.
Yeah, it's more flexible like that. Interesting. Anyway, let's keep looking here. 20% debuff rest, very cool. 10% quick up, doesn't really do much, does it? Divinity D, meh. Anti-Saber, I don't know if he has Anti-Saber stuff, but probably not the biggest deal ever. All right, the MP then. So, AoE defense down 20% for 3 turns after damage, it seems, on all enemies. Scales up to 40, so...
It's actually not AoE.
What?
Oh no, the defense now is AoE.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, so pretty standard.
Yeah,
and then
the arts
before
resistance.
damage, so wait, it is one enemy's arts resistance is reduced by 50% for 1 turn. So did you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of OG Kiara's skill 1, because she's AoE herself, but her skill only does 1 enemy minus arts resistance down, which is stupid in my opinion. So why is it like this? Would it be? I guess it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay,
it's 50.
It would be way. Yeah, it would be
'cause
way
it's
too
50.
much otherwise.
It's
Wow.
It's supposed to be like a single target attack that splashes.
Oh, it's like
and hits
adjacent
the other.
damage. We star rail now.
Yeah.
What is this?
Splash
wow.
damage.
Yes, funny.
Yeah.
I get the pun. Okay, 8 hits. Wow, that's quite a lot of hits too. How's the refund? I assume it's really good, right?
Really good. He can almost loop 1/1 berserkers, but he need I think he can do 1/1
yeah, because
lancers,
the single target arts res down. Oh my god, that's so cool though. So he's gonna be an art servant you can use a lot in 90++ as well, because of the high refund from just one enemy. Oh wow.
When it's possible, because 90++ is a high ask for anyone, especially.
Yeah, of course. I'm talking purely not maybe damage numbers, but based on refund, because I always say he is an art servant after all, right? So refund is important.
Yeah.
Wow. Yamato Takeru. I like the interesting thing with the death thing as well. Has someone figured out cool comps with it? Like sacrifices, maybe min turning?
I use Habatrot just as a 25 for free.
Oh yeah, that makes
even
sense.
if I MP
but
3
wait,
times with him,
he doesn't get
Habatrot can do
all the
25.
buffs from Habitat, right? Because female.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
It's just for farming.
Okay.
It's just for farming.
Okay.
For challenge quests, maybe. But it's kind of weird on him.
He's not even on the
he is one of
sheet.
those characters
Okay.
that doesn't need extra charge a lot of the times, because of how good the refund is.
Refund
so it's a
on
little
single enemy is a minimum 32 on double Castoria. Black Rail maximum 46. Wow.
Yeah.
On an AoE MP. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So I think he's really good. Obviously, the big complaint is the 1 turn MP damage. I don't know why that exists, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
It's 2024.
Interesting.
It's He I don't know if I overrate him still. I mean, he's still new. I think he's extremely good.
I like that,
he
the big arts rush down though, even if it's one enemy. That looks
Yeah.
really good. It makes him so flexible, right, for both DPSing and farming. Like he can probably do very decent damage, against a single enemy with the correct setup.
Yeah, pretty
Wow.
decent. Especially like for example, if you're doing like a 90 plus, the one there's usually one character with like super like how do I put it? Like out of balancely high HP. Like for 90 plus there's like one target with very big HP, and the other ones are kind of just like less than half their HP. So like having focus firing on one target is actually pretty nice for like farming, even if you're just focus firing on one damage. The anti-divine demonic is quite nice. It's 50% each, so you can get to 100% if it's divine and demonic. So yeah, I mean,
Interesting. I mean, they look good on. I mean, he looks good on paper to me. I might not say EX, but he looks good. He looks really good.
I mean, like when he first came out, I was like, he's EX. I have to say I don't have enough time with him yet. Like he did do a lot of like at hyper level. He did do a lot of like never before seen like runs. For example, like he did like the full gauge comma 4-turn, as he's the first AoE arts that was able to do that. But I mean, it's kind of unfair because he hits double trait with the divine demonic and whatnot.
Honestly,
as a
I
farmer,
kind of like
he is
the kit more
really
than
good.
Muramasa. Oh no.
Yeah. Like
Oh, no.
as a looper, his refund is one of the best in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of that 8 hits and arts
And the big arts rush down,
and
yeah.
like So but it like his cards are not great in comparison. Like it's just kind of the
I might
trade-off you have to
bump
pay,
down Muramasa to A if I'm gonna put him into A+.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, I do think he is better than Muramasa.
Oh shoot!
In most cases.
Oh shoot!
Yes,
Like
anger the Redditors.
Yeah, I mean, they're already angry.
Like because he just an MP spamming arts AoE is always gonna be playing more in line with arts than a critting burst DPS. Like it's literally just their roles. His role just doesn't play that well with arts in general, as opposed to someone like Takeru. So I do think Takeru is like, as an arts servant, he is just a better. Like he also has like anti-trait. Muramasa technically doesn't have anti-trait. Like the anti-king is 20% power mod on passive and is rare. Right, so
I mean, he does have the anti-crit damage for like evade and invul, but yeah.
I guess but like it plays less into farming, unfortunately. So like,
because when you're farming, they will never have evade or invul.
Yeah, so I like I personally think Takeru is very good. I am tempted to put him EX just because of how good of a looper he is. Like he is one of the best arts loopers in the game, I'd say, in terms of refund.
I mean, we'll have a year to think again. Then we have all the data, right?
For sure.
So I feel like we should maybe play it safe for now. I mean, A+ is not a bad rating. It's a very high rating, regardless. So.
Yeah. I do think he's better than Muramasa, though. Like, wait, did you? Oh, you already bumped him down. I didn't even see.
Yeah, I did say I did. If I put him there and then moved Muramasa to A.
Yeah. So Yamato Takeru.
All right.
Pretty good.
Well, now that we're on this topic, that was the final actual first placement. So now we can do a little bit of final adjustments if needed. Okay. Chat can maybe try and convince me too, but you guys as well, of course. And were you gonna pitch in something to Medusa, Otto? Was that something?
Oh yeah, true.
Oh well, I was. If you guys couldn't decide like between the two tiers, like I'm thinking maybe EX, but my expertise on her is very limited because I haven't had much opportunities to use her. I don't roll everyone.
Yeah.
I'm not that rich kind of a guy.
Yeah. I mean, do you have at least like a? Do you prefer lean which way? I don't know. With Medusa,
you're looking between EX and A+, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So like the thing I gotta keep comparing her against is like is is she better or worse than Musashi? Because if she's on par with Musashi, then maybe that's fair. But it's also it's also completely possible that maybe we should move Musashi up to EX.
I don't agree to that, at least.
Yeah.
I like her, but I don't see her as EX.
Yeah, I feel like God, that's a tough choice, man. No wonder you guys are
Here's
stuck
the
here.
thing, though. Maybe I don't have enough time with her. I don't even think she's necessarily better than Okita. Like,
I kind of like her a little bit more. And this is coming from like the biggest Okita simp ever.
true. Like,
Also, are we gonna talk
I
about
don't-
Ibuki potentially moving as well?
no, I don't.
Hey,
I
hey.
think
Think she's
Ibuki
fine?
deserves
Yeah,
there.
she might be fine.
Yeah,
Like, for
we
real.
got 10 hours and 4 minutes until my birthday is over. So.
I think Ibuki's fine at EX. Medusa just has like damage issues. Like like my personal experience. Like, yeah, people are gonna say it's because you like TAs. Well, yeah, I do like TAs, and like TAs is still a indicator. Like it's not like, you know, damage only matters in TAs, right? Like I genuinely think, you know, Medusa Saber does miss out a little bit in damage.
Make A++, put Medusa, Ibuki, and Takeru there. Ooh. Ooh.
No, that doesn't
Ooh.
fix everyone's gripes because I want Ibuki to be an EX here.
Medusa is a looping goddess plus. I know. Do you know how much I spend on the fucking character? I only have 2, but I spend like over 1,000 coins.
I might
on her.
actually
It's fucking
do a
horrible.
new tier, yeah. Oh no.
Like Medusa. I don't think we need a new. I guess. Yeah, it is very crowded.
Fuck,
It's
dude.
not a horrible idea.
Fuck, dude.
Medusa deserves it. Medusa. Okay, Takeru's really good. Obviously, Takeru's really
Yeah.
good. I think Musashi should be in that tier. I think Musashi and Saito should be in that tier as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure about Saito, but I'm on board.
Really?
With Musashi
You're not
as
sure
well.
about Saito?
I don't know.
Like the
I'm
one
just
4-star single
I think-
target, dude.
I think a big part of it is I'm just not a huge fan of his gameplay, so I might have a little bit of a negative bias there. I just
mean,
don't use them that often. But I
Imagine
can understand why
Creamhill
he's
with
really
better refund.
Oh, I should call
Like,
it S.
but,
Okay,
but
I'll
in
change
a
the
worse
name.
class.
Yeah, change the name.
good.
People don't like
I
A++.
think Saito. I think Saito. I think Saito is definitely a tier up. Like if you want me to move characters,
I kind of
I would
maybe
move
agree.
if you want me to move characters, okay, this is a lot of changes, but like you don't have to obviously do everything. If you want me to move characters from A, I think Okita and Astolfo should go up one.
I just realized
And I think
what it spells if you
Yeah.
combine the top 2. Okay, that's funny.
Oh, we're
Okay,
just
keep
combining
going, keep
it?
going.
Dude, move up some of the C's so you got the cock and ball shape.
Oh no. I think Okita and Astolfo are
Perfect.
like at most half a tier below Medusa. I don't actually think they're that far apart. Like Okita.
Okay, fuck it.
I know you're like
Fuck it.
Okita fan.
Yeah.
Like Okita's Okita. Like she constantly pulls results. Like I'm not like a Okita stan, right? But like damn, she just keeps pulling results.
She don't miss.
And I still want to put Musashi in S, but like I know some people disagree. I like Musashi. I love Musashi.
Damn, I'm
I'm not
close,
even
I'm
a
close.
Musashi simp, but like yeah.
Okay,
Like,
fuck it.
I-
I'll do it. I'll do it. I did it.
I do think Musashi
Believe
has
in
to
you,
go
man.
up.
I believe in you. Yeah.
I
think
almost
yeah.
want to move Ibuki to S as well, though.
Oh, but
Really?
we gotta have more than 2. We gotta have more than 1 AoE saber that's an EX tier that's also 5-star.
Ibuki.
That's oddly specific.
Don't question it.
Like okay, here's the thing, right? It's like Ibuki
True.
can push damage. Ibuki.
Okay, since we
Ibuki
have an
can
S tier, I
push
can
a
move
lot of
Muramasa to S or A+ again.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Like,
Yeah.
like Look, Ibuki can push damage. Like, she can push a lot of damage. Like, when you want her to, like, she can push so much damage because that triple buster deck. It's
So I have her on my alt. I don't have her grailed on that account. I have her only in P1. It is like genuinely incredible to me how she continually overperforms. So I didn't just immediately fall for her design or anything. Like
Should we move Charlie to S? You think?
Charlie? Sure. I'm not against it.
Like she grew on me because I liked her gameplay that much.
Charlie, I do think Charlie is really good. I think Charlie and S is acceptable.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on it, but I won't contest.
I think I might keep Ibuki in EX, honestly, because I know she's good. I know she's really good.
Yeah,
I might keep her
there. I
there.
think this is looking. Okay.
I think. Oh yeah. Anything else from maybe further down below? People is just talking about the top stuff.
Okay, further down below.
Like A or lower.
Okay. Here's the thing, right? People are gonna disagree. This is literally the last move I want to make.
Okay.
I think Saber Shiki should be an A.
Wait, where is she right
B+.
now? B+. Oh,
she's
B+. Yeah, I'm down for that too. I think she.
Honestly, with the new buff, yeah.
You know, like 5-turn cooldown. Basically,
yeah. Okay, with the new buff, yeah,
Pierce.
sure. I'll put her into A. Sure. Okay. Sure, I'm okay with that.
Like that is like the one. There's the last thing I really wanted. I think Saber Shiki.
Yeah. I mean, she's not a good farmer, but for boss stuff, she's good.
Yeah, she's good.
Okay.
Like it kind of feels similar to like characters like Benyama or like Trung Sisters. They have like
a little bit of similarities. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think this is pretty nice.
They literally fixed that, Rasengan. That's what I said. The new buff. In case you missed it, they buffed her. Her arts buff is now 3 turns, which is really good.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's no longer 1 turn.
If
it was still the old one, I would keep her in B+. But yeah, they changed it last year. So yeah, it's good now.
Medusa Musashi. Look, here's the thing. They're MP1, and we have Iori at MP5.
Yeah.
Like you guys got to remember it's MP1 on these SSRs versus MP5.
If Betty was permanent, I would move him to A, but I'll keep him on B+ now, I think.
Oh yeah, like especially if you're docking points for Betty's rarity.
Because let's be real, most people probably watching this don't have an MP5 Bedivere. I can guarantee you that. At least half the people watching don't have an MP5 Bedivere.
Yeah. So now they're not gonna roll after they get Iori. Like I know they serve different purposes, but like they have even less incentive to roll now.
All right. I think I might lock it in. Honestly, I might lock it in.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we could keep going for like hours and hours, but dude, this is a freaking 7-hour tier list.
Yeah, we're almost at 7.
So yeah, obviously, if people love these still, again, if you're watching this on YouTube, do me a great freaking favor and at least acknowledge the effort. Hopefully, by pressing the thumbs up button, even if you disagree, would be great. If you can do that, because this is a lot of effort, not just from me, but from our mic co-stars Plushie and Otto as well. And obviously, if enough people enjoy these still this year, we might just do them again next year, and then we can have all these wonderful conversations all over again, and have a bunch of different debates and whatnot. So, yeah, do like the video, I suppose. Very good. Yeah, and this is only the beginning. It's going to be such a crazy 7-8 weeks to come after this as well. Oh my god. But yeah, before I wrap up here, I do want to give a final shout out to my co-hosts Otto and Plushie. I'm going to link their channels in the description as well. The description is going to have so many things, but you will find them both there as well. So if you want to check out their content, please do so. They're both very cool people that also know about the game.
Thank you for having me on here, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much.
This has been one of the most eventful birthdays I've had in a long time.
Yeah, and again, happy birthday,
So-
man. Also, again, regarding this,
Happy
do leave
birthday.
feedback how you feel about the three-way. Again, I still obviously want to prior, viewer experience as much as I can.
Well,
but yeah,
it's the best.
we'll see.
I must tell you, it's the best three-way I've ever had.
Okay, too much information.
No.
You're the
Yeah,
one that
too much
said it.
Okay. But yeah,
Too much
frick, dude.
information.
With that, I think I'm just gonna close this off. This video is so long, but I hope I can get it up the day after on a Monday. If not, then hopefully soon anyway. And yeah, hope to see you in the next one, which is hopefully next week if everything goes according to plan. And Archers, huh? I think. Yeah, probably. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. And I hope to see you guys in the next video. Take care and peace out.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.